I walked into the hallway and saw a girl in the wheelchair crawling on the ground. 3 older bullies had tipped her out and were filming her kicking her books away. She was crying, trying to reach her chair while they laughed. I ran over to try help, but they threw me into the lockers instantly. These guys claimed to have gang ties, and rumors said they brought guns to school, and I knew I couldn't take all 3 of them. So I ran to find someone, and the first person I bumped into was Mr. Potter. Now, Mr. Potter was the nerdiest teacher. He was the president of chess club, said okie dokie, and called everybody scholar. But he also had faded tattoos covering his forearms that seemed the total opposite of nerdy. I told him what was happening, and he put down his teacup, walking towards the hallway instantly. I worried the bullies would do something to him, so I followed him. But even though I only got there a minute after him, the hallway was now empty. I couldn't find them anywhere, and when I had Mr. Potter for class later, neither he nor the girl showed up. I got a bad feeling and went looking for them when suddenly my phone started blowing up. One of the bullies posted the video of the girl being tipped from her wheelchair onto the year group Instagram page. I was watching it in horror when I heard their voices. I looked up and saw the 3 bullies walking with their fists clenched. "We know you told Potter. You know what happens to snitches where we're from." I was terrified and ran out of school immediately. I sprinted down the street, and that's when a black car pulled up near me. A guy with a neck tattoo rolled his windows down. "You in Mr. Potter's class?" I was confused, but nodded, trying to seem calm. He held up photos of the 3 bullies. "Which one's the worst?" I pointed to the biggest one, and he nodded, then pulled away. I was taken aback and wondered what that was about. But the next day, I walked into class, and nobody was there. Not the girl, not Mr. Potter, but this time the 3 bullies weren't either. I sat down, and a few minutes later, the door opened. The 3 bullies. I started sweating. They locked eyes with me and started walking over. I braced myself for whatever was coming, but then one of them handed me a note, a handwritten apology. I looked up, and all 3 of them were shaking. They mumbled sorry and sat down. A minute later, Mr. Potter walked in cheery as ever. "Okie dokie scholars, let's get started." The bullies froze up even more. Then another minute later, there was another knock. "Gentlemen," Mr. Potter turned to the bullies. "I think someone wants to come in." All 3 stood up and immediately walked to the front, their knees shaking, and held the door open. The wheelchair girl rolled in. I had no idea what was going on, but at lunch my phone started dinging again. The school's Instagram page, and this time the video was the 3 bullies apologizing. I looked up and saw one of them alone, so I walked over and asked what happened. He seemed scared to even talk. "They put us in a trunk and drove for over an hour," he said. "Tied us up in a warehouse and said they'd kill us if we didn't drop the gangster act." He paused. "You know who they called for permission to let us go?" I shook my head. "They called him OG." He pointed to Potter's classroom. "Goddamn chess club." The school bully slammed his hands down on the table in front of me, and I knew my day was about to get worse. I was just sitting down at my usual table in the cafeteria when I heard the dreaded sound of Leo's voice. His dad was the town mayor, and he could get away with murder. The teachers all turned a blind eye when they saw him hurting someone. He wasn't afraid to get physical with people, but lately, he has been targeting me. I jumped when he slammed his fist down on the table in front of me. Then he grabbed my tray of food and dumped the hot chili all over my head, smearing it into my hair. Instead of running off, I stood and faced him, anger filling me as I felt the chili seep through my clothing. It was disgusting and I was pissed. For once, he looked a little nervous as silence fell over the students in the cafeteria. "Aren't you going to run away?" he asked. I laughed coldly. "Someone needs to stand up to you," I snarled. Leo's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly stepped away from me. He turned and quickly walked out of the cafeteria. A moment later, he brought a teacher into the room, just as a murmur began rising. A hush fell over the crowd again. "What is going on?" the teacher demanded. Leo had fake tears in his eyes as he pointed at me with a shaky finger. "He was bullying me," he sobbed. "He took my lunch and then dumped it all over himself for some reason." It was such a ridiculous accusation that I couldn't help snorting. A scatter of laughter washed over the students. "Principal's office," he growled. "Now." I stared at him. "No," I said coldly. "Go," the teacher snapped, "before I have to call your parents." "Wait," a girl at another table called suddenly. "I have the whole thing on video. If you don't do anything about Leo, I'll be posting the video to the internet and it will go viral." Leo instantly paled, and so did the teacher. "Delete the video," Leo said. The girl shook her head and smirked. "You're done, Leo." "My dad will kill me," Leo pleaded. I said, "Promise to stop the bullying, and you need some sort of consequence for all the stuff you've done in the past." The teacher sighed. "Let's go, Leo," he said. "Principal's office, and I'll be calling your parents." He grabbed Leo's arm and dragged him out of the cafeteria. The girl came up to me with a sly smile and showed me her phone. I stared at the blank screen in confusion. She laughed. There was no video. Our roof started leaking after a massive flood, and my mom spent her entire paycheck to fix it. But when the contractor showed up, he took the money, then left to get his tools, and never came back. We waited 4 weeks, and our roof was still leaking, and he'd blocked mom's number. I urged her to report the fraud, but she could barely speak English and didn't know how. I was furious, but when I realized he had an actual office, I got an idea. I drove over and applied for a job, and since he didn't recognize me, he hired me on the spot. For months, I mopped his floors and gained his trust, while secretly collecting invoices and finding out everything about his business. I drove to his clients' addresses to see if he ever did the work he was paid for, and at one of the houses, I saw an elderly woman with a broken window he should have fixed 2 weeks ago. She barely spoke English and reminded me of my mom. One day, he pulled me aside, smiling. "Remember, kid, single moms, people with no English, the elderly, they are easy money, collect and forget." He laughed, and I wanted to punch him because I realized he was only scamming the vulnerable people who he knew couldn't fight back. I forced myself to laugh with him. Then next day, while he was out for lunch, I snuck into his office. I logged into his computer and went straight to his business accounts. I pulled up every client he had scammed and sent all the money back directly into their accounts. I even compensated them for what they went through. He came back in and saw me at his computer. His account at zero and freaked out. "I trusted you." He picked up his phone to call police, but I just laughed and pulled out all the evidence I'd collected of his scams. He went white as he realized he was screwed, and I told him, "Now, you're either going to shut down your business, or I'm the one calling the police." He immediately put down the phone and agreed. I immediately forced him to drive back to our house and fix my mom's roof. I did that for every person he had scammed, and after he'd fixed everything for free, I reported him for fraud anyway. After my sister's funeral, I learned a language only a tiny portion of the human population knows. I watched a specific episode of Teen Titans Go on Repeat, where all the characters spoke Pig Latin, which I forgot I had learned until high school. My teacher, Mr. Ham, was a huge language geek and got a kick out of acting like he was smarter than everyone else. One day, I missed an assignment and apologized to Mr. Ham. He said, "Aid, ik pay up yai ayai ukpe om time say upidstay," which means pick up a book sometime, stupid. I completely understood him but said nothing. Turns out, he talked crap about every single student in Pig Latin. To the girl students, he'd say, "Our yai is bianle ugsjai arayai oingai otai astaway," which translates to, "Your lesbian looks are going to waste." I'd see him look at kids with disabilities and hear him say, "America's yai exne itest bray homeless hay," meaning America's next brightest homeless. But I knew Mr. Ham's biggest secret. For my next essay, I wrote it in Pig Latin, explaining how I found his degree was actually a 3-month certificate program in South America, just to learn English. The next day, he pulled me aside. He told me, "Please don't ruin this all for me." I told him I didn't understand, and to repeat it in Pig Latin. "That's what this is about? I'll stop speaking it. Please, keep quiet." It was too late. Before I submitted my essay, I already sent a full 15-page document exposing Mr. Ham to the school district. How upitstay of me. Every time we heard a knock on the front door, my dad would yell, "Stealth mode," and we had 30 seconds to kill every light in the house. My brother and I would race through the rooms, flipping switches, yanking cords, shutting off the TV mid-show, while some guy outside banged on the front door yelling, "I know you're in there, buddy." Dad timed us. Once everything was dark, no talking, no moving, no looking out the windows. We'd sit there until Dad did his owl hoot, which meant all clear. Sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes almost an hour. Afterwards, he'd high-five us and go, "Real ninjas couldn't do better." He told us stealth mode was top secret. Never tell your teachers, your friends, nobody. Other people wouldn't understand. For years, I believed him. When I was 8, I asked Dad why we had to hide so much. He said some annoying guy kept bothering our family, and stealth mode was how we dealt with him. I felt proud we had a secret skill that could outsmart bad guys. By the time I was 10, I heard the voice outside yell something about a bet and $20. I tugged Dad's sleeve and whispered, "Is the bad guy trying to steal our money?" Dad shushed me so hard I flinched. When I was 12, I broke the window rule, peeked through the blinds and saw a completely normal guy in a polo shirt standing on the porch rubbing his forehead. He didn't look like a criminal. He looked like someone's tired uncle. At 13, I told Dad I was just going to open the door and tell the guy to leave us alone. The color left his face. "You absolutely cannot do that." That was the first time stealth mode didn't feel like a game. By 15 or 16, it barely happened anymore. But when it did, Dad would peek through the blinds looking guilty. Mom just shook her head from the couch and muttered something under her breath. I was 17 and home alone when I heard it. "I know you're in there. It's been 12 years, man." I opened the front door. The guy nearly fell backwards. Normal-looking dude, middle-aged, holding a crumpled piece of paper. "Oh, hi. Is your dad home? I'm his old college roommate." He held up the paper. "Your old man bet me $20 Michael Jordan wouldn't win his 6th ring. That was 1998. I've been knocking on this door ever since." He handed me the IOU, both their signatures, right there at the bottom. I left it on the kitchen table. Mom saw it first and laughed so hard she had to hold the counter. Dad picked it up, read it, put it back down, and the first thing out of his mouth was, "So now he knows someone's home." Then he turned off the kitchen light and got under the table. We were never in danger. My dad just lost a bet because of the greatest of all time. My girlfriend's mom said I couldn't afford dinner, not knowing I could buy her entire neighborhood. I stood up to greet my girlfriend's mom, Dolores, and she instantly squeezed my bicep and asked, "Are all mechanics built as small as you? My daughter's ex, Leo, works out every morning before court." I just smiled politely, but then she asked if I'd even finished high school because Leo graduated from Yale. When she saw I was uncomfortable, she got bolder. "Does being a mechanic make you bad in bed?" She didn't stop even when the check came, saying, "You're a mechanic. You can't afford to pay for steak." Little did she know I owned 23 dealerships and could buy the entire restaurant. Dolores escalated months later at my girlfriend's birthday party when she invited Leo, stood him next to me, and pointed out how he towered over me. She ran her hand along Leo's suit, then pointed at my shirt. "This is the difference between a lawyer and a mechanic." The humiliation continued when she asked where I lived, and before I could answer, told the room. "He rents a studio with roommates at 28. Leo owns a 3-bedroom. She turned to my girlfriend. "You should have never dumped Leo." "Mom, stop it right now," my girlfriend said, but Dolores waved her off. The 4th of July barbecue was when Dolores crossed the line. We were watching the kids play with sparklers when she suddenly said, "I hope you don't give me grandkids. You're not dad material." 2 days later, Dolores dragged me to her dealership because her car was making noises and she wanted to prove I couldn't fix it. While she was complaining to the service manager, an older mechanic pointed at me and asked, "Why didn't anyone tell me the owner was visiting?" The word owner hit Dolores like a slap and her mouth hung open as she turned to look at me. The service manager typed on his computer and turned his monitor toward us. My face was at the top of the company directory with CEO in bold and my 23 locations listed below. Dolores's face went from horrified to devastated. She started stammering about always respecting honest work and how she was just testing me, but her mascara was already running. I suggested she wait outside while I fixed her car. At our wedding, she sat in the back row and left before the reception, finally silent after months of never missing a chance to tear me down. Everyone laughed at my shoes because they knew I was the poorest kid at school. I lived in an orphanage, didn't have parents, but when one of my friends asked me to sleep over at his house, I couldn't believe it. His mom picked us up after school, and when we got to his house, I couldn't believe my eyes. He had his own TV in his room, more shoes than I'd ever owned in my life, and the softest bed I've ever felt. His mom woke us up the next morning and said, "Do you guys want some pancakes?" I was in heaven. I couldn't even remember the last time I had pancakes. But just before I could tell her yes, he yelled, "Get out, Mom! We don't want your stupid pancakes." She looked upset. "Maybe your friend would like some honey." I opened my mouth, but again he yelled, "No! Get out, Mom, you ruin everything." She looked like she was about to cry, but just slowly closed the door. I sat there in shock and looked over at him. He just went to bed like nothing even happened, and I immediately started grabbing my things. "Wait, no, please don't go." I kept packing. I opened the door and saw his mom still in tears in the kitchen. "Please, you're my only friend." And in that moment, I turned around and said, "Yeah, I can see why." I took a pair of his shoes and walked out. When I was 6, my dad handed me a $20 bill and told me to step on it every time someone at school made me feel worthless. The first week, I stepped on it every day. I stepped on it when my clothes were called ugly and when kids called me stupid. I stepped on it every time someone stepped on me. By the end of the month, I'd stepped on it 57 times and felt extremely worthless. I brought the bill to my dad, and he brought me to the store with the now torn and dirty $20 bill. He told me to pick what I wanted. I grabbed armfuls of candy and put them on the counter. My dad told me to now pay, and I took out the $20. The cashier started bagging my candy, and my dad pointed out that my bill was still accepted no matter how destroyed it was, telling me I was just like the bill. My value was defined by who I was, not by how many times I'd been stepped on. My roommate had a black card but lived off instant ramen. I never understood why, because he could buy our entire cafeteria if he wanted to. That was until the night his dad took us out to celebrate my roommate's perfect GPA at a 5-star restaurant. He walked in already tipsy, bragging about his new yacht before we even sat down. The waiter brought out a $200 Wagyu steak. His dad cut one piece, chewed it, and spit it right onto the white tablecloth. "Too well done," he said loud enough for the entire restaurant to hear. "Bring me another and get me the chef." The chef came out trembling. This tiny lady who looked like everyone's grandmother. His dad made her stand right there while he ate the new steak bite by bite. Dry on the second piece, bland on the third. She just stood there with her hands folded, staring at the floor. My roommate sat through the whole thing, shoulders hunched, eyes on his plate, like this was just another dinner. When his dad left the table for a business call, my roommate got up and pulled the chef aside. He handed her an envelope with his saved-up meal plan money. "For the staff's dinner," he whispered, "and I'm sorry about him." That's when it clicked. He wasn't broke. He was giving his meal plan money away every month. The ramen was a choice. He'd rather go hungry than become his dad. He'd been going to her kitchen every Sunday for months learning to cook. Last week he opened his own restaurant. Anyone who disrespects his staff gets banned, even his dad. This story was really nice. Mrs. Whitley held up her hand. Stop. Nice is a nothing word. Give me 3 better ones and use each in a sentence. She did this every single class. You couldn't say nice, bad, fun, cool, or good without getting stopped and sent to the dictionary. One of my classmates leaned over after the 3rd correction in one period and whispered, "What if we gave her what she wanted?" The next morning, someone walked in and said, "Good morning, Mrs. Whitley." She raised her hand. Before she could speak, he corrected himself. "My apologies. The atmospheric conditions this morning are absolutely invigorating, and the fluorescent ambiance of your classroom fills me with an overwhelming sense of scholastic enthusiasm." She lowered her hand. "That's actually wonderful. See, doesn't that feel better than good?" During the same period, a girl raised her hand. "Mrs. Whitley, may I request temporary leave to vacate the premises and access the communal sanitation chamber?" She paused. "You mean the bathroom?" "I believe that's the primitive term. Yes." She let her go, but her smile was gone. The next day, a kid raised his hand during a reading assignment. "Mrs. Whitley, might I trouble you for assistance in obtaining a graphite-based instrument traditionally utilized for the purpose of written expression?" She stared at him. "You want a pencil, if that's what you'd like to call it." By day 3, every answer on every assignment was a paragraph. Every question was a speech. She called on a kid for a one-word answer, and he stood up and delivered a 45-second monologue that used the word nevertheless 3 times. She shut her book. "Please, I am begging you, just talk like normal people." A kid in the back raised his hand. "Mrs. Whitley, are you requesting a regression to the primitive and unsophisticated linguistic patterns you once so passionately implored us to abandon?" She grabbed her head with both hands. "Yes, please just use normal words." On the next assignment I wrote, "This book was really nice." She gave me a B+. I'm a flying instructor, and one day, while in the air with a man taking a one-on-one lesson, he reached into his shoe and pulled out a knife. "Fly exactly where I say, or you're never coming home to your kids again." My whole body froze. He placed a piece of paper with coordinates in front of me and pressed the blade against my neck. I asked him how he got the knife in here, and he told me the security guard never actually bothered to scan him. His face was completely calm. No sweat, no shaking, like he'd already decided how this was going to go. He told me to just fly, so I did. I tried asking him where we were going, but he didn't answer. Just sat behind me with the blade against my seat, staring straight ahead. Every few minutes he'd check his watch and tell me, "Fly faster. I don't have time." I thought about grabbing my phone, but the second my eyes moved to it, he pressed the knife against my neck hard enough to draw blood. One wrong move. I realized I had no choice, and just flew. When we finally reached the coordinates, it was just a field. I asked him if this was actually it, and he told me aggressively to just land. I brought the plane down, and my heart was pounding out of my chest. But the second we stopped, everything about him changed. He put the knife down. His hands started shaking. He opened his wallet and shoved every bill inside into my hand. "Thank you. I'm so sorry for this, but my daughter is in emergency surgery at that hospital and she might not make it." He pointed behind me at the hospital across the field. This was the quickest way to get to her. He jumped out and sprinted across the field. I went home that day and fired my security guy. I was sweeping my garage when my neighbor stormed in and screamed, "Murderer!" Mr. Gray's cat Mittens had been missing for 3 days, and I'd seen him putting up wanted posters to find me because I was never home. Now he found me. He pointed at a tuft of gray and white fur. "Evidence!" I pulled it out and held it up. "That's from a winter coat." That's exactly what a murderer would say. He spotted the metal cage I'd set near the wall for the raccoon that kept raiding my trash. He pulled a single gray hair off the wire and held it up like he was in a courtroom. Mrs. Walden poked her head through the garage door. "Is everything all right?" Gray waved the cage at her. "He murdered Mittens." Mrs. Walden looked at me and gasped, "You monster!" More neighbors drifted up the driveway behind her. Gray pointed at the garbage bags in my truck. "He's disposing of the body." I threw my hands up. "It's old paint cans and Christmas lights." Exactly what someone guilty would say. I slammed my broom on the floor. "Fine, search the whole garage." They pulled out boxes and flipped open bins while Gray supervised with his arms crossed. Someone held up a crumpled tarp and asked if it was cat-related. A meow cut through the garage. Everyone froze. Gray looked at me like he'd caught his confession. I pulled the door open and a squirrel shot off the shelf, landed on my shoulder, and launched itself into the crowd. Mrs. Walden screamed and grabbed onto Gray. Half the driveway scattered. Mrs. Walden was still holding onto Gray's arm when we heard another meow. This one came from outside. Mittens was stretched across the hood of Gray's own car, yawning. I looked at Gray. That's exactly what a kidnapper's car would look like. My teacher barged in sweating and screamed, "Does anybody here know a lawyer?" Before we could respond, Mr. Scully opened his drawers, shoving papers into his bag, and I saw something black and metallic fall in too. He screamed again, "Does anyone know a lawyer?" I don't know why, but I raised my hand. My uncle, his head snapped. "You, with me, now!" He rushed to me and physically dragged me out. We reached the parking lot where his car was already running with its doors open. But just as we were about to get in, 2 police cruisers pulled into the school entrance. Mr. Scully went pale and quickly shoved us in, immediately flooring the accelerator. He ducked and shoved my head down too. We drove past the cruisers without seeing the road. When he told me I could sit up, I reached for the door handle, but it had the child lock enabled. Mr. Scully clenched his jaw. I just need your help. Then you can go. Call your uncle and tell him I'll pay triple. I didn't want to, but when I saw the metallic object sticking from the bag at his feet, I realized I had no choice. I called my uncle, but Mr. Scully snatched my phone. He turned the camera to prove I was safe, and after explaining everything, my uncle told us to come to his office. When we arrived, Mr. Scully dumped his bag on my uncle's desk. Skydiving licenses, photos of a woman, a laptop, flash drives, but the metallic object wasn't there. I'm being accused of my ex-wife's death, but I didn't kill her, I swear, he said. My uncle asked questions, and Mr. Scully explained his ex-wife and her new husband had a skydiving accident where Mr. Scully worked over the summer. Their equipment failed, but my uncle noticed the official report showed Mr. Scully had signed off on their equipment being safe. My uncle made a face and quickly said he needs to talk to me alone. We walked to the bathroom, but I saw Mr. Scully's eyes go wide. My uncle wrote me a note. He did it. I know when they're lying. I already texted 911. Play dumb until they arrive. I was sweating because I now had to act for my life. We opened the bathroom door, and Mr. Scully was there with the gun pointed at us. You think I'm guilty? My uncle put his hands up, realizing he had to drop the act. I'll defend you, but I can't if you hurt us. Mr. Scully hesitated, then he pressed the gun against my ribs and told us to walk. In the office, he kept it at my ribs. One wrong move and I'll fire. I kept thinking about how police were coming, and how if they barged in, he'd shoot me. Mr. Scully pulled up the videos he took of them falling and his diary. They saw me and didn't even recognize me. He grabbed her hand on the way down and held it the whole time. It was beautiful to watch. My uncle was on his phone, pretending to take notes, but actually communicating with the officers. But Mr. Scully noticed him. What's that? He lunged at my uncle, and that's when the front door exploded open. Cops ran in. Mr. Scully whipped his gun around and aimed it at me. I covered my face, ready to die, and heard him pull the trigger. His gun went off, but I felt nothing. I opened my eyes and saw Mr. Scully on the floor, having shot himself in the head. A teenager tried to hospitalize my 9-year-old over air hockey. He slammed the air hockey puck into my son's goal and won the game, throwing his hands up and screaming, "Yeah!" My 9-year-old looked upset, but still reached out to shake his hand, but the teenager slapped it away and pointed in my son's face. "Loser! You're a loser!" He turned back to his girlfriend on the bench and grinned at her. "Did you see that shot, babe? I totally destroyed him," and she gave him a weak smile. I stepped forward and said, "Hey man, he's 9. You shouldn't call kids names," but he barely looked at me. Yeah, whatever you say, old man." But then my son came over to me and asked if he could play the kid again. I gave him another coin, then gave him some tips. The second game started, and the teenager was still laughing until my son scored the first goal. We high-fived, and the kid's face just went red with anger. From that moment on, he stopped even trying to score and just started slamming the puck so hard the table shook, literally trying to lift it off the table and hit my son. My 9-year-old was flinching behind his mallet, and the kid kept glancing back at his girlfriend after every hit to see if she was watching. Then, one of the pucks flew up off the table and hit my son right in the forehead. My son dropped his mallet and started crying as a bruise began forming on his head, and the kid burst out laughing. He looked back at his girlfriend. "Babe, did you see that? He's actually crying," but she wasn't laughing. That's when I walked over, put my hand on my son's shoulder, moved him aside, and put a coin in. "My turn." The teenager grinned. "I don't want to commit elder abuse," but then I served, and the first goal went in before he even touched the puck. His smile dropped. I scored again, and he slammed his mallet hard on the table. His girlfriend giggled behind him. The third goal, he started hitting himself with the mallet in anger, and when I scored the final goal, he grabbed the entire table and literally shoved it sideways. My son was laughing at him, and his girlfriend stood up. "You're embarrassing me." He tried to chase after her, but security stopped him and ordered him to come with them. My downstairs neighbor knocked on my door and told me her and her husband were doing renovation work, so if I heard anything, just ignore it. Over the next few hours, I heard banging and drilling, but after they were done, water stopped coming out of my tap. Instead, it was this horrible, rancid smell that was so bad I doubled over. I tried the kitchen tap, but again, no water, just that rotting stench. I called a plumber immediately. He came over, traced the pipes, and said the damage was because of my downstairs neighbor. Something had punctured the pipe in her wall. She opened the door, and when the plumber explained we needed to come in, her face went white. She said now wasn't a good time, and quickly closed the door. The plumber shrugged and said he could try something else. He spent an hour working, but when I went back to my apartment and turned the tap on, there was still no water, and the smell was still there. I called the plumber back and told him whatever he did didn't work. The only option was getting behind the neighbor's wall. We went back to her door and knocked. "Do you really need to come in?" The plumber nodded. "There's no other way, ma'am. I need to see behind that wall." She looked at me, then back at the plumber. "Are you sure? You're absolutely sure you really want to come in?" The plumber said yes. She stood there for a second, then smiled extremely wide and stepped aside. "Okay, no problem. Come right in." Something about her sudden high-pitched voice made my stomach turn. We walked in, and I instantly noted how there seemed to be no work done. No paint, no drills, or anything signaling renovation. The only thing that seemed different was the huge painting in front of me, hung on the exact wall that the pipes ran behind. "What kind of work did you do?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The woman stared at me with that same smile and said, "The usual kind. It was mostly just hanging up this painting." I thought about it. What kind of painting takes hours of banging and drilling to hang up? The plumber told her he was sorry, but he needed to take it down and open the wall up to see the pipe. Her eyes went wide. She paused for a minute. "Is that really necessary?" The plumber nodded. The woman stared at him before smiling. "Of course," and turning away towards the kitchen. "Just getting you a drink while you work." Everything about her felt wrong. I was watching the plumber work when suddenly I heard something behind me. Soft tiptoes, like someone trying not to make a sound. I turned and saw her inching toward us with a kitchen knife over her head. She lunged at me, but the plumber heard. He spun around and threw the wrench in his hand at her head. It caught her in the temple, and she hit the floor. My hands were shaking. The plumber's were too. We looked at each other, and then at the wall. He pulled the painting off and opened it. When he did, we both backed up. Her husband's body was in the wall. His wounds were still fresh. I realized the renovation I'd heard wasn't renovation at all. It was her unaliving him and sealing him inside the wall. The crazy part is, she would have gotten away with it. But when she hung up the painting, the nail she hammered through the wall also went through my pipe, allowing the smell to seep into the pipe and through my tap. My wife and I sat down and both agreed that we wouldn't be having any more kids. We loved our daughter, but we'd just gotten promotions and really wanted to focus on our careers. But then one day, our daughter handed me her family drawing that she'd made in school. Me, her mom, her, and a fourth person with an arrow pointed towards her mom's belly. I asked, "Who's that fourth person?" And my daughter's eyes lit up. "That's the baby inside mom's belly. She told me I'm going to be a big sister." I froze, and when I looked over, my wife was standing in the doorway. "We're having a baby boy," she smiled with tears in her eyes. "I know we said we wanted to focus on our careers, but I can be a stay-at-home mom, and you can keep working. If you pick up extra hours, you'll make enough for us both." I still thought she was joking, until I put my hands on her belly and felt something move inside. She smiled at me again. "Well, what do you think?" That's when I replied, "I think now is a good time to tell you. I got a vasectomy 3 months ago. I know that baby's not mine." Her face dropped, but I walked out without responding, and after thinking about it, I realized she only suggested being a stay-at-home mom, so the real dad could come over while I worked overtime. During lunch period, my lunch lady aunt slipped me a note. "Don't eat any of the food. Something's going on." I looked up at her, but she was already serving the next kid, not making eye contact. "What's this?" I whispered. She ignored me and kept serving. I sat down with my usual group. Everyone was eating. The pizza looked normal, smelled normal. Owen took a huge bite. Finally, decent pizza. I pushed mine around my plate and pretended to eat. "Not hungry?" Taylor asked. "Big breakfast." 20 minutes into lunch, Liam grabbed his stomach. "Oh shit." He ran to the bathroom fast. "Dude probably ate too fast." Owen laughed. Then Chloe doubled over. "Oh god." She ran too. Didn't make it. Vomit hit the cafeteria floor. Within 5 minutes, 10 kids had fled to bathrooms. Then 20. Then the sound started. Explosions from the bathrooms. Crying. Begging. Owen's face went white mid-sentence. He stood up and immediately shit himself right there. It ran down his legs. "Help me," he whispered. Taylor projectile vomited across the table. It hit 3 people. The cafeteria erupted. Kids running, falling, bodily fluids everywhere. Jenna collapsed by the door, lost control of everything, lying in her own waste, crying. "Call 911!" Someone screamed, but the screamer then doubled over and added to the nightmare on the floor. I ran to the bathroom. Every stall was occupied. Kids were using sinks, urinals, trash cans, the floor. The smell was unbearable. Shit, vomit, sweat. Ramon was on his knees in the hallway. It won't stop coming out. Brown liquid pooled around him. Teachers were trying to help, but getting sick from the smell. Miss Harrington vomited just from walking into the bathroom. "Everyone stop eating," Principal Avery announced over the intercom, but 300 kids had already eaten. The hallway was a war zone. Kids crawling through their own waste. Some passed out in it. I saw Eric literally tear his pants off in desperation. No shame left, just animal panic. The cheerleaders were huddled together, crying, their white uniforms destroyed. Maddie was convulsing on the floor. "My intestines are coming out," she screamed. Blood in her waist now. Others too. Ambulances arrived. EMTs walked in and immediately walked back out. "We need hazmat," one yelled. The gym became a makeshift hospital. Kids on stretchers, IVs everywhere. The smell made nurses gag. "It's not stopping," Chloe cried, completely empty, but still cramping. Some kids were hallucinating from dehydration. Drew thought he was dying, kept saying goodbye to his mom who wasn't there. "Mass poisoning event," the EMT announced. "This isn't food poisoning. I found my aunt cleaning in the kitchen. Calm. Tia, people are dying." "No one's dying." But then I saw Rosa, the other lunch lady. She was at the back door with her purse, trying to leave. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Home. My last day." During this, she smiled. "They got what they deserved." My blood went cold. "What did you do?" 10 years of lunch lady slop, of Rosa's mystery meat, of throwing food at me. "You poisoned them. Extra ingredient. Industrial strength laxative. The kind they use for colonoscopy prep. Times 10. Times 10? Your aunt didn't know. She served clean food to you." I look at the cafeteria. Kids were being carried out, covered in their own shit. The floor was slick with bodily fluids. This could kill them. They'll shit for days. Maybe have a little respect for the people who feed you. I was stopped at a red light when headlights flashed across my mirror and everything went sideways. The airbag slammed my head back, and guacamole from my DoorDash order flew everywhere. I couldn't hear anything except ringing. I crawled out through the passenger side, tried to stand, and my legs gave out. I'm on my hands and knees on the pavement when I hear, "Bro, what the hell? My brand new car. I just got it yesterday." An orange Hellcat was sitting sideways in the intersection with smoke coming off the tires. Some kid was standing over me screaming, "Why'd you reverse into me?" I looked up at him from the ground. "I can't feel my legs." "I don't care about your legs. Look what you did to my car." He pulled out his phone and started filming his Hellcat without even glancing at me or my flipped car. "My dad's a lawyer, so you're either gonna pay for my car or we're gonna bury you." I couldn't even stand up, and this kid was threatening to sue me. Cops showed up 10 minutes later, and the kid completely transformed, limping and holding his neck. He told the officer I reversed into his Hellcat for no reason. The cop took one look at my Corolla on its side next to the brand new Hellcat and didn't even ask for my side. He gave me the ticket and left. I'm sitting on the curb holding my legs when a second cruiser pulled up. The kid saw it and started limping again. The door opened and I heard, "Oh hell no." It was my dad's buddy from the neighborhood. He'd been on patrol and heard the call. He crouched down next to me. "Tell me everything." I told him what happened. He looked at both cars and shook his head. "I believe you, but without proof there's nothing I can do. Is there anything? Any witness? Any camera? Anything?" I almost said no. Then I looked at my Corolla and saw it through the cracked windshield. The dash cam I installed 6 months ago to catch DoorDash scammers. Still mounted to the dash, right where I left it. Actually, yeah, I do. He watched me crawl over to my car, reach through the broken window, and pull out the SD card. He plugged it into his laptop in the cruiser. 30 seconds of footage. My car sitting still at a red light. The Hellcat spinning out of a dealership. The kid laughing right before he slammed into me. Everything the kid told the first cop was a lie, and now we both knew it. He stepped out of the cruiser, walked straight to the kid, and got in his face. "You want to tell me what really happened?" The kid backed up a full step. His fake limp was gone. He looked over at me, then back at the cop standing 6 inches from his nose. "You filed a false report, and that limp you walked in with healed up real quick." The kid started stammering. "My dad's a lawyer. You can't just call him. You're gonna need one." He was right. I ended up settling for enough money to buy 5 Hellcats thanks to a $30 dash cam. My grandpa with Alzheimer's gave me a Nintendo Game Boy for my birthday, but it was all scratched and beat up. I took it to class, but all the kids laughed at me. They had brand new PS5s and iPads, and I felt so embarrassed because of my old Game Boy. I thanked my grandpa, but shoved the Game Boy in my drawer and never even turned it on. But then grandpa's Alzheimer's got worse. After he passed, I was cleaning out his attic and found his old shoebox. Inside was a note. "You have Alzheimer's. Your grandson Mike said Nintendo was cool. Get Mike a Nintendo for his birthday." I teared up, and beside that, found another note with the addresses of every single yard sale in the city, most of them crossed out. I started crying, because I had indeed said that Nintendo was cool, but I meant the new Nintendo, not the old Game Boy. However, Grandpa didn't know the difference. He just knew his grandson wanted one, and he wasn't going to let his Alzheimer's stop him, so he wrote a note to himself to be reminded. I was heartbroken and went home. I pulled the Game Boy out from my drawer, then wiped my tears and turned it on. There was one file already saved, called "Just Playing It First to Make Sure It Works." I realized Grandpa figured out the controls despite his Alzheimer's, just so the present was perfect for me. I loaded up the saved file and saw the character that Grandpa had created was called Mike. I started crying again, and the next day, I proudly brought the Game Boy into school and didn't let anyone laugh at me. My dad walked into the shop as I was about to get my hair cut and sat down, then started staring at my barber with this crazy look I'd never seen before. I asked him if he was okay, but he ignored me and told the barber, "Shave an S into my son's head right now." I protested because I didn't want that, but my dad clenched his jaw. "I don't care what he wants. Shave the S, right now." The barber looked at me confused, and I just nodded. He shaved the S, and as soon as he did, my dad crossed his arms and pointed to a specific pair of scissors. "Now use those." My barber replied, "I can't. Those are right-handed scissors. I'm left-handed. I don't care. Use them anyway." My dad was tapping his foot angrily, and I could tell the barber was scared of him because he picked up the right-handed scissors and started cutting. I wanted to cry because my hair was getting ruined, and the barber was sweating and apologizing. "I'm sorry, kid. My right hand is also missing a pinky finger, so it's really hard to cut right." I looked over at my dad and saw him paying close attention to the barber's missing finger. Then I saw my little sister outside, standing at the window. What was she doing here? She looked closely at the barber, then back at my dad, and nodded slowly. My dad immediately stood up and started storming towards us. He yanked me out of the chair, then pulled the scissors out of the barber's hands. He pointed them towards the barber and told me, "Now leave. Wait outside until it's done." I instantly freaked out and asked him, "Please tell me what's going on." I said, "Go outside, right now." His voice shook with rage, and I slowly backed out of the barbershop, my legs trembling. But as soon as I stepped out, I saw my sister surrounded by police officers. She was showing them something on her hand. They nodded and walked into the barbershop and immediately arrested the barber. They walked him out, and I ran over to my dad begging begging him to explain. He revealed that my sister was taken last summer. They told me she was at camp so I wouldn't panic. My sister held up her hand, showing me the S-shaped burn scar on her wrist. It matched the S the barber had shaved into my head perfectly. That barber was the man who kidnapped your sister and held her hostage. She bit off his pinky and escaped. I'm sorry for messing up your haircut, but I hope you understand. My parents kicked me out, and it was the best day of my life. On my 18th birthday, my brother tore open a new pair of Jordans, while I got handed a trash bag of his old clothes with a homemade birthday card on top. My adoptive mom rolled her eyes. Nobody else loved you enough to sacrifice as much as we did for you. You should be more grateful. My dad said his favorite phrase, if you don't like it, get out. But this time, I stuffed everything I owned into the bag and walked out. I was halfway towards the park when my birthday card slipped out. I looked inside for money and saw someone left their number on the back. I recognized it as my aunt's. I texted her what happened. Now that you're 18, are you ready to meet your bio parents? She picked me up that night and handed me her phone. I've had this saved for 18 years. My bio mom's Facebook page. Every year on my birthday, she posted the same thing. My baby photo, my name, and please help me find my son. When my bio parents opened the front door, they hugged me tighter than anyone had before. My aunt drove off, and my mom walked me inside to a table full of food. But I started crying. Why did you give me up? She squeezed my hand. We were 16. Our parents didn't give us a choice, but we never stopped loving you. When I reached into my trash bag to grab tissue, my bio parents gasped. Are those your belongings? I told them that was everything I owned. They opened it up. Why don't you have nicer things? I shrugged. They spend most of the money on my brother. We've been sending them money every month for you for 18 years. My bio dad immediately pulled out his phone to call his lawyer. They sued my adoptive parents for every penny they stole, and my adoptive parents lost the house, so they had to sell all my brother's designer clothes just to survive. I got hearing aids to find out what my cool friends really thought of me. Growing up, I was the unpopular deaf kid in the back of class who talked with his hands, but somehow my best friends were the coolest group of guys in school. They got invited to every party and played varsity basketball, but they also learned sign language and stayed after school practicing until they got it right. Especially my best friend Cade. He wouldn't go to the parties unless I was invited, and even taught my crush Iris to sign hi, so when I waved at her in the halls, she could sign back. Then on my 16th birthday, my mom got me hearing aids. I heard the world around me for the first time. I walked toward Cade's locker to surprise him, but then I heard a female voice. We can't keep doing this behind his back. Cade and Iris were huddled together. They hadn't seen me, and I ducked around the corner and listened closer. Cade said, "What if he catches us?" And Iris replied, "He trusts you. Just don't let him see us together." I decided not to tell anyone about the hearing aids. I needed to know what they were really saying when they thought I couldn't understand them. The next few days were the worst of my life. Cade and Iris were constantly together, sometimes even sneaking off into the bathroom. Cade asked me, "What's wrong?" once at lunch because I seemed so off, and I almost punched him. I even stopped sitting with the rest of the friend group because they acted like nothing was wrong. Then 3 days later, I saw Cade and Iris again huddled closely. He's pulling away from me. I'm worried he saw us. Cade's jaw was tight. Iris touched his hand. "Just a bit longer. Don't let him catch on until Friday, please." Why Friday? I looked at my calendar and saw that this Friday, the school dance was taking place. I decided to confront them then. Friday night, I came into school ready. I spotted Cade across the hallway and started marching toward him. We made eye contact. I was about to tear him a new one, but then Iris suddenly stepped in front of me. What was she doing? I looked her in the eye and went to open my mouth, but she raised her hands and then started signing. Rough, shaky, barely readable, ASL. "I really like you," she signed. "Will you make me the happiest girl and go to the dance with me?" I stared in shock. Then I replied, "Yes," out loud, and her eyes went huge. I pulled back my hair and showed her the hearing aid. Cade immediately sprinted over, hitting lockers and jumping around. "Dude, you can hear." He hugged me so tight. The guys were right behind him. I realized Cade wasn't sneaking around with Iris. He was teaching her to sign so she could ask me out in my own language. I was eating some chocolates I found when my mom yelled, "Did you get those from my bedroom?" "Yeah," my fingers still covered. Mom's face went from confused to absolutely horrified. "Oh my God, oh my God." She was actually shaking, but I was confused. She grabbed my shirt. "How many did you eat?" "How many? I just had a few, Mom." But she was panting, already screaming for Dad. "Get in here now!" And when he ran in, he saw me with chocolate on my face watching cartoons, and Mom pointing at the box. He said, No, tell me he didn't. He ate them. He ate at least 5. Mom was crying. Dad grabbed the box, saying, "I thought I hid them in our bedroom. I just wanted to know what it was." "What's wrong with the chocolate?" They just kept muttering, "He's only 10, and who knows what this could do to him." But Dad tried to calm her down. "Wait, maybe it won't be that bad." "Are you kidding me right now? He's 9. My sister ran in, and when she read the box, she screamed, "Mom, you bought these? From that store?" My mom just grabbed my arm. "We're going to the hospital right now." And that's when I started crying because the hospital meant I had to be dying. The entire car ride there, my sister kept giggling. "This isn't funny. Your brother could, but she said, I know. I yelled, Mom, tell me what I ate. You're too young to understand, sweetie. Just breathe, okay? She dragged me into the doctor's office and whispered something to the nurse. Her eyes went wide. Oh, how many did he consume? She was already pushing buttons, calling for a doctor, making me sit in a wheelchair, even though my legs worked fine. The nurse started checking me. Any tingling, flushing, racing thoughts, unusual sensations? Then the doctor came in, shaking his head. He looked upset. He whispered something to my mom, and when she put her hands in her face, I decided it was enough. I yelled, what were they? The doctor just looked at me, not knowing what to say. Then my sister yelled, they were freaky chocolates. They were so embarrassed, even the nurse laughed at them, and I can never look at my parents the same now. I pulled into the last disabled parking spot, and a man marched to my window with his arms crossed, pointing at the sign, telling me to move because he could barely walk, while I clearly wasn't actually disabled. I looked back, and my daughter was pale in the back seat. She has severe PTSD, and confrontation makes her completely shut down. I told him the spot was for her, but he leaned down and looked into the back seat, looking her up and down and saying she looked fine to him. I heard my daughter's breathing getting faster, so I turned and said, it's okay, sweetheart. But he started making faces at her, asking if sweetheart was scared because daddy was lying about her invisible disability. I told him to walk away, but he pointed at my daughter's legs and said she had no wheelchair, no crutches, and was just too lazy to walk an extra 50 feet when people who could barely stand like him actually needed this space. My daughter tried to speak up between gasps. I'm not lazy, but he put his hand in her face. I wasn't talking to you. I wanted to hit him and clenched my fist around the steering wheel, but he noticed. He stepped back and said, go ahead, hit me. I've had 4 surgeries on my knees and can't walk. I'll sue you for everything you have. But then I looked and saw his knees didn't have any surgical scars. I was about to point it out, but he pulled out his phone and shoved it at my daughter's face. Smile, sweetheart. You're about to be famous for being a fraud. She started crying. Stop, please stop. I couldn't take it and slapped the phone out of his hand. It skidded under a car, but instead of confronting me, he sprinted over and crouched into a squat completely effortlessly. He crawled under the car, and the only thing visible were his legs sticking out into the lane. I got out and wrapped my arms around my daughter. She buried her face in my chest, but then I heard her laugh. She pointed over my shoulder, and when I turned around, a white SUV was backing into the spot where his legs were sticking out. He turned his head from under the car and realized what was happening, but it was too late. The SUV rolled onto his calf, and I heard a crunch. He screamed, and his hands clawed at the pavement. The driver's face was horrified, and she hit the brakes, and the SUV was now chilling on his leg. Not knowing what to do, the driver reversed back off of his leg. I heard a second crunch. My daughter pointed at him. You wanted to be disabled? You got it, mister. After gym class, I opened my locker and saw a note taped inside. Check your backpack, then meet in the east stairwell in 2 minutes or I call police. I opened my bag and saw a handgun. I freaked out. I had 90 seconds to make it to the other end of the school before being reported. I sprinted, and when I reached the east stairwell, a kid was waiting for me. I recognized him instantly. The rich kid. He had no friends and always posted videos of guns and school bombings, but nothing was done because of his family's money. He told me, you're Mr. Rick's lab aide. You have the key to the chemistry storage room, right? I nodded. He smiled. Good. Open it during next period and walk away. I wanted to tell him no, I wasn't doing it, but he pulled out his phone and typed 911. I knew I had no choice. 5 minutes later, I was in class and raised my hand, telling Mr. Rick I needed to go organize the storage room. He smiled wide and gave me a thumbs up, and I walked to the storage room. I scanned my key and opened it, but then I decided not to walk away. I slid behind the back shelf and waited because I needed to know what this was about. A few minutes later, the door opened, and instead of the kid, it was Mr. Rick. He walked in carrying an empty briefcase and started pulling bottles off shelves. Potassium nitrate, sulfur, metal powders. My stomach dropped because those were the chemicals needed to make bombs. But why would he be taking them? And why did the kid send me to open this door? I thought about it and then realized Mr. Rick had massive gambling debt. He always joked about needing a second job. The kid's parents were rich. Rick was getting paid to make him a bomb. And then something else hit me. My name was on the access logs of the storage unit, not Mr. Rick's. Meaning, if anyone noticed the missing chemicals, the system would point to me. I was only here to take the fall. Rick locked the briefcase and walked out without seeing me, but I slipped out and followed. At the end of the corridor, I saw him meet the kid and show him the briefcase. The kid laughed, and Rick held up 5 fingers. They walked into the nearest empty chemistry lab, and I crept up to the door. I looked in and saw them combining the chemicals from the briefcase. I was now certain they were making a bomb. I sprinted to the principal's office, bursting in and telling him what was happening. I didn't care if they found the gun anymore. This was more important. He hit the emergency button, and 2 security guards responded immediately. All of us ran to the lab, and right as we got there, Rick and the kid were coming out with the briefcase. They saw us, and their faces went pale. They tried to walk away, but the guards grabbed them and forced them back into the lab. The principal pointed at the briefcase. "Open it!" Rick shook his head. The guard pulled out a gun and aimed it at Rick. Rick went even whiter and put in the code. Everyone tensed, expecting a timer. Instead, we saw 5 handmade firework shells packed in foam. His father asked me to make fireworks for his birthday, Rick said. It's not a bomb. Everyone exhaled. But then the kid spoke. What? No, I told you I was gonna set them off in class. The guards tackled him. When I saw Kimberly walking out of the boys' bathroom, I asked, "What were you doing in there?" She instantly froze. I wasn't. I just accidentally went through the wrong door. But I knew that wasn't the truth. I was about to open it when she grabbed my arm. No, don't. You can't go in there. And before I could even ask her why, I heard someone crying. What was that? I don't know. Maybe it's best if we don't go in there. But I pushed the door open as she said, "No." Someone whispered, "Is someone there? Please help me." I pushed open the stall door and saw Leslie Reddick sitting on the floor holding a bunch of towels. I gasped, realizing she was pregnant and her water broke. "Please, help me." Her dad was our gym teacher, and I knew if he found out his daughter was giving birth at school, things would get messy. Just then, Kimberly burst through the door with the school nurse, and as soon as she looked at Leslie, she gasped, "Please, just don't let my dad see me." The nurse turned to me. "You, go keep watch outside. Make sure nobody comes in here and sees her." "What? We need to get her to a hospital." "There's no time, just go." I stepped outside trying to keep watch until a group of guys walked up to me all holding vapes. They tried to walk into the bathroom, but I stopped them. "No, you can't go vape in there." They looked confused. "What? Why?" But before I could make up some excuse, we all heard it. A scream from inside the bathroom. I thought, oh no, the baby must be coming. They said, "Whoa, what's happening in there?" "Nothing, I swear. Just go use the bathroom upstairs." But then more people started crowding around. "Who's screaming? I have to pee so bad." This was bad. But then I saw him. Mr. Reddick was coming down the hallway. He walked up to the crowd with this confused look on his face and asked, "Has anyone seen my daughter?" Oh no. I had to make up a lie fast, but before I could say anything, we all heard Leslie. "Oh my God! Ah!" One of the girls said, "Hey, that kinda sounds like her in there." Mr. Reddick realized it was her and shoved past me. Oh no. We heard him yell, "What is this?" But they still had no idea what was happening until we heard Mr. Reddick yell, "Who's the father? Is it Felix? I swear I'll kill him." Everyone gasped and looked at Felix. He had been dating Leslie for 9 months, and it all perfectly added up. He was sweating and started backing up. But then the door burst open, and we saw Mr. Reddick standing there. You could see the veins in his forehead. We heard the nurse yelling, "Come on, push!" Then we heard crying from inside the bathroom. Mr. Reddick yelled, "You got her pregnant!" But Felix panicked and turned, running down the hallway. Mr. Reddick took off after him like a track star. He caught up and tackled him to the ground, just as we saw Leslie come out of the bathroom holding something. "Dad, no!" Mr. Reddick pinned him to the ground and instantly started swinging, completely destroying Felix's face. Everyone panicked and pulled him off, and by the time they held him back, Leslie was crying. She yelled, "Dad, it's not his!" And when she said that, everyone went silent. Mr. Reddick stopped struggling, and even Felix looked up from the ground. Everyone's eyes went to the baby, and that's when we all saw it. Because even though Felix's face was beaten and purple, he was white. And when we saw the baby, it was definitely black. Everybody gasped when Roxanne walked into class without hair for the first time, because we all found out she had cancer. She started wearing a wig, and everyone felt horrible, except for the 2 guys behind her. They'd always make fun of her, until one of them started acting really friendly. I thought it was weird, but by the time I noticed why, it was already too late. She raised her hand to go to the bathroom, and I saw the fishing hook in her hair, and as she stood up, they were both laughing. I tried to stop them, but when she walked to the front, they pulled it. Her wig flew off in front of everybody, and she immediately clutched her head and started crying. She was battling cancer, and these guys had the audacity to do this. I knew I couldn't just sit there, so at lunch that day, I told everyone on my football team what I saw, and when we found those 2 guys, they both weren't expecting it. The teachers had to pull us off, and the police had to arrest us all. And when we went to the principal's office, I told her everything. We were getting ready to get suspended, expelled, but when she stood up, she pulled off her wig, showing us she didn't have hair. We were all shocked, and she told us she was proud for sticking up for the girl. But since violence was never the answer, we were suspended for a week. Those 2 guys had to choose between being expelled and shaving their heads. Roxanne laughed the hardest. My twin brother Chris and I were 9 when we learned Morse code. We tapped messages under the dinner table when Mom told us to stop talking and tapped through the wall between our bedrooms every night. When Chris got into a car accident and the doctor said he'd never wake up, I pulled up a chair next to his bed, took his hand, and tapped. "Are you there?" Nothing. But I came back the next afternoon and tapped again. Before I left, I always said the same thing. "See you tomorrow, Chris." A week later, Chris's fingers twitched against mine, and I almost fell out of my chair. I grabbed a nurse and she barely looked up. They're reflexes. It doesn't mean anything. I bought a notebook the next day and started writing down every single one. 4 months in, Mom watched me scribbling and said, "How long are you gonna keep doing this?" "Until he taps back." "He's not gonna tap back. You're talking to a corpse." Dad lasted a few more months before he pulled me into the hallway. "We need to talk about donating your brother's organs. His fingers move every time I hold his hand, Dad." bad. The nurses said those are reflexes. Stop getting your hopes up, son. I don't care what the nurses say. You're not donating my brother's organs. But a week later, my parents called to have Chris transferred to a long-term facility to die and scheduled a meeting to sign the papers. The afternoon before the meeting, I tapped into his palm like always, but this time, something tapped back. Short, short, short. Long, long, long. Short, short, short. SOS. I grabbed his hand. Chris, if that's you, squeeze once. He squeezed so hard my knuckles cracked. I stormed into the meeting room and told them my brother just responded to me. The caseworker said, "This is very common with families who aren't ready to let go." My parents nodded. I grabbed the transfer papers off the table. "You're not signing anything until you come see for yourself." I walked them to Chris's bed and grabbed his hand. "Ask him anything." The caseworker asked what year it was. Chris squeezed out the answer. Count to 5. 5 perfect squeezes. His mother's name, tapped out letter by letter. By the 10th question, she said, "He's still alive. We can't move him." Weeks later, I asked Chris what kept him fighting when everyone gave up. Heard mom call me a corpse. Heard dad say donate my organs. Heard all of them leave, except you. I asked why. I wanted to see you too. The second my mom pulled up to my school, I saw she was mad. And as soon as I opened the car door, she held up my report card. "Are you kidding me? Not a single A on here." I tried to tell her I was sorry. I tried my best. She threw it at me. "Maybe if you didn't stay up all night tapping that dumb secret code on your brother's wall, you'd actually be able to focus." I felt my heart beating. I pulled out my phone to text my brother. "Mom's really mad. I think she might," but she grabbed it from my hand. Always on this stupid phone too. I could see her face turning red. But when I looked forward, "Mom, watch out." She saw the car too and screamed. It smashed right into us. Glass was everywhere and I hit my head. I didn't know where I was. I tried to open my eyes, but nothing was moving. Then I heard someone, "Listen, kid, he's never gonna wake up." "No, please, he has to." It was my brother. I tried moving my hands, screaming. Nothing worked. But then someone tapped my hand. I instantly recognized it. "Chris, are you there?" I squeezed my hand as hard as I could, but it didn't move. But he stood up. "See you tomorrow, Chris." I felt a tear roll down my cheek. Someone else came in. "We should just pull the plug. I'm not paying for a vegetable. We'll get more money from donating anyways." It was my mom. She was talking about selling me, but I was still here. Jake came back, tapping about his day. I knew I had to warn him. I squeezed my arm. It felt like concrete. "Please, anything. They'll kill me." Then it twitched. He gasped. He ran out to grab them. "That's just a reflex." "No, it's him. You're talking to a corpse." That night, I heard my mom. "He's gone. We need to pull the plug." I tried to move. Then, my shoulder twitched. My dad screamed. He moved." They were silent. "If he wakes up, we get nothing. We need to get that paperwork signed." They ran out, and I knew I didn't have long. I felt someone tap my hand again. "Chris, please wake up. They're gonna kill you." I squeezed. I needed a miracle. Then, my fingers moved. I said the first thing I thought of. SOS. "Chris, I knew it!" He instantly ran out of the room. "Guys, he's awake! He's awake!" They rushed in. I squeezed their hands. They saw it all. I heard my mom. "He's still alive. We can't move him." But I knew what she said. That night, I tapped it all out to my brother as he wrote it down. He couldn't believe it. Then, when I finally opened my eyes, they gasped. My mom hugged me. "Honey, you're alive!" But I didn't hug her back. The doors opened behind them, and when the cops walked in, my parents looked nervous. "What's going on? Can we help you?" They were pissed. They slammed them both in handcuffs, and when they looked, Jake was holding up everything I said. I could barely move my arm, but used all my strength to raise my hand, then my middle finger. A teenager stumbled into my gas station at midnight and said, "My parents are trying to kill me. Please let me hide." He was erratic and shaking, and I instantly noticed the welts on his arms. Suddenly, headlights pulled into the parking lot outside, and the kid started crying. "That's them." He immediately ran behind me and into the back room, and I gave him a baseball bat to protect himself in case something goes wrong. As soon as I closed the back door, the parents walked in. The dad immediately started scanning the store, and the mom asked me, "Please, have you seen our son?" She put a missing person poster on the counter, and I recognized it as the boy immediately. I shook my head and told her no, but then she pointed to the camera above me. "Can I check the footage just in case? He's not well. If he told you something, he's lying." I replied that the security footage was private, so I couldn't access it. But that's when the dad stepped behind the counter and looked at the back room. "Is there anyone else in this store?" I blocked his path and said no, but I was sweating, and I could tell he didn't believe me. Suddenly, I heard a crash from the back room where the teenage boy was. I tried to think quickly and told the dad it was just a raccoon, but then I heard another crash. Before I could do anything else, the dad shoved me aside and opened the back door. The teenage boy was still there, for some reason now smashing everything with the bat. The shelves were broken and stock was spilled across the floor. He turned around and his eyes locked onto me and he screamed, "I know you locked me in here to kill me. I won't let you." I froze because I didn't understand, but the boy was already running towards me and swinging the bat directly at my head. I closed my eyes and braced for impact, but then suddenly I felt something hit the floor. The dad had tackled the boy and was on the ground pinning him down, fighting to keep him restrained. The mom quickly pulled out medical papers from her bag and gave them to me, then dropped to her son, repeating, "It's okay, no one wants to hurt you." I looked down at the papers and read that the boy had paranoid schizophrenia. I looked down at him, now scratching his arms like crazy, and realized I'd handed a lethal weapon to someone who saw me as a target, and the parents I tried to stop were the only reason he didn't kill me. The vet told me my dog was going blind and there was nothing I could do. His favorite thing in the world was playing catch in our backyard, but within 2 weeks he couldn't even stand. He'd sit in the same corner all day shaking because the darkness made him too scared to move, so I lined the center of my floor with sticky tape. The first day I placed him on it and slowly dragged him along. He whimpered the whole way, but over time he learned that the tape meant safety. I started bolting different wooden shapes to the floor around the house, and soon he was using the shapes and the tape to navigate freely. But there was still something missing. I looked at my backyard and figured there had to be a way to play catch. I bought scent markers and placed them at different sections of the yard. I brought him out, and by now he was brave enough to navigate uncertainty. We spent 3 weeks smelling every inch 1,000 times over. Then one day, I grabbed his favorite ball. I sprayed it with a scent marker, let him smell it, and threw it. He took off running. It took him a moment, but he found it. He brought it back with the biggest grin and dropped it at my feet, turning around and signaling to throw again. Every time it rained, my dad pulled over and sat in silence for exactly 5 minutes. Didn't matter where we were or how late we'd be. Rain hit the windshield and he'd pull to the shoulder, put the car in park, and just sit there with his hands on the wheel. My sister and I would groan from the back seat. "Safety first, schedule second," he'd say without turning around. Mom would nod like stopping on a highway in the middle of a downpour was the most normal thing in the world. When my friends asked where I was, I'd text back, "Dad's doing his rain thing again." The day I got my own car, I swore I'd never stop for rain. After he passed, I was helping my mom clean out his garage and found a small wooden box on the top shelf behind his old uniforms. Inside was a purple heart and a folded letter in his handwriting. The first line said, "If you're reading this, I didn't make it home." Turns out his convoy was caught in a rainstorm in Afghanistan. 3 vehicles in a line. My dad stopped for 5 minutes to check something suspicious on the road. The vehicle in front kept going. It hit a landmine half a mile ahead, and everyone inside was killed. My dad watched the smoke rise through the rain on his windshield. If it weren't for those 5 minutes, he wouldn't have come home. The same 5 minutes my sister and I groaned through every time the sky opened up. Every time he stopped, he was honoring his fallen friends. It was the only promise he could keep for those who didn't make it back to their families. I put the letter back in the box, walked out to my car, and just sat there. Now when it rains, I pull over. "I'm sorry, Dad." I was cleaning my daughter's room when her diary fell open on the floor. I went to close it until I saw the first page. It was titled The Plan, and on the left, there was a razor taped to the page. Below was a calendar with June 23rd circled in red. Inside, I read the words, "Mom's death anniversary. Dad, if you're reading this, it's already too late. I'm sorry. I love you." My hand started shaking as I jumped to the worst conclusion. Because June 23rd was today's date, and my daughter wasn't home. So I immediately looked at Find My iPhone and saw her location moving along the edge of the Brooklyn Bridge. I sprinted to my car and drove 40 miles over the speed limit, running multiple red lights because I couldn't let her die at 16. My mind was racing with all the signs I missed. She'd sold almost all her clothes and every expensive thing she owned, and for some reason, I believed her when she told me it was for concert tickets. She'd barely been taking care of herself, going months without cutting her hair. So when I finally got close to the bridge, I pulled over and sprinted out into running traffic to find her. When I finally saw her, she was standing there, looking out to the water. I frantically picked her up and ran to my car without a second thought, and when we were finally together, she looked horrified. "Dad, what are you doing here? Why are you so panicked?" I took out her diary. "I found this while cleaning your room. I thought you were dead." Her hand went over her mouth. "Dad, no. Oh my gosh. No, that's not what that meant." I still didn't know what was going on until she took off her hat. She was bald. "Juliana, what is going on?" Since it's Mom's 1-year anniversary since she died from leukemia, I wanted to save money and donate my hair in honor of her. I was on the bridge to scatter her ashes. She pointed at the page. "That razor blade is the one that Mom used to shave her hair for the last time. I kept it." I completely broke down crying because I spent the whole drive thinking I'd failed her. But she'd already become the woman her mother raised her to be. My son buried his face into my uniform, sobbing, "You're alive. You're alive. Mommy said you died." I came home from my deployment, and my 6-year-old hit me at the knees so hard I almost fell over. I looked up at my wife. She backed away from me. "You weren't supposed to be here yet." I carried my son toward her, and she grabbed my arm on the stairs. "Please just let me explain." I kept walking. His bedroom door was open. His walls were covered in drawings of a soldier with angel wings. Every single one said, "I miss you, Daddy." I put him in his bed bed and he grabbed my sleeve. "Don't leave again." I told him I wasn't going anywhere. I walked down the hall. Our bedroom door was cracked and there was a man in his boxers sitting on the edge of my bed. He saw me in uniform and his whole body locked up. He looked at my wife, then at me. "She told me you were dead. I went to your funeral." He stood up shaking. "I moved in here because she said your son needed a father figure." He looked back at her. "Was any of it real?" She stood in the doorway crying and didn't say a word. He put on his clothes, grabbed his bag, and walked to the front door. He stopped and looked at me. "I'm sorry about all of this." I told him he didn't owe me an apology. He nodded and walked out. I looked at my wife. "You need to go too." She opened her mouth. Now, she grabbed her keys and left. My son was standing at the top of the stairs in his pajamas, holding one of his angel drawings. I picked him up and he whispered, "I never believed her. I kept drawing you so I wouldn't forget your face." A woman in Target told me to take off my hoodie and give it to her son. I was in the checkout line wearing my Minecraft hoodie when a kid ran over and said, "Mom, that's Minecraft, I want it." She walked over, looked me up and down, and said, "Give it to my son." I told her no, and that my little brother gave it to me before he passed away. She didn't even blink. "I don't care. You're a grown man wearing a kid's video game. Give it to my son. He'd actually appreciate it." I almost laughed. "I'm not giving you my hoodie." She didn't move. "Just hand it over, and I'll pay you $10 for it. I just told you my brother gave me this before he died. It's not for sale." She rolled her eyes. $20, final offer. I said no, and tried to step around her, but she grabbed the bottom of my hoodie and pulled. I yanked it back and held it against my chest. "Don't touch me." Everyone in line went quiet. She turned around and screamed for the manager. "This man has been bothering my son since we got in line. He keeps showing off his shirt trying to get my kid's attention. I want him removed." Her son was standing right there looking confused. The manager walked over, and before I could say a word, she pointed at me. "He's harassing my child. Check the cameras if you don't believe me." So he did. The manager came back with a security guard and walked right past me and stopped in front of her. "Ma'am, the camera shows you approaching this customer, grabbing his clothing, and causing a disturbance. He never touched or spoke to your child." She didn't say anything. "We're going to need you to leave the store." She started yelling that the footage was wrong and that I started it, but the security guard was already walking her toward the door. She tripped over the curb on the way out and ate concrete. Her son looked down at her and said, "Mom, I didn't ask you to do all that." The cashier rang up my groceries, looked at my hoodie, and said, "Cool shirt, by the way." I looked down at the little creeper face on the sleeve, and for a second, I could hear my brother laughing at the whole thing. "Thanks," I said. "It's my favorite." My mom burst out crying because my little brother Andrew had been in bed for weeks. He had brain cancer, and my dad said, "Only a miracle can save him now." We all cried together, but when my little sister Tess overheard this, she got an idea. She broke open her secret piggy bank and snuck out the back door. She walked to the pharmacy, and when she walked in, she shouted, "Hey, I need help!" The pharmacist was confused, but walked over and asked, "What do you need help with?" "My brother's really sick. Daddy says he needs a miracle." "How much do miracles cost?" The pharmacist was confused. He laughed and said, "I'm sorry, but we don't sell miracles here." Tess was frustrated and started to cry, but someone tapped her shoulder. A man standing behind her asked, "Hey there, what kind of miracle does your brother need?" Tess looked up at him. "Well, Daddy says he needs a brain operation, but they can't pay for it. I was gonna use my own money to help," but she sighed, knowing she couldn't get one. "Well, how much money do you have?" Tess held up her piggy bank and pulled out a few coins from her pocket. She counted $1.11. She was about to cry, knowing it wasn't enough. But then, the man smiled and said, "Actually, you're in luck, because that's exactly how much miracles cost." She had no idea, but the man was a neurosurgeon and did the operation for free. My mom said, "That surgery was a miracle. I wonder how much it would have cost us." Tess smiled, because she knew exactly how much a miracle cost. Someone wrote "Hi" on the fogged-up mirror in the boys' showers, and the next morning, our principal bolted shower timers into every stall. Then he got on the intercom and announced, "Due to vandalism in the locker room, boys now have 5 minutes to shower." We hated it immediately, and a guy proved why when he walked into biology with shampoo still in his hair yelling, "5 minutes isn't enough." After a week of stepping out half-soaked, one kid said, "If we can't shower properly, why shower at all?" And that's how we all stopped showering. By Friday, a teacher opened her windows in February claiming, "Fresh air helps concentration," but she was breathing through her mouth. By week 2, guys were dousing themselves in Axe body spray, but mixed with the body odor created a toxic cloud that made your eyes water. The cafeteria workers started wearing those painter's masks. My mom started making me walk home from school. When parents called to complain, the principal sent out an email about natural consequences for vandalism. Everything exploded when we ran the mile and 300 sweaty boys crammed back into a building with no AC. The smell made a teacher projectile vomit into the trash can, which made a girl puke on the floor. Within 10 minutes, the floor was covered in puke. That afternoon, the principal got on the intercom and announced, "Showers are now extended to 30 minutes. Someone wrote another, "Hi," and nobody said a word. My vegan daughter told me if I didn't stop cooking bacon, she was moving out. I made extra the next morning just to see if she was serious. house. She was 16. She wasn't going anywhere, and neither was my bacon. The first week she'd come downstairs every morning, stand in the kitchen with her arms crossed, and watch me cook. I'd slide a plate of bacon across the counter and tell her it was still warm if she changed her mind. She'd push it back and go, "Do you even care that an animal died for that?" I told her it died delicious and kept eating. Second week she switched tactics and came down with her phone out recording me, telling me she was posting it online to show everyone what an animal abuser her father was. I looked directly into the camera, took a bite of bacon, and winked. She called me a fascist and stomped upstairs. Third week she came downstairs with a poster board covered in pictures of baby pigs with "bacon equals murder" written in huge red letters, and stood next to the stove holding it while I cooked. When I didn't react, she started making squealing noises that the neighbors could probably hear through the walls. I told her to knock it off or she was grounded, and she looked me dead in the eye and said, "Ground me then. At least pigs in factory farms get better treatment than I do in this house." I bit my tongue so hard, trying not to laugh. The next morning, every package of bacon in the fridge was gone because she'd thrown it all in the garbage disposal. I drove to the store before work, bought twice as much, and that night I cooked an entire pound until the whole house smelled like bacon for hours. She went and sat in the backyard to get away from the smell, and I thought I'd won. But the next week she bought her own pack of vegan bacon and started cooking it right next to mine every morning without saying a word. Saturday morning I came downstairs early to start cooking, and the kitchen light was already on. My daughter was standing at the stove in her pajamas with 3 strips of real bacon in the pan. She didn't even turn around. The fake stuff wasn't even close. I sat down at the table and didn't say a thing. Some battles you don't need to win out loud. "You're late." I looked up, and 5 kids in matching black hoodies were staring at me. One of them slid me a burrito, and they all took a bite at the exact same time. I froze with my fork halfway to my mouth. The kid at the end of the table glanced at the cafeteria doors. A teacher walked in, and every phone at the table switched to a calculator app at the same time. The teacher passed. Phones flipped back. The kid across from me leaned over. "Good reflexes. You're in." I'd been at this school for 20 minutes. I didn't even know what I was in. By Wednesday, a sticky note showed up inside my textbook. Operation Thursday, Hallway B during 3rd period, bring gum. I bought a whole pack and showed up not knowing what I was walking into. They handed me a stack of papers and pointed me toward the door. "You're on lookout, and if anyone comes down that hallway, you whistle and we're gone." My heart was pounding like I was robbing a bank. I stood at the end of the hallway while they went desk to desk in room 203, sticking papers under every seat with the gum. Friday, the leader pulled me into a stairwell and handed me a black hoodie. "You didn't run, and you didn't ask questions, so welcome to the shadows." The following Monday, he told me to meet at the library after school. I walked in, expecting some kind of underground headquarters, and found 6 kids in black hoodies, sitting around a table covered in flashcards, open textbooks, and color-coded notes. One of them was walking a freshman through fractions on a whiteboard. I just stood there. The leader looked up and smiled. "Those papers we stuck under the desks were study guides for kids who can't afford tutoring. What did you think we were doing?" I looked at the calculator app still open on their phones, the synchronized snack break happening in the corner, the black hoodies hunched over homework. All of it was the most dramatic study group in the history of high school. Next semester, a new kid sat at our table looking terrified. I slid him a burrito without looking up. "You're late." When my cousin got rejected from state, I leaned back in my chair and said, "Maybe community college is more your speed." Jake went red and left the room without a word. Everyone who was comforting him just looked up at me in disbelief. My mom pulled a tiny notebook out of her purse and slid it across the table. "Since you have so much to say, for the next 48 hours you can write it down, but you're not allowed to speak. Any dumb thing you have to say goes in here because I don't want to hear it." I wrote, "This is stupid," in big letters and held it up. She looked at what I'd written and smiled. "Clock starts now." By the time I got to school the next morning, I'd already filled 10 pages with everything I wanted to say and couldn't. A kid dumped chocolate milk on my shoes in the cafeteria, and I sat there filling another page while he walked off laughing with his friends. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was write faster and harder until the pen almost tore through the paper. At lunch, my friend started telling a story about her weekend, and I reached for the notebook to write my version because I had a better one. But then I stopped. She was smiling. The whole table was leaning in. She kept going, and everyone laughed at the punchline. And I realized she'd never gotten to finish a story when I was around because I always jumped in with mine. That one sat with me. By Tuesday, I stopped writing what I wanted to say and started writing what I was seeing. Jake's shoulders dropped every time someone mentioned college, and I'd never noticed because I was always the one talking over it. My dad rubbed his eyes when people argued at dinner, and I'd never seen it because I was usually the the one arguing. I'd been cutting people off mid-sentence my whole life, and the only reason I finally saw it was because for the first time my mouth was shut. Every page in that notebook was someone I'd been too loud to see. Wednesday night, my parents sat me down and handed me the notebook. The 48 hours were over, and I could talk again. But for the first time in my life, I didn't know what to say. I flipped through pages of things I'd wanted to scream, picked up the phone, and called Jake. The first thing I ever wrote in that notebook was, "This is stupid." The first thing I said out loud was, "I'm sorry." You know, every year he looks more and more like the mailman. My uncle said it before I even sat down, and the whole table laughed. My brother Ryan pulled out the chair next to Dad, same jawline, same green eyes, and I took my usual spot at the end. "Are you sure you weren't switched at birth?" Ryan said, sliding me a dinner roll. My parents laughed like it was the first time they'd heard it. My dad wiped his eyes. The boy got into a better school than Ryan, and I told him he must have inherited brains from whoever his real father is. The table cracked up. Ryan pointed at me with his fork. "Face it, bro, you're the mailman's kid, but tonight we settle it for good." He stood up and pulled a box out from under his chair. He handed out DNA test kits and grinned at me. "Can't wait to finally prove which mailman you belong to." My mom went quiet. "I don't think we need to waste money on that." My dad laughed. "Hand them out." We swabbed our cheeks between bites of ham. 6 weeks later, we were back at the same table for Sunday dinner. When the results hit our phones, Ryan counted down from 3. He opened his and stopped scrolling. "This has to be a mistake." Ryan showed up as a half-sibling. Every match on Dad's side connected to me, not him. My dad turned to my mom. "Who is Ryan's father?" She started crying. "Leonard." My dad stood up so fast his chair hit the wall. "The mailman? You actually slept with the mailman?" 23 years of jokes and every single one of them was true, just aimed at the wrong kid. I stood up and grabbed my jacket. My mom grabbed my arm. "We need to talk about this as a family." That's funny because I've never really been part of this family until about 5 minutes ago. I walked out the front door, sat in my car, and for the first time in 23 years, I was the one laughing. Right as I sat down in my seat, I felt a sharp thud in my back. I tried to ignore it, but it happened again. Boom, boom. I turned around and saw a 12-year-old kid kicking the back of my seat. He looked at me and kicked it again. I turned to his mom. "Hey, can you get your kid to stop that?" She just looked at him, patted him on the head, and kept scrolling on her phone. I sat back down, but again, bang, bang, bang. I felt my fists clench. I stood up again and said, "Hey, get your kid under control." She didn't even look. She had noise-canceling headphones. I was about to lose it. The flight attendant saw, "Is there a problem here?" The kid kicked my seat again, and she said, "Ma'am, can you get your child to stop?" She nodded yes, but the second she walked away, he started kicking again. I yelled, "Stop!" but he just stuck his tongue out and yelled, "Loser." His mom laughed and said, "He just won his soccer championship. Let him have some fun, you lowlife. Now sit back down like the peasant you are." She put her headphones back on, and I knew I couldn't hold back. I walked out to the row behind them and sat down in the empty seat behind the kid. Then I raised my legs and started kicking the kid's seat as hard as I could. He instantly started screaming, and his mom stood up. "Hey, stop that!" I kept kicking, harder. He started crying, and his mom's face was turning red. She screamed for a flight attendant, and she ran back over. "He's harassing us!" I kept kicking, and the flight attendant was trying not to laugh. His mom was crying now too. Then, I stood up and went back to my seat, and for the rest of the flight, it was peaceful bliss. I grabbed the last toy soldier for my son, and a security guard was in my face. I was gonna get that for my kid. Get something else. The nerve of this guy. "Sorry, my son mowed lawns for a month to save up for this." He turned cold. Entitled Beach. "Excuse me? You're the type that cries like a little baby when he doesn't get his way." I thought to myself, I'm a Marine. You could say a lot of things about me. A crybaby isn't one of them. I thought about responding, then decided against it, and walked away. That's what I figured. Any sign of conflict, and you fold like the little beach I thought you were. I hesitated for a second, then kept walking. At checkout, I felt him watching me. Sure enough, he pushed through the line, badge out, hand on his taser. "Sir, come with me, right now." Every customer stared at me like I'd already been convicted. "Excuse me? I watched you steal something. Don't make this difficult." "Fine, get your manager." The rent-a-cop pulled me into the tiny back office, a metaphor for his tiny dick. He told his idiot manager that he watched me steal something and put it back when I saw him coming. A blatant lie. The manager bought every word and informed me I was going on a watch list and banned from the store. The rent-a-dork got right in my face and smiled like he'd won a trophy. I was about to make a decision I couldn't take back when Sally from Home Goods walked in. "Sir, I actually saw and heard the whole exchange between these two, and the customer is telling the truth. He never tried to steal anything." The rent-a-dweeb turned white. The manager apologized and gave me 50% off my entire purchase. I loaded loaded the cart with everything my son could want with the last toy soldier on top. On the way out, I watched the rent-a-turd get fired. A week later, I saw him on the local news, caught stealing the exact same toy soldier from another store. Some people never learn. My parents walked into my room mid-game and unplugged my console. My dad held up my report card with a D in algebra and said, "No more games until your grades come up." The next day, I walked into the kitchen and told him my friend started a study group at his house. My dad dropped me off that first night and watched me walk in with my backpack. He saw textbooks on the table and drove away smiling. My friend's mom sat us down and made us do homework for the first hour. The second that hour was up, my friend turned on Fortnite and we gamed for the rest of the night. When my dad picked me up, he asked how it went. I told him we studied the whole time. He squeezed my shoulder and said, "That's my boy." Every night after that, he'd pull up during the first hour and peek through the window. Textbooks out, homework spread across the table. By the time we switched to Fortnite, he was long gone. One night, my friend's mom came outside and told him, "Your son's been making my boy actually do his homework. He never used to." After that, my dad stopped getting out of the car. He'd just honk, and I'd come out. One night, I looked out the window, and my dad was walking up the driveway carrying a box of pizza. He was coming inside to thank my friend's parents. I jumped off the couch. I slapped my friend's arm, and he yelled, "Grab the math books." We threw the controllers under the couch cushions and had textbooks open by the time the front door opened. My dad walked in with the pizza grinning. He looked at the table covered in math books and started beaming. He pulled out his phone and took a photo of me pointing at equations in a calculus textbook. I still had a D in algebra. I just nodded and kept pointing like I knew what I was talking about while our Fortnite characters were getting eliminated in the background. My dad sent the photo to my mom, and she called me that night crying about how proud she was. He went back to honking from the driveway. To them, I was a math tutor, but really, I was top 10 in Fortnite. My 12-year-old sister and I were home alone upstairs when we heard the front door burst open. A voice I didn't recognize yelled, "Fire, fire, get out!" But I didn't smell fire, and anything that could have caused one was turned off. I realized whoever this was trying to lure us out. I crept towards the door and locked it, but when I looked over at my sister, she was shaking like she knew something I didn't. Suddenly, I heard footsteps slowly coming up the stairs. The handle started rattling like crazy, and the voice again yelled, "This is the fire department. Please come out." I looked out the window and didn't see a fire truck. I brought me and my sister to the ledge intending to climb out, but a white van I didn't recognize sat parked across the street. A man in the driver's seat was looking directly at me, almost like he was daring me to get out. My heart was racing, and my sister kept whispering for me to do something. The door handle rattling had now also stopped, which was somehow scarier. I pulled out my phone and called our dad. I told him everything and prayed he'd come quickly. That's when my sister grabbed my hand. She whispered she knows the person outside our door. It's the kid from school who was harassing her. I hugged her and grabbed a remote nearby, promising I'd protect her if he comes in. But then I smelled something, actual smoke coming from downstairs. I realized that's why the rattling had stopped. The kid had gone down and lit a real fire. My hands shook, but I didn't even have time to react before a hard kick rattled our door. Then another kick and another. My sister was sobbing, and I knew I had to stay calm for her. I told her, "Let's try the window again." We crept over, and the white van was now empty. This was our chance. I helped my sister onto the ledge, but when she looked down to start climbing, she went pale. The man from the van was right there, smiling at her. He grabbed the drain pipe on the wall and began climbing up. My sister jumped back in, and we just hugged, hearing our door splinter and accepting this was the end. We were going to die. But then I heard the squeal of tires. Our dad's car was in the driveway. He got out and sprinted, pulling the man off the drain pipe and hitting him over the head. Then he ran inside, not caring that the fire had spread so much it swallowed him immediately. Our door was barely holding on. The kid kicked one more time, and the hinges gave out. The door swung open. He had a knife raised above his head, and he lunged right at my sister like I wasn't even there. My heart dropped. My body reacted before my brain, and I jumped in front of my sister, preparing to get stabbed to save her life. The knife was inches away from my chest, when out of nowhere the kid stopped. His face fell, and he dropped to the floor completely. Blood started pooling from his back. I looked into the hallway, and saw my dad with his gun raised, and the smoke from the fire downstairs rising around him. All my friends ran up to me saying they just saw someone flirting with my girlfriend. I knew they weren't lying, and when I heard that, I immediately felt the rage boiling inside me. They told me he was in the library, and when I walked in, I saw him. He was scrawny, and I knew I'd kill him. I instantly walked up, grabbing his shirt, saying, "You were talking to my girl? I'll whoop your ass in front of everybody." And as soon as I said that, everyone around me heard. They immediately started chanting, "Fight, fight, fight," and a circle started to form around us. He was terrified, shaking because he was only 5'5" and skinny, but everyone was chanting. He had no choice and dropped his books. He raised his shaking fist to fight me, but just then, I noticed something. I saw his chemistry textbook book on the ground and realized it was the same one as my girlfriend's. And that's when it hit me. He was in a group project with her and wasn't actually flirting with her at all. I looked around, but everyone was already chanting. If I stopped the fight, I'd lose all my friends. They were all yelling at me to beat him up, so I just threw some super light punches to get it over with. I didn't mean to hurt him, but I accidentally hit him with one, and he immediately fell to the ground. Everyone went crazy, but I felt horrible. I knew this kid didn't deserve this at all, and looked like he was on the verge of tears. That's when I leaned down and whispered, "Get up, man. I'll let you win." He was confused, but got up. He started throwing a few extra weak punches, and I knew the crowd was suspicious. I tried to make it look real and dodge one, but just as I did, this kid threw an absolutely perfect left hook like he was Mike Tyson, and I accidentally leaned right into it. He hit me so hard I flew backwards, completely breaking my jaw. I hit the ground hard and heard everyone scream. Nobody could believe it, and even though I was rushed to the hospital, he thanked me for letting him win the fight. We've been best friends ever since. I was sitting in class when my friend passed me a note that said, "I stole $2,500 from the teacher. Help me hide it." I froze, because our teacher was currently emptying everyone's bags searching for the money. I told Kian no, but he begged because the money was for his little brother's life-saving surgery. Just as I was about to reply, the teacher reached our desk. She flipped his bag and an envelope slid out. She tore it open and $2,500 all fell out. The school security guard in the room started moving towards Kian, but as he was about to grab him, Kian pointed at me. He stole it and gave it to me when he realized he was caught. I tried to defend myself, but Kian kept going. "Check his locker. You'll find proof he stole it there." I double-taked. My only thought was, what proof? I had nothing but books there. Security walked us all down the hall, and Kian smiled the whole way. I had no idea why, until I remembered seeing him earlier today lingering around my locker. I put in my code, and a velvet box I'd never seen was sitting on top of my books. The teacher opened the box and started crying. Her dead mother's ring that went missing a month ago. I was in shock. I told them Kian was framing me, but he innocently raised his hands. "Why would I frame you? We're friends." Why was he doing this? At the principal's office, cops showed up talking about a felony and juvie. I tried to argue, but the security footage was too blurry to prove anything. The cops took their handcuffs out to arrest me, and I started accepting I was about to go to jail. That's when the door burst open. Kian's little brother walked in, holding papers in one hand and a box in the other. "Kian told you I was having surgery, didn't he?" He dropped the medical documents proving he was perfectly healthy. Then he put the box down, full of AirPods, cash, and watches. "This is everything Kian stole from everyone this year." Kian lunged for it, but the cops grabbed him. His brother looked at me. "I'm not letting someone go to jail for his sick obsession. I won a goldfish at a carnival and decided it would become my best friend. But when I brought it home, my dad scoffed. "I'm not keeping this. It'll die in 3 days anyway." He picked up the bowl to throw it out, but I begged him I'd take care of it. He agreed, but said, "If I see you forgetting about it, I'm throwing it away." I immediately started researching, buying the best food, and changing its water. My dad watched carefully, asking if I was finally over it. But 1 month in, the goldfish was still alive. I bragged to him, but he just said, "It's gonna die soon anyway. Just throw it out already." But I was determined to prove him wrong. I took free marine classes online and taught myself to clean tanks properly. When the goldfish hit its 1-year birthday, I threw it a party. "You said 3 days, Dad. I've kept it alive for a full year." He smiled and walked over to the tank, looking into it and grinning. I was so proud of myself. I'd actually done what he said I couldn't. But one day, I noticed my goldfish food bag was empty. I walked to the nearest pet store like always and saw my dad. He was buying a goldfish identical to mine. My heart stopped and I secretly followed him home. I watched from the doorway as he scooped my goldfish out of my bowl. I looked closer and realized it was dead. My dad looked around, then put the identical goldfish he'd just bought into my bowl and walked away. I realized I'd never kept my goldfish alive. My dad just made me believe I did, because sometimes we all need to believe we can do anything we put our mind to. Our class clown once released 3 chickens into the hallways numbered 1, 2, and 3. The staff spent the entire day looking for chicken number 3. That was Saul. Every prank he pulled was genius, but never crossed a line. Weeks before graduation, he started disappearing during lunch, and we'd catch him near the auditorium, but nobody thought much of it. Graduation day, our principal stepped to the podium and tapped the microphone. The entire electrical system went dark. Before anyone could move, the projection screen behind the stage lit up on its own. The first clip was our principal in his office pocketing cash from the Kids with Cancer Fund. The room went silent. The next clip was our lunch lady walking out of the janitor's closet, wiping her mouth, and Coach Brenner following right behind her, zipping up his pants. Parents started grabbing their kids' shoulders. Then Ms. Wilson in the hallway doing an impression of a student with Down syndrome, contorting her face and laughing while 2 other other teachers watched. That student was sitting in the third row with his family. His mom grabbed his hand. The superintendent sprinted to the booth, but Saul had locked himself inside. Parents pulled out their phones and started recording the recording. Teachers on stage couldn't move. Someone finally killed power to the whole building, but by the time the lights came back on, half the audience had already sent the clips to the school board. Graduation was cancelled. 3 teachers resigned. The principal was placed on leave. Saul got 2 years probation that destroyed every college plan he had. We never got to walk the stage. Saul, if you're watching this, you ruined our graduation and got yourself arrested, you beautiful idiot. It was worth it. My phone buzzed at 2 a.m., but when I answered, I heard my wife say, "Please come pick me up. My car won't start, and some guy just tried to rob me." She was terrified, and I immediately said, "Coming, babe." I ran out the door, driving to the hospital she worked at. I pulled into the parking lot, but I didn't see her car anywhere. I reached for my phone, but when I felt my pocket, it wasn't there. I forgot it on the bed. The only other person in the parking lot was a young girl in her car, and I started to get worried. Oh my God, did she get kidnapped? I ran over to the girl. "Excuse me, did you see my wife? She said she was in danger." The girl looked scared. "Oh my God, someone just tried to rob me too. My boyfriend's supposed to be here any minute." I started freaking out. I ran into the hospital and saw her co-workers. "My wife just got kidnapped out there. Please, we have to call the police." They just looked at me weird. "What are you doing? Call them." Your wife isn't working tonight. Are you sure it was her?" I stood there confused. I used their phone to call her, and when she picked up, she was screaming, "I knew you were cheating on me." I was so confused, but then it hit me. I went back outside to the girl. I asked to see her phone, and when I checked, I saw she accidentally dialed my number. We were both in shock, and I rushed home. My wife was crying, and I begged her to believe me. She heard me say, "Coming, babe," before I left, and was beside me the whole time. She started calling divorce lawyers, threatening to leave me, but then suddenly came home smiling, saying sorry for not believing me. Because while she was at work, someone said, "Did you hear about that girl who accidentally called someone's husband to pick her up, and that idiot actually showed up?" I was driving home when I saw a bright light on the road, but right when I looked closer, I saw they were headlights. I screamed, but the Lexus smashed into me, and I watched in slow motion as glass went everywhere. My car was destroyed, but when I could finally see again, I saw the girl from the other car climb out of the wreck. She looked perfectly fine, and I forced the words out, "Please, please get help." But she just put her hands over her mouth and ran away. I could barely stay conscious, but I felt someone grab me. A cop dragged me out. "You crashed into her? Are you serious? Do you know what you just did?" I was barely breathing, covered in blood, glass stuck in my arms, and this cop didn't even care my neck was broken. More sirens came and ambulances showed up, but he just kept screaming. They put a syringe into my arm, and everything went black. But when I woke up in a hospital bed, I couldn't move my arm. I looked over at it and saw I was literally handcuffed to the hospital bed. "Nurse, why am I handcuffed?" But she said, "Sorry, I can't discuss with a criminal." "What? Criminal?" But as she turned and walked out, the same cop burst through. "Rise and shine, Mr. DUI. How many drugs were you on?" "None. I didn't take anything." Then more cops started coming into the room. "I don't care that your neck is broken. You deserve it." They were all staring at me. Then I saw someone else. It was the girl. She saw me laying in that hospital bed, handcuff around my wrist, and she gasped, holding back tears. They turned and saw her, and the cop panicked. "Gracie, what are you doing here?" She was crying. "Please, Uncle Mark. I feel so bad for him. I have to tell them what really happened." All of the cops looked confused. He was trying to push her out. "No, Uncle Mark. I have to tell them the truth. Get out of here. He's already guilty." But just as he pushed her out of the room, one of the taller cops walked up to him. "Wait, you never told us your niece was in the other car." He started to look nervous. "Well, no, but that doesn't matter. He was still on drugs, right?" He stepped forward. "I don't know. Was he? Did anyone actually confirm that?" Turns out she was texting and driving, ran straight into me, and her uncle blamed me for the whole thing. And even though the pain was excruciating, I still raised my middle finger as they took him out. My brother kept stealing my bike, so I let him take it one last time. On my brother's birthday weekend, he snuck out of the house and cycled to meet up with the cigarette smokers of our school. He didn't even smoke. He just stood in the middle so he could smell like them. Then he rode my bike home and left it on its side. The next morning, the handlebars were wobbly. He saw me and laughed. "Why did you do this again?" "I just fixed this. I had no option. Dad grounded me from driving my car. Plus, everyone said it made me look cool, so it was worth it." That afternoon, I spent all my birthday money on a thick bike lock. But the next morning, I woke up to the pieces of the lock on my pillow with a note. "Nice try, loser." I smiled because enough was enough. I waited until Friday night to sneak out to the front garden with a wrench. I loosened the handlebars just enough to come off when he least expected it, and I left the bike perfectly angled, perfectly exposed and polished. The next night, he snuck out to go to a party, and his crush was waiting in the driveway. He smirked. "Check me out, check me out." A minute later, he was speeding down the road with one hand on the handlebar. But as he went to make a sharp turn, turn, the handlebars popped right off in his hands. He looked straight at her as his entire body hit the ground. I laughed as he limped through the front door smelling like gravel instead of cigarettes. Was it worth it? He shook his head. Dad grounded him for 6 months. My mom's hospice called. Your mom is declining fast and has maybe 30 minutes left to live. Get here soon. I laced up my shoes, mentally preparing myself to run for 20 minutes because I couldn't afford a cab. But Miss Vexler stepped in front of the door. Phones down during state exams or automatic fail. My mom is dying right now. I need to leave. She snatched my phone and locked it in her desk drawer. Your mom's been dying of cancer for months. Convenient timing for test day. 28 minutes left. My best friend shot up. Just let him go, please. His mom is the kindest woman I've ever met. Miss Vexler planted herself in front of the door like a human barricade. Anyone who helps him leave gets reported for academic dishonesty. Through the desk holes, I could see my phone lighting up with texts. Please hurry. Not much time left. 24 minutes left. That's when the principal's voice crackled over the intercom. Please send Archie Smith to the office for emergency family pickup. I was about to leave, but Miss Vexler walked to the intercom and pressed the button. Hospice said they made a mistake. The student is now taking a state exam. She turned back to me. Just because you tricked the principal doesn't mean you tricked me. She yanked the cord out of the wall. I started hyperventilating and knew I was having a panic attack. 20 minutes left. Suddenly, the foster kid who never speaks stood up. His mom's the only adult who remembered my birthday. Her cake was the first birthday cake I ever had. Please let him say goodbye to her. Sit down or you're expelled. You know what I think? She smiled. I bet she's not even sick. Her fingers flew across the keypad by the door. Probably just wants attention like you always do. Beep. Doors locked. Emergency shelter mode activated. 16 minutes left. Maya, the special needs student, was crying now. When everyone laughed at my stutter, his mom taught me breathing exercises. Every day for free EE. Well, don't blame me. Maybe if Archie spent less time visiting her and more time studying, he wouldn't need to fake emergencies. 12 minutes left. I was on my knees now, gasping. Please, she's dying. Miss Vexler turned on me with pure venom. Well, this is the same mother who got me written up last month. If your mom really is dying, then consider it karma. You're welcome. That's when Ashley, perfect straight A Ashley, who'd never gotten a detention in her life, climbed on her desk. I have something to confess. Miss Vexler whipped around. Ashley, what are you? I cheated on every test. I stole the answer keys. I hacked your computer. What? Check your computer. It's all there. I realized Ashley was distracting Miss Vexler so I could escape the classroom and see my mom. So I quickly grabbed a chair, turned toward the window, and swung as hard as I could. 6 minutes left. I ran like I'd never run before and sprinted to room 119. When I crashed through the door, completely out of breath with blood dripping from my hands, her eyes fluttered open. Mom, I love you so much. I'm so sorry. She squeezed my hand, gathering every bit of strength she had left. I love. Her mouth formed the shape of U, but no sound came. Her hand went slack in mine. The entire class burst through the door 5 minutes later. They'd all run after me, and the room was silent. Miss Vexler had stolen my mother's last words. When we returned to the classroom the next day, the school refused to acknowledge what had happened. But a few years later, when she died in the same hospice, no one in the town visited her, and she died alone. My wife gave me divorce papers and said, accept my side piece or we're done. I signed immediately. My wife Crystal texted me, grabbing lunch with Naomi, but Naomi was right next to me, helping me pick out a birthday gift for her. I showed her the text. What the hell? She told me she was staying home to clean the house. Nothing about going out. So she lied to me about being with Naomi, and she lied to Naomi about staying home. Whatever my wife was doing right now was something she didn't want even her best friend to know about, and that meant it had to be bad. Crystal walked in frantically at 10 p.m., saying traffic was bad, and she was going straight to bed. But I already knew she was a liar, so I checked her car for the truth. Glove box, just registration. Backseat, nothing. Center console had a watch. Another man's watch. I sat there holding it, trying to think of a single good reason it was there, but I landed in the same place every time. Asking her meant giving up the only proof I had, so I put it back. The next morning, Crystal came downstairs in a hoodie, and her hair placed strategically. When she turned to grab a mug, I realized it was to hide the hickey on her neck. I brushed her hair to the side and she lightly flinched. What happened here? Oh, that? I think I tweaked something at the gym. Be more careful. I will, babe. She kissed me while I stood there gripping the edge of the counter. 4 days later, I came home early from work and parked a few houses down. I walked to the house and saw the back door open. Then a half-naked man ran across my backyard, crossed the street, and got into a dark car. In our bedroom, Crystal was in workout clothes, doing squats with her hair all over the place, her face flushed and her breathing heavy. Hey babe, I started this new HIIT thing, and it is no joke. Even the bed was a mess. When she was in the shower, I went through her phone and saw texts from a Hudson. One stood out. My wife is getting suspicious. I told her I've been picking up extra shifts, but I don't think she believes me anymore. I found his wife's Facebook and sent her everything. She replied, thank you. I needed to know. I hired a divorce attorney the next day. Then weeks later, Crystal sat across from me and placed a folder between us. We need to talk. Divorce papers were inside. I've been seeing someone. His name is Hudson, and he makes me happy in ways you don't. I want to keep seeing him. You can either accept that, or we can end this marriage. Your choice. I signed every single page without reading a word. She was shocked. You're not even going to fight for this? No, I've known about Hudson for weeks. Good. Then you know I checked out of this marriage a long time ago. Hudson makes me feel wanted. That's why I hired a divorce attorney. She stood up yelling, "You've been planning this behind my back?" I scoffed. "You've been sleeping with someone in our bed behind mine." Her hands trembled. "I'll get my own lawyer." "Sure, but you should know that Hudson's wife knows everything." She froze. "You're not leaving this marriage for him, Crystal. You're just leaving it." The divorce was finalized months later, and she didn't end up with Hudson. My sister was late to pick me up, but when I called her, she yelled, "I'm on the way, I swear." But I could hear the party music in the background. It was pouring rain, and when she finally pulled up, I had a bad feeling. It smelled funny in her car, but when I asked if she was okay, she got mad. "Yes, don't start with me." I was really nervous, but just kept saying to myself that it was only 5 minutes. She sped out of the parking lot, almost hitting a tree. I gripped the door handle. "Please, slow down." But she just laughed. "You're such a baby." She stepped on the gas, singing along to Miley Cyrus. "Please, watch the road," I said. We were almost home, but she just yelled, "Shut up. I need to get you home so I can get back to Bronwyn's house." She sped up even more. I saw the light in front of us turn yellow, but she didn't slow down. It turned red. "Hey, it's red." But the music was too loud. She didn't hear me. She finally looked. As we blew right through the red light, I saw the pickup truck. Everything went in slow motion. I heard her scream at the last second. Its headlights came straight towards us and slammed into my door. Glass went everywhere, and the car flipped 3 times. I opened my eyes and looked around. Something in my leg felt wrong. I saw red and blue lights, and someone screamed, "Can you hear me? Hey!" They tried to pull me out. "Don't worry, buddy. We almost got you." Everything went black. I opened my eyes and heard my mom crying. And when I tried to sit up, she stopped me. My whole family was watching me. My sister was in the corner saying, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." My parents kept telling me she didn't mean it, that it was an accident. Mean what? What happened? But when I tried to stand up, nothing moved. I looked down, and the blanket was flat. And that's when I realized my leg was just empty space. I looked at my family and realized why they were so horrified. My friend walked into school wearing a full suit with a tie covered in tiny fried chicken drumsticks. Our principal stopped him in the hallway. "That tie is distracting." "Sir, it's a suit. The chicken is for nutrition awareness." He couldn't say anything back to a kid in a suit, so the next day he banned all food imagery on clothing. That's when the rest of us got involved. I came in with a white shirt and a QR code on the front. Told him it was my digital portfolio. By lunch, half the school had scanned it, and the hallways were full of kids whispering "fried chicken" in British, Australian, and Southern accents, because the QR code was a 10-hour loop of people saying fried chicken in different accents. He banned QR codes on clothing. Next week, I wore a shirt covered in dots. He asked what it was. "Braille, sir. I'm promoting accessibility." He called in the school nurse to read it. She looked at it and said out loud, "I want some fried chicken right now." The whole office lost it. He banned Braille on clothing. I came back Monday with a landscape painting on my shirt. He stared at it and scratched his head. "The clouds look like chicken." I shrugged. "Sir, that sounds like a personal problem." He stood there for 5 minutes trying to find a rule against chicken-shaped clouds. That afternoon, his voice came over the intercom. "The dress code is done, but if I see one more piece of fried chicken imagery in any form, you are all getting suspended." The whole thing died down for a while, until a few weeks later, the principal walked into the cafeteria on Fried Chicken and Watermelon Day. He looked around at the plates, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. They rushed him out on a stretcher. I pulled the lever and hit the jackpot, winning $300,000. But when I went to collect, there was a problem. The owner showed me a picture of my own face on their card counters list and said I was banned, so they couldn't give me the money. Now, this was my first time at a casino ever, so I argued this was impossible. They took me into the back and showed me footage from a few days ago. The man on it counting cards was definitely me. How was this possible? The casino ushered me out and told me to not come back, but I wasn't giving up. I was convinced they were just trying to not pay me and kept the winning ticket. I hired a private investigator and paid him $5,000. A week later, he came back saying he'd found something strange. The casino's security video wasn't tampered or anything like that. I was indeed on it, counting cards, but there was something else. The man on video had a different name and address to me. He gave me the information, and I drove over, not knowing what to expect. When the door opened, I froze in place. Someone who looked just like me was staring back. I called my mom on video, and after seeing us, she broke down and admitted we were twins, separated at birth because they only had enough money for one of us. My brother grabbed his documentation, and we drove to the casino. The owner still tried to deny me, but because I still had my winning ticket, I was able to collect my $300,000. My teacher stormed into class and yelled, "Who here watches anime?" 10 of us raised our hands, and she pointed to the door, telling us to go outside. She led us through the hallways in silence to the principal's office, where a police officer was waiting with a notepad. We sat down, and the teacher stood at the front with her arms crossed. "Who has seen Dragon Ball Z?" 9 hands went up. and she pointed at the kid with his hand down. Back to class. She walked over to the principal's computer and pulled up an image. 5 characters from Naruto. Name them, right now. 2 kids just stared at the screen, and she pointed them to the door. Then she held up a quote and handed out blank slips, angrily telling us to write down what anime it was from. I wrote One Piece, but 2 kids handed theirs back empty and left. Me and my friend John were among the 5 left. John was shaking, and I didn't know why, but I saw the police officer note it. The teacher slammed a blank paper in front of everyone with instructions on the board. Finally, draw a face in manga style. 3 of the kids' pencils never moved. The teacher looked at me and John. You 2 draw manga, yes? We nodded and she said, good, go grab your manga art and bring it back here. The rest of you are free to go. We walked out, and I kept wondering what the hell this was about. We came back with our sketchbooks, but this time the teacher's daughter was here too, and she was crying. She was John's crush in our class, but she hadn't raised her hand earlier, so what was she doing here? Just as I was about to ask, the teacher took our drawings. She handed both sketchbooks to her daughter, who started flipping through. She stopped on one of John's pages and pointed at it. That's the one. She wiped her tears and walked out. The officer stood and walked to John, grabbing his hands and cuffing them behind his back. You have the right to remain silent. John had a guilty expression as they led him out the door. I stood there confused and shocked. What just happened? The teacher started crying, and the principal spoke for her. Remember Secret Santa last week? He asked me. Someone gave her daughter a hand-drawn manga, multiple pages. The teacher spoke through tears. That manga was lowly content. My underage daughter was drawn in explicit scenarios with characters from Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, and One Piece. My friend in the back seat yelled, "There's no cops, just go." So I looked both ways and ran the red light. But as soon as I did, red and blue lights lit up right behind us. Both my friends in the back seat started screaming at me to floor it and lose him. I hadn't had a single drink all night, but they'd had enough for all 3 of us. The cop was at my window before I even put it in park. I handed him my license, and my friend leaned over my shoulder. "Officer, he's actually a really good driver." The cop raised an eyebrow. "Sir, have you been drinking tonight?" My friend sat up straight. "No, sir. We were at a library." "A library at 2 in the morning?" "It was a 24-hour library for studying." I shook my head. The cop opened the back doors, and both my friends spilled out. One of them grabbed the window crank, trying to pull himself up. The other one stood up, and his whole body started rocking back and forth. The cop looked at me. "You're clearly sober, but I still have to write you a ticket for the light." One of my friends stumbled over. "Officer, what if we pay the ticket right now?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of Monopoly money. "I've got like 500 here." The cop stared at the bills. "Sir, that's not real money." My friend looked down at the bills. "That explains why McDonald's wouldn't take it earlier." The cop bit his lip, trying not to laugh. My other friend yelled, "Wait, I can fix this," and tried to do a cartwheel. He went sideways and landed face first in a bush. The cop handed me the ticket, shaking his head, and my friend tried getting up from the bush and fell right back into it. While walking my daughter to school, I noticed a mime on our street with a sign that said, 7 days until it happens. He had a notebook out and was writing things down, handing out drawings to people who walked by. My daughter thought he was hilarious and ran over to give him a coin. He took it, staying perfectly in character, and waved at her in slow motion while smiling with these wide eyes. Over the next few days, he never left. His sign now said 5 days, and he was tying elaborate knots with a rope, spinning them into shapes while people threw money and clapped. By the time it said 3 days, he was crouched over a padlock, showing the crowd how to break it with a bobby pin, and people were filming and laughing. But with 2 days left, I noticed something odd. He'd only pick up his notebook and write it in when I was with my daughter. If I walked by alone, his notebook stayed on the ground, and the day his sign said 1 day left, he wasn't performing at all. He was just standing completely still, and when my daughter waved at him, he didn't wave back for the first time all week. The next morning, he was gone. I was creeped out, but tried to ignore it, and just went to work as normal. But around 2 p.m., my daughter called me. She whispered, "Daddy, there's someone in our house." I couldn't believe what I was hearing and went pale. I told her to lock herself in the bathroom because I was coming, and called the police, telling them everything. I sprinted out to my car and immediately hit the accelerator, running every red light on the way, praying my daughter was still alive. When I got to my street, I saw my front door wide open. My stomach sank, and I ran inside instantly, expecting the worst. That's when I saw the mime's notebook and the bobby pin he'd been performing with on the drawer. I ran around the house and found the mime standing in the middle of my daughter's room. He was holding a rope, but when he saw me, he didn't even run. He just smiled and said, "She looks just like her." I slammed him into the wall and held him there until I heard the sirens. Police arrested the mime, and while I was hugging my daughter, told me that 3 years ago he'd lost custody. His wife took their 10-year-old and vanished, so he'd been drifting between cities, finding girls who looked like his daughter to try take home. He was homeless, so the money people gave paid for the ropes and tools, and the tricks he performed were him practicing the kidnapping skills. "If you're going to drink, I'd rather you do it in the house," my mom said to me and my friends. She set bottles of vodka and rum on the kitchen counter. "Ground rules," she said. "Nobody leaves until morning, nobody drives, and if anyone gets sick, you come get me immediately." My best friend Seth was already reaching for the vodka. My crush Lola whispered that my mom was the coolest parent she'd ever met. Mom poured everyone's first drink herself, then disappeared upstairs. The first hour felt like a movie. Everyone was dancing and laughing way too loud. Seth kept saying he couldn't feel his face, and Lola was spinning around with her eyes closed, bumping into furniture. Some kid was giving a speech about how much he loved everyone, and two girls were in the corner crying about being best friends forever. Then things started getting weird. This girl came up to me and said, "You know, nobody actually thinks you're funny, right? Everyone just laughs because they feel bad for you." I tried to shake it off when Seth grabbed my shoulder. "Bro, I need to tell you something. I've been hooking up with your ex for like 2 months. I told him I needed some air, and he called after me saying he was sorry. I found Lola and told her what Seth said. He's an idiot," she said. That's when I noticed Danny watching us. He'd been acting drunker than anyone all night. He stumbled over and said to Lola, "You look like you need to sit down somewhere quiet. There's a room back here. I'll stay with you." "She's fine," I told him, but he ignored me. He started guiding her away. I followed and watched him pin her against the wall. "Everything is going to be okay," he said. That's when my mom's voice cut through the music. "Everyone stop what you're doing." Everyone went silent. She went straight to the bottles. "This is water," she said. "None of you have had a drop of alcohol." The room froze. I wanted to see who you really were when you thought you had an excuse, and now I know exactly who each of you is. Her eyes locked onto Danny. "You thought she was drunk, and you tried to get her alone in a bedroom." He started to speak, but she cut him off. "You knew exactly what you were doing." She made every person at that party call their parents and explain what they did. The emo kid came into class with a giant black duffel bag. The class turned around and watched in horror as he tore it open. Inside was a batch of bright cupcakes. We were all shocked because it was the first time anyone had seen him smile, but as he started to give them out, he passed by my table and whispered, "This is how I wanted to say goodbye before tomorrow." I didn't know what he meant, and I made the mistake of thinking it was just a weird joke. But the next morning, I was sitting in class when I heard my principal shouting on the intercom, "There's a shooter. Everyone go into lockdown." Our teacher ran to the front of the class to lock the door as fast as he could, but it was too late. The glass of our classroom door shattered into pieces as a bullet went through it. We all ducked under the tables to hide, and as I glanced up, I saw the emo kid's face through the window. For a second, we locked eyes, and he hesitated to shoot again, and I was hoping he would spare my life. But he fired again. This time, the bullet missed me by less than 2 inches, but he wasn't giving up. He walked up to me and stood over me, pointing the device right at my head. He looked at the uneaten cupcake on my table, and I thought that would make him even more mad. But that's when he completely broke down and started to cry. My heart was pounding out of my chest because I didn't know what he was going to do next. But he lowered his device and began to whisper so quietly I could barely hear him. He said, "You left the cupcake on the table. You remembered." I just nodded. You see, me and the emo kid used to be childhood friends, and when his mom was in the hospital with cancer, I was the only one in our class who went to the hospital with him. I never knew what to say, so I just brought her cupcakes because she was always the one who baked them for us. She smiled and said, "Save me one for when I come home from the hospital." She never came home, and after that, I promised the emo kid I would never eat a cupcake again, and now he was realizing that I kept my promise. He dropped to the ground and began to weep. The SWAT team wasted no time in barging into the classroom and escorting him out. Turns out he had already injured over 10 students, so he was given life in prison. I made more money than I ever had in my life, and I've never felt more broke. It started when my manager caught me eating an expired yogurt out of the dumpster on my lunch break because I couldn't afford to buy one inside. He fired me on the spot. With rent due and no job, I was up late scrolling Craigslist, looking for anything that could save me. That's when I saw a posting that said, "Professional line stander needed, $25 an hour." I immediately called the number that night, and by the end of the week, I was standing outside a bakery at 4 in the morning, waiting for croissants going to some celebrity's birthday party. $200 for standing still. I paid rent that month for the first time in 3. The next call was $500 to wait in line at a hot dog cart and throw 2 hot dogs in the trash right in front of the girl working the counter, his ex. I watched her face drop as I dumped them in the garbage. I felt sick walking away from that one, but I used the money to move into my own apartment that week. The gigs kept coming and the money kept climbing. New clothes, a car that actually started, bills paid before they were due. Then I got a call from some executive who wanted me at a children's hospital to stand in line with the families and time how long each kid's treatment took. I walked in and saw parents holding their sick kids waiting for their names to be called. A little girl in a wheelchair rolled up to me and tugged on my sleeve. "Are you here for treatment too? I looked down at her. My mom says I'm getting better, but I think I'm gonna see my daddy in heaven soon. I miss him. I looked at the clipboard in my hands. I set it on the chair and walked out. My phone rang the entire drive home. I never picked up. The money was good, but I felt like I was losing a piece of myself with every gig. I work at a grocery store now. It pays less than the line work, but they let me take home the expired food instead of firing me for eating it. You got the stuff? Nico looked both ways, opened his locker, and slid out a water bottle. He'd figured out something with Monster, pre-workout powder, and espresso shots that turned a water bottle into a weapon. He called it Rocket Fizz. $3 each. One bottle. And you were Einstein for at least 3 hours, but your heart would have to figure it out later. One kid's hands were shaking so bad in first period, he couldn't hold his pencil, but he told the teacher he was just cold. Nobody said a word because everybody was hooked like a fish. Nico was pulling $200 a day out of a locker. Every morning when he'd open his locker before first period, a line would already be there waiting. If you weren't on Rocket Fizz, you weren't playing on an even field, so within 2 weeks, half the school was buying. Then Brody drank 3 before gym class, and by the third lap of the mile, his face was soaked and he was breathing through his mouth. The gym teacher blew his whistle. "Brody, get off the track. You don't look right." Brody waved him off and went down mid-stride face first. They wheeled him out on a stretcher, and his heart rate was so high the paramedics thought the monitor was broken. Turns out Brody's heart didn't figure it out. Next morning, the principal called an emergency assembly and walked to the microphone holding one of Nico's bottles above his head. "We had this tested by a lab, and what came back should scare every single one of you. 800 milligrams of caffeine in one bottle. The FDA says 400 is the limit for a full-grown adult. This is double that." Every head in the gym turned toward Nico. "These drinks are banned. Anyone caught selling them will be suspended." Someone in the back started a slow clap, and within 5 seconds the entire gym was applauding. The principal leaned into the mic. "This is not funny." That afternoon they found 50 bottles in Nico's locker, organized by flavor. They suspended him for a week, and when he came back, kids swarmed him in the hallway. "Bro, please, finals are in 2 weeks. Name your price." Nico shook his head. "I'm retired. I still had 2 left from before the ban. Drank 1 the morning of my history final, and when the teacher asked why my hands were shaking, I told her I was just cold. My heart would figure it out." My girlfriend dumped me over a Spotify playlist. We were driving to New York when my girlfriend asked me to add some songs to our road trip playlist. I added Sweet Home Alabama and Country Roads, thinking we could shout the lyrics to them. But the second the first song played, she made a U-turn right in the middle of the road. "Baby, what the hell are you doing?" I asked. But then she burst into tears and said, "I'm breaking up with you." I sat there completely lost, but she just sped back to my apartment and dropped me at the curb. I had no idea what just happened, so I called her best friend to figure it out. But her voice came through cold. "I know what you did. You're disgusting. Never call this number again." I tried calling her back, but she already blocked me. Then the next morning, I saw Lorelai had posted a picture kissing her ex with the caption, "I know where home is." I sat there confused, wondering how she could run back to the ex who cheated on her 4 times the day after dumping me. But before I could even process that, someone knocked on my door. It was Lorelai's mom. "I wanted to thank you for showing your true colors before things got more serious," she smiled. "By adding music she asked me to add." I asked. She laughed. "Of course you don't understand. I knew you weren't right for my daughter." I felt like I was losing my mind, so I drove straight to Lorelai's house. She opened the door and looked annoyed. "Lorelai, what the hell is going on?" She crossed her arms. "It was a test, and you failed." "A test for what?" "Every woman in my family tests her boyfriend with a small favor to see if he only thinks of himself. You added country music when all I listen to is K-pop, so you failed." I rubbed my face. "Lorelai, this is insane." Her eyes got cold. "My ex added Blackpink, which is my favorite band, so he passed." At that point, I realized I'd dodged a bullet. Then a year later, I saw her engagement announcement to her ex, and because I still had her Spotify, I added a country song for their wedding playlist. I was abandoned on a random doorstep and taken in by an old Chinese lady named Shin. She raised me and taught me Cantonese and was the only mom I ever knew. But at 21, we got into a car accident. Shin was fine, but I had to relearn to walk and talk, and my Cantonese never came back. I couldn't communicate with Shin and found myself at a coffee shop planning to take my life. That's when a woman named Gwen walked in, holding my favorite book. She sat down, and we fell in love because everything she said was perfect. 5 years into our marriage, our dream house went up for sale. Gwen talked about it constantly, but we couldn't afford it. Shin had Alzheimer's, and I was paying for her hospice, but this was my wife, so I started working a second job without telling Gwen, saving for a down payment to surprise her. But that's when I noticed Gwen was hiding her phone. She claimed to be working overtime, but no extra money came in, and would go white and change the subject when I asked. So one night, I decided to follow her and find out myself. But while I was driving, I got a call that changed everything. Shin had become lucid for the first time in years. She had something to tell me and couldn't die without it. I hired a Cantonese translator and rushed to the hospital. Shin grabbed my hand the moment I sat down and started speaking to the the translator, pointing at my wedding ring. The translator spoke. She's talking about how you met your wife. She's saying she paid Gwen to meet you. My jaw dropped. After your accident, you wanted to end your life. So Shin paid Gwen to befriend you so you'd want to live again. You were never supposed to fall in love with her. I stared at Shin. She reached under her pillow and pulled out a receipt. Elite Companionship Services. Suddenly, Gwen's face-down phone and longer hours came back to me. I thought about the second job, the lack of sleep, and the meals I'd been skipping, all to buy a house for a woman who was paid to be with me and probably cheating. Jin died 15 minutes later. I went home. When Gwen came in, I showed her Shin's death certificate. Gwen moved to hug me, but I didn't hug back and pulled out the companionship receipt. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Gwen stayed silent. And the longer hours? I continued. The phone face down? What was that? Cheating? Did you ever actually love me? Gwen's eyes filled with tears. I can't hide this anymore. She opened a drawer and pulled out a binder, and I mentally prepared to see divorce papers, but instead, bank statements fell out. A separate savings account I'd never seen with 20,000. Shin paid me to love, she said. But on day one, that job became real. I need you to believe that. She pulled out the listing of our dream house as well as a house key. I realized she'd been working to surprise me, just like I was working to surprise her. I was playing Minecraft in history class when the girl behind me whispered, "Is that the Battle of Versailles you're building?" I looked down at my half-finished castle. It's just a random castle. You should make it historically accurate. The real Versailles had symmetrical wings and a central courtyard. I'm not one to turn down a challenge, especially when it means I get to keep gaming in class. I pulled up a reference image and got to work. By the end of that class, I had a decent replica of Versailles, and Katie had spent the whole period feeding me historical details instead of falling asleep. The next day, 3 more kids were huddled around my screen giving input. By Friday, half the class was either watching or contributing to what had become a full recreation of revolutionary France. Katie came in the following Monday and said, "Could you build the major battle sites? It would really help me study for the test." That weekend, I set up a school Minecraft server and mapped out an entire historical world. Students could log in and walk through events in order. I added signs with dates and details at every location. For 6 weeks, test scores were up, attendance was perfect, and I was actually remembering the history because I had to build it. Then during a parent-teacher conference, some freshman walked his mom through the server to show her how he was studying. She happened to be on the school board. The next morning, the principal's voice came over the PA. "Effective immediately, all access to gaming websites, including Minecraft." And yes, he said it as 2 separate words. "Is permanently blocked on school networks." Test scores dropped back down within a month. Attendance went back to normal. The school's new solution for engaging students was a mandatory PowerPoint presentation every Friday. Nobody learned a thing, but at least we weren't gaming. When the light turned green, I went to press the gas, but my foot wouldn't move. "Daddy, go," Mia said from the back seat, kicking my seat the way she did every morning when we stopped at the light 2 blocks from her school. Something was wrong with me, and I couldn't tell her. I tried again, and my foot still wouldn't move. The horn behind me started up, short beeps, then long ones, then one long blast that didn't stop. I squeezed the wheel as hard as I could, and my hand wouldn't even tighten. "Daddy," Mia said, but my head wouldn't turn. I tried to say her name, and my mouth wouldn't work. In the mirror, I watched a woman throw her own door open and march toward my window. My body started shaking, and I couldn't make it stop. The edges of my vision went black, and the mirror started to disappear. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, what's wrong?" Mia's voice climbed each time. The woman got to my window screaming, "What is wrong with you?" Her eyes locked onto my face, and the screaming stopped. "Oh my God, oh my God, can you hear me?" She pulled out her phone without taking her eyes off me. "I've got an active stroke, male, 40-something, send everything." She got me out of the car and laid me on my side on the road. She kept her hand on my shoulder until the sirens came. I'd had a stroke at a green light, and she was a nurse on her way to work. She rode in the ambulance holding Mia's hand the whole way. I survived with some weakness on my right side. The doctors said another few minutes and I wouldn't have made it home. Mia still sends her a card every Christmas that just says, "Thank you for being mad at us. If a single one of you fails my test, I'll make sure the whole class gets held back." All of us were shaking because his tests were impossible. He handed them out, and when we read the first question, we all looked at each other. Some students were crying. Nobody's pencil were moving. But then, our teacher's phone rang. He walked out of the room to answer it, closing the door behind him. We knew this was our chance. "What did you get for number 1? But nobody knew a thing. But just as Mitch flipped to the back, his eyes lit up. He held up his page. "Guys, I think this is the answer key." Then, the handle turned. Everyone went silent. The teacher walked in, glared at all of us, and said, "Sorry guys, my wife's calling. I'll be back in 2 minutes. No cheating." He shut the door. Everyone looked at Mitch. Instantly, everyone ran over to his desk, memorizing answers, fighting for a peek. We were all trying to read them, shoving each other aside. 30 seconds left. "Give me that!" We all started to learn what the Pythagorean theorem meant. Every equation, every definition. I heard him walking up to the door. "He's coming." We ran back to our desks, but I saw it. The answer key was still out. The handle turned, but I said, "The key, hide it quick." Mitch's eyes went wide, but he walked walked in. Did someone say something? Everyone was silent. He glared at us, then at Mitch. I looked closer, and his cheeks were puffed. He put the test in his mouth. Our teacher walked by and sat down. We all started writing, but when I handed in my test, he said, "Wait." My heart was racing. "Do you have something to tell me?" Oh no, I was busted. He leaned in, squinting. I sighed. "I'm sorry. Someone left an answer key on Mitch's desk. We all copied off of it. You guys memorized every answer and copied them all down? Do you realize what that is?" I was ready to repeat the year. "Yes, sir. It's cheating." But he put his hand on my shoulder. "Wait, what?" He smiled. "That's called studying. Who do you think left it there?" The first punch I ever threw put someone in the hospital. I'd never been in a fight. Not in middle school when kids picked on me. Not in high school when someone keyed my car. Not in college when a drunk guy shoved me outside a bar. I always walked away. People called me calm, patient, level-headed. But my little sister is the one thing in my life I'm not calm about. She's 16. Last Saturday, she went to a party and I told her to call me if anything happened. She called at midnight with her voice shaking. Some guy wouldn't take no for an answer. Followed her outside when she tried to leave. Cornered her by the cars. She got away, but he grabbed her arm hard enough to leave bruises. I broke every speed limit getting there, and my hands were shaking the whole way. Not from fear, something else. Something I'd never felt before. I parked crooked on the lawn and didn't care. She was sitting on the curb when I pulled up, arms wrapped around herself. The second I saw the bruises on her arm, 23 years of walking away went quiet. "Which one?" She looked up at me with mascara running down her face. "It doesn't matter. Just take me home." "Which one?" She pointed at the house. "Backyard. Backwards cap." I told her to wait in the car. She begged me not to go inside. I went anyway. I walked through the house like I owned it and found him out back surrounded by friends, laughing, living his best life, while my sister sat on a curb shaking. I grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. He looked annoyed until he saw my face. "We got a problem? You grabbed my little sister." He rolled his eyes. "Bro, what are you talking about? The girl by the cars, the one who said no, the one you bruised." His friends went quiet. Everyone was watching. Then he made a mistake. He laughed. She was overreacting. I barely touched her. My fist connected with his jaw before I knew what I was doing. He hit the ground, and I didn't stop. I don't remember deciding to keep swinging. I just remember the sound. His friends pulled me off eventually. By the time I stood up, my knuckles were split open, and he wasn't moving. I walked back through the house, and the same people who stared at me on the way in were pressed against the walls now. Got to my car. My sister was in the passenger seat crying. "What did you do?" I didn't answer. Just started driving. We were halfway home before I saw the lights in my mirror, blue and red. I pulled over and told her everything was going to be okay. I wasn't sure if I was lying. The cop walked up to my window and saw my knuckles, the blood. "Step out of the vehicle, please." I did. Hands where he could see them. He looked at my sister through the window and saw her arm, the bruises. Then back at me. "Someone want to tell me what happened tonight." My sister got out before I could stop her and told him everything. The party, the guy who wouldn't leave her alone, the grabbing, me showing up. The cop listened without writing anything down. When she finished, he looked at me for a long time. "The kid back there wants to press charges." I figured. He looked at my sister's arm again, then at me. "Off the record, I have a daughter her age." He closed his notepad and tapped it against his palm twice. "Drive safe." I never got charged. He never apologized. People still call me the calm one. They're right. I am calm. They just don't test it anymore. The day before our final exam, our teacher told us that to get an A, all we had to do was nothing. "The instructions are simple," he continued. "Tomorrow you'll walk in, sit down, and stay in your seat doing nothing for 1 hour. Do that, and you'll pass this ethics class. Stand up for any reason, and you fail." We looked around. There had to be a catch. The next day, we walked in and sat down. There weren't any pens or papers. For the first 10 minutes, we sat in silence, wondering if this was really happening. Mr. Rogers just read his book and didn't even look at us. Then 15 minutes and the door opened. Sophie walked in late. She'd joined us earlier this year and rarely ever came into class. Mr. Rogers slammed his book shut. "You're late." He walked toward her. Sophie froze. "My mom was just—" "I don't care about your mom," Mr. Rogers snapped, interrupting her. "Now sit down. Maybe if you sit for long enough, you'll actually amount to something." Sophie walked to her desk with her head low. Nobody said a word. 5 minutes later, Mr. Rogers walked to Sophie's desk with her manuscript. He leaned over her. "I just read your file again. D's and F's across the board. What's your excuse? You cut yourself last year?" The energy in the air shifted at once. Sophie teared up, but Mr. Rogers kept going. He held Sophie's transcript up for the class to see. "This is what a failure and a cheater looks like. Missing my class, then conveniently showing up for the exam." A kid yelled out, "This was unnecessary." Mr. Rogers responded that if he wants to help her, he can. can, but you'll lose your grade." The kid stayed seated. Mr. Rogers leaned back over and continued verbally assaulting Sophie, calling her stupid, insulting her home life, and telling Sophie her mom wishes she was never born. By now, Sophie was sobbing, and when Mr. Rogers slammed his hands on her desk and told her to stop crying, she just slid off her chair onto the floor. He stood over her and grabbed her arm, yanking her up. Then he let go, and she dropped back to the floor. "Somebody should do something," a girl whispered through tears. "Not me. I need this grade," the kid next to her said without looking up. Sophie was hyperventilating on the floor, and Mr. Rogers walked back to his desk to read like she wasn't even there. The only sound in the entire room were Sophie's sobs. That's when a girl named Mary stood up. She walked to Sophie, knelt down, and wrapped her arms around her. She helped her to her feet and wiped Sophie's tears. Mr. Rogers looked up. "You just failed my exam." Mary looked right at him. "Then fail me. You're all pathetic anyway." She walked Sophie out, and the door slammed behind them. We sat in silence for the remaining 30 minutes. When the bell rang, nobody moved. Mr. Rogers walked to the front. "Sophie wasn't real," he looked at us. "She was a theater student I'd paid to be here." He told us everything he said to her today was scripted and she was fine. And then he dropped the bomb. Mary was the only one who passed, because this was ethics class, and sometimes you need to break a rule to help someone in need. During our geometry test, the smartest kid in class finished in 10 minutes, slammed his pencil down, and yelled, "Done." Then he walked over to the girl next to him who was still on problem 3, grabbed her paper, scribbled a wrong answer on it, and walked away laughing while she started crying. Our teacher watched the whole thing and didn't say a word. But the next week, she told us she'd set up something special. A girl from the high school math team was coming to find kids good enough for their summer program. The kid everyone called Einstein shot both hands in the air. He'd been telling everyone all year he was too smart for our class. "Pick me. I've been ready for this my whole life." Our teacher smiled. "I was hoping you'd volunteer." The girl from the math team walked in and handed him a marker. "Take your time." A problem popped up on the board. He didn't even wait. He started writing and talking at the same time like he was teaching a class. "See, this is basic stuff if you actually know what you're doing. Most people mess this up, but watch." He filled half the board with numbers and symbols that looked real to a bunch of 7th graders. He stepped back and turned to the class, grinning. "Any questions?" She crossed her arms and nodded. Really impressive confidence. That problem is something we give seniors. He was already looking around the room, soaking it in when she finished. "And nothing you wrote is even close. It's complete nonsense." His smile dropped. The room went dead silent. "I don't even know what you were trying to do up there." He stood at the board with the marker still in his hand and didn't move. The girl he'd grabbed the paper from raised her hand. Our teacher called on her. She walked to the board, erased everything he wrote, and solved it in 2 minutes. She set the marker down on his desk and looked at him. More like Doofenstein. The whole class started laughing. His eyes started watering. He grabbed his bag and waddled toward the door, crying. His foot caught the leg of a desk, and he went face first into the floor. The laughs got even louder. Our family was extremely poor, but then one day my 12-year-old brother started coming home with extra cash, new sneakers, and gold watches. I instantly asked, "Where did you get these?" And he just shrugged. "Kids at school give me stuff for winning games." But he was in 6th grade. Who gives out gold watches for winning rock, paper, scissors? I was confused and worried. So after work the next day, I followed him after school. I saw him rounding the corner of the gym building, and minutes later, I heard aggressive shouting coming from there. I ran over and saw a crowd of kids in a circle chanting and yelling, "Get him! Swing!" And when I pushed through, my stomach dropped. This was a fight ring, and my 12-year-old brother was in the middle getting swung at by a 12th grader. My heart broke, and I felt like a failure. My little brother thought he had to put himself through beatings to put food on our table. I started pushing through the crowd to pull him out, but then I froze. My brother slipped the punch and cracked the bigger kid with a right hand that dropped him. The crowd went crazy, but I just froze. My brother had never trained a day. The kid got back up. "Come here, you brat!" But my brother put him down again. Just like that, the kid was out, and my brother raised his hands in the air. The organizer took off his sneakers and handed them to my brother. Everyone cheered, and I did too, before quickly catching myself and sneaking out. I knew instantly my brother had talent, so I walked to the sketchy gas station nearby and applied for an overnight job immediately. When my brother came home, I said, "I found some extra money Granddad left us. I want to put you in a boxing gym." He looked at me suspiciously. "This place is rough. I want you to be able to defend yourself." He stared for a long moment, then agreed. My brother never found out about my second job or that I knew about the fight ring, but now he's a professional boxer who got our family out of poverty. He still thinks Granddad left that money. The same thing my dad kicked me out for is what brought me back to him. In my family, every man enlists. My grandfather was a Marine, and my dad retired as a colonel. But while my cousins were playing soldier in the backyard, I was the one wrapping up their cuts when they got hurt. Being a nurse was the only thing I ever wanted. So on my 18th birthday, when my dad put enlistment papers on the kitchen table, I told him no. He slammed his fists on the table. "No son of mine is going to wipe old people's tushies for a living." He slid a duffel bag across the table. "Sign the papers or use that to pack your stuff." off. I was out by dawn. I worked nights and put myself through nursing school. 5 years later, I walked into the county hospital for my first shift, and they handed me a chart nobody else wanted. A Vietnam vet named Dave. PTSD so bad he'd fought 3 nurses that week alone. I walked into his room and froze. Same crew cut as my dad. Same stubborn look on his face. He pointed at the door. Get out. I pulled up a chair and sat down. He didn't talk to me for 3 days. I came back every shift and sat in that same chair. On the 4th night, he had a bad episode. The other nurses called for security. I walked back into his room and sat down next to him. He was shaking and gripping the bed rails. I didn't say anything. I just stayed. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, he started talking. Not about the war, about his son, how he pushed him away, how he was too proud to call, how he'd give anything to see him walk through that door. After that night, he'd grab my arm every time I walked in and say, "There's my guy." A few weeks later, my mom called. My dad was in the hospital. I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I thought about Dave waiting for a son who never came. I hung up and drove straight there. I walked into his room. He looked at me, and a tear rolled down his face, but he didn't say a word. I pulled up a chair and grabbed his hand. I thought I had a superpower. I was dead wrong. When I was little, I genuinely believed I was a superhero. Sleep man. I could fall asleep at a moment's notice and stay asleep through anything. I'd close my eyes sitting up and be out cold in seconds. My friends thought I was some kind of magician. My family made fun of me for falling asleep in school and during movies. The only weird part was that no matter how much I slept, I was always exhausted. But I figured my body just loved sleep so much it always wanted more. Then I was driving home from school one afternoon, and the sleepiness hit me like a warm, heavy blanket dropping over my whole body. The next thing I knew, I heard crunching metal and shattering glass. My arms were covered in blood. I had fallen asleep and hit the car in front of me at full speed. I stumbled out of the car shaking and saw the other driver pulling a little girl out of the back seat, both of them screaming in a way that I will never be able to unhear. I kept saying, oh God, I'm sorry," but they couldn't hear me over their own sobbing. When my blood alcohol came back clean, they sent me to a specialist who told me the devastating truth. I didn't have a superpower. I had narcolepsy. I can't drive anymore because there is no predicting when my brain will shut off. I wanted to be a teacher, but I can't be responsible for a room full of kids when I might collapse mid-sentence. The gift I bragged about my entire childhood ended up taking everything I thought my future would be. But the worst part is that little girl. She's in a wheelchair for the rest of her life because I thought falling asleep was my superpower, when really it was my curse. Sit down. Nobody is leaving until I finish my lesson. The fire alarm was screaming, and my chemistry teacher had both arms braced against the doorframe. Every other class was already filing into the hallway. Goodwin shut the door and crossed her arms. 15 years in this building, and I have never once been wrong about a drill. Page 41. Everyone. The only person between us and the exit cared more about her lesson than our lives. A kid in the front row raised his hand. "Miss, drills don't last this long. It's been like 2 minutes." She smiled at him. "Sweetie, the system glitches every spring. Give it a minute. Start reading." A smell of burnt plastic pushed through the vents with something sharper underneath, and the kid next to me covered his nose. "Ms. Goodwin, that smells like actual smoke." She sniffed once and waved her hand. "That's the heating unit cycling on. If I evacuated every time this building smelled funny, you people would never learn a thing." I texted my sister down the hall, and she wrote back in 3 seconds. "Kitchen fire. Everyone outside. Where are you?" I walked up and held my phone in Goodwin's face. She read it, pushed my hand away. "A text from a 16-year-old is not a verified source. Sit down." Through the door window, every classroom was dark, and a teacher ran past with a fire extinguisher. I pointed at the glass. "There's nobody left." She didn't turn around. Eyes on page 41, not the hallway. The kid in the front row stood up. She grabbed the strap of his backpack and he yanked it free. "Suspend me. At least I'll be alive to serve it." He shoved past her and we poured through the door behind him. The smoke in the hallway was so thick we couldn't read the exit signs, and every classroom we passed was dark and empty. We were the last people in the building. We made it to the parking lot coughing. The fire chief told us the ceiling in our hallway collapsed 90 seconds after we cleared it. They found Goodwin still at her desk grading papers and had to put her on oxygen just to get her out. The principal walked up to the ambulance. 15 years and you trapped 22 kids in a burning building. You're done." Goodwin pulled the mask to the side. "Did anyone grab the lab reports?" My daughter came home from kindergarten and asked me, "Daddy, what does adopted mean?" My heart instantly stopped because I did adopt her, but I hadn't told her yet. I asked where she heard that word, and she said, "My teacher told me I was adopted." My jaw dropped, and I knelt beside her and took her hands. "What did your teacher say being adopted means, sweetheart?" My daughter looked at the ground. She said it means nobody wanted me. I was furious and instantly pulled out my phone to write a complaint to the school, but then my daughter tugged my sleeve. "Daddy, don't be mad." I looked at her. "Why?" "Because I told her that's not true. My daddy picked me out of everyone in the whole world. That means he wanted me the most." She was smiling at me. I teared up and called her the best little girl in the world. But my daughter wasn't done. Then I told my teacher maybe she's just jealous because nobody picked her. I started laughing, and the next morning I came to school and reported the teacher anyway. But as she was leaving, I walked up to her and looked at her empty hand. No engagement ring. Nobody actually picked you, huh? My daughter wasn't joking, I guess. She started crying and walked out. I walked into the boys' bathroom and saw my student washing his hair in the sink. He looked up at me soaking wet and said, "I'm just getting ready for class," and tried to walk past me. I stepped in front of him and blocked the door. He got annoyed and told me to move, but I said, "Not until you tell me what's going on." He stared at the floor for a long time and said, "My Nana works all the time, but she still can't pay the water bill." The next morning I left a towel and soap on the sink for him. He walked in and just stood there staring at it. That same day, I watched him in the cafeteria, taking small bites of his food so that it lasted the whole period. I started keeping granola bars in my desk, and every time his stomach growled in class, I'd slide one across his desk. Then the principal called me into her office. "You can't be leaving items in bathrooms or giving students food without approval." The following morning, I watched the custodian pull the towel and soap off the sink and toss them in the trash. Dion walked in a few minutes later and turned on the faucet. I went straight to the store that afternoon, filled the cart with soap, shampoo, a towel, and food for the week, and drove to his house. His Nana opened the door still in her scrubs, and when I told her why I was there, she grabbed the doorframe and started crying. "I work so hard, but it's never enough. He never tells me anything." I helped her pay the water bill that night and signed her up for assistance so it wouldn't happen again. A week later, I walked past that bathroom and it was empty. Dion was already at his desk. He'd left a granola bar on mine. My 18-year-old daughter walked through the front door holding hands with a scrawny college kid. As a veteran, I was not impressed, so I started putting him through what I called basic training every time he came over. I made him reorganize my entire tool shed and then told him he did it wrong, so he'd have to do it again. He just smiled and said, "Yes, sir, I'll get it right this time." That wasn't enough for me, so I took him on a 6-mile hike straight uphill, hoping he'd quit halfway and show my daughter his true colors. 3 hours in, he could barely breathe, but he never asked to stop. At the top, he pulled out his phone. He'd been taking pictures of wildflowers and rock formations the whole way up. I asked him why. Emma loves nature photography, but she's never been this far out. I wanted to show her what she's missing. Then one night, my daughter called me sobbing. 3 guys followed her walking to her dorm. She was safe but shaking. I grabbed my keys and Herbert called before I got out the door. "Sir, she's with me. She's safe." He'd already picked her up, filed the report, and walked the path to her dorm with campus security. By the time I talked to my daughter, her roommate and her mom were already there because he'd called them too. He got back on the phone and went quiet for a second. "I know I'm not the tough guy you wanted for her, but I'm not going anywhere." When he asked for my blessing 6 months later, I handed him my grandfather's ring. He looked at it and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. I told him, "You already earned it, son." I got on the bus and paid my fare, but the woman sitting in front immediately started harassing me, shouting at the bus driver. He shouldn't be allowed on public transport because normal people like her don't feel safe. As a homeless veteran with one leg, I was used to this, and I tried to ignore it. But then she yelled for me to get off the bus. I told her I was only going to be on it for 5 minutes and was going to the cemetery to visit my wife. She made a disgusted face and said I should just lose my other leg already so I could end up next to my wife. A man in the back wearing a mask told her that was insensitive. She didn't even look at him and stood up. "I'm just saying what everyone is thinking. People like him are polluting my streets." I was getting frustrated and said I lost my leg on deployment. She got in my face and said if I didn't want to lose my leg, I should have stayed at home. The masked man from the back defended me again, but she interrupted him saying she has no sympathy for anyone in the military. The man got up and walked over. She turned around and jabbed her finger into his chest, saying she feels threatened by him. The man didn't respond and just pulled down his mask. Her face went pale. "Huh, honey?" The man had a camouflage uniform under his jacket. He was her husband, home early from deployment, and was on the bus to surprise her. We were trick-or-treating when SpongeBob answered the door and pulled out a wrapped gift, specifically for my little sister Lily. "This is for the birthday girl." Before I could ask how he knew that, Lily slapped the gift from his hand. "I know what's in that. I'm not doing this again." She dropped her candy, running away. This was the 4th time in the last year she's run away from a fictional character trying to give her a present. Weirdly, our parents seemed annoyed. Dad picked up the box and thanked SpongeBob like they knew each other. I noticed a strange tattoo on SpongeBob's shin, but before I could ask about anything, we were heading home. Back at the house, Lily had locked herself upstairs. I kept demanding to know what that was and what's inside the box. Dad eventually gave in and opened it. Inside was a simple science set with beakers, test tubes, and safety goggles. Lily loved science, so this made sense. But why would she run away from something she loved? I tried to pick it up to examine closer, but Mom yelled, "Don't get your fingerprints on it," and closed the lid. The next morning, my parents told me Lily was too sick to go to school. But when I asked her, she said our parents were actually forcing her to stay home so she could see SpongeBob SpongeBob again. I knew something was wrong and decided to investigate. I left for school normal, then hid behind a truck and watched our house. An hour in a black van pulled into our driveway, and 3 men with duffel bags walked inside. I was terrified and called 911. 3 minutes later, police flooded our street. They broke our door down, and the strange men came out in handcuffs, one of them having the shin tattoo. But then Mom and Dad came out in handcuffs too. Finally, Lily stepped out, but she wearing a white lab coat. Why was she wearing that? An officer walked over and showed me photos. This is the meth lab our parents were running in your basement. He showed another photo of my sister pouring something. Your sister is gifted in chemistry. They used her to produce it. I flipped the water bottle and watched it land, and the whole class went berserk. Our teacher had said if I got it 10 times in a row, there'd be no homework for midterm, and I only needed one more flip. Everyone gathered round, and I took a deep breath, swinging it precisely. It came off my hand perfectly and started rotating through the air as planned. I smiled because I was about to go down as class legend. But then I saw a hand fly through the air, and right as my bottle was about to land, the hand slapped it off course. The bottle flew into the wall and fell. I looked over to see who hit it and saw the teacher grinning ear to ear. Nobody cheats my class. We started protesting, but he shouted to sit down, and whoever doesn't sit in the next 5 seconds will get double the homework. He then went handing out the 5,000-word essay due in 7 days, with a smile. Format your references as I asked, or you fail automatically. He sat at his desk and started flipping his own bottle to mock us. But that's when a kid from the back started laughing. The teacher leaned forward. "What are you laughing at?" But the kid just kept laughing and pointing behind him. The teacher started storming over, red in the face. "What are you laughing at?" But then suddenly he stopped, and his face changed color. The bottle I'd flipped was standing. Turns out when he'd hit it, it bounced off the wall straight on and fell down, landing perfectly upright. I'd officially flipped it 10 times in a row, and he had no choice but to take the essays off our desks. His jaw was clenched the whole time. I was eating ice cream when every speaker in my house started playing the same song. When I tried to call the police, they just said, "It's not our problem that your Spotify got hacked." But they didn't know that I hadn't heard the song since I was 8 years old, eating ice cream at the kitchen table the night my brother killed our mom. It was his favorite song. 2 days later, I scooped another bowl of ice cream, and the same song started again. I tried to pause it, but someone kept unpausing it. I switched the song, and it switched back. I couldn't take it anymore, so I destroyed my fuse box. The next night, I grabbed the ice cream from the freezer. Before I even opened the lid, every TV turned on playing the music video to the song. I searched the house and found a Polaroid slipped under the front door. Our family photo from before Mom died. My face was scratched out and my blood went cold. Only my brother had that photo. My hands started shaking because it meant my worst fears were confirmed. I picked up the phone and called 911, and right when I did, my brother came through the back door. "Long time no see," he said, slowly walking towards me. "So, did you enjoy the music?" I stared at him back. "I've had a long time to think about you in prison. You know I almost got away with it, but you had to ruin everything." He lifted up his jacket to show his waistband that had a gun. He pulled the gun out and locked the front door behind him. Then he took out his phone and started playing the song at full volume. "This is how it sounded that night, remember?" He pointed it at me, and I backed into the corner. 3. He stepped closer. 2. He put his finger on the trigger. The door kicked in on 1. That's when the police flooded my home. My brother was arrested again, and I told him, "You should have just stayed in prison." My mom told me I was 1 in 1 million, but at 25 years old, I learned the truth. When I was born, doctors noticed my right leg was abnormally stronger than the other. They lied to my mom and ruled it out as a deformity. As I got older, I got into soccer and had naturally stronger kicks, but my left leg was in severe pain because it wasn't being utilized properly. I had to work out my left leg more so I could even them out, but it took the life out of me. When I started dating my now wife, we were on a hiking trip, and the entire time I was out of breath. I revealed to her I had lost all feeling in my left leg. She was so furious I hid that from her, and we flew to America. After tests for weeks and weeks, I finally got a conclusive answer about my leg. Unfortunately, in the womb, I had a twin. They were absorbed into my leg. I was asked if I wanted to remove the muscle mass from my leg, but I said I'd rather keep it. My leg is the only thing that gives my twin life. 2 zookeepers burst through my door and said there was a venomous rattlesnake in my bathroom. My wife Jenna was in that bathroom right now, bathing our 3-year-old daughter Nadia. The zookeeper said it was an eastern diamondback, the largest venomous snake in North America, and one bite could kill a child in minutes. Then I remembered something that made my stomach lurch. Nadia was obsessed with snakes. Videos, toys, everything. She told me 100 times that if she ever saw a real snake, she was going to grab it. The zookeeper held up a tablet showing a blinking red dot. "Tracker, the signal is coming from your apartment. Someone took it from its enclosure enclosure and tampered with your building's pipe system. There's an entry point leading directly to your bathroom. I felt the blood drain from my face. Someone put it there on purpose? He nodded. We need to get your family out, now. We moved toward the bathroom slowly and quietly, and when I cracked the door open, my heart stopped. Jenna was in the tub with Nadia, bubbles everywhere, Nadia giggling and playing with a rubber duck, completely unaware that 5 feet behind them, a snake was coiled on the bath mat. As long as everyone stayed calm, we had a chance. Jenna saw my face first, then the zookeepers behind me, and her eyes went wide because we live in Florida, and she knew exactly what this meant. I put a finger to my lips and mouthed, "Don't move," then pointed behind her. She turned her head slowly and saw it, and her whole body went rigid as the snake's rattle twitched. Tears started streaming down her face, but she didn't make a sound. The zookeeper took one careful step forward, and that's when Nadia looked up and saw the snake, and her whole face lit up. "Mommy, look, a snake, a real snake." "Baby, don't move," I whispered. "Stay still for Daddy." But Nadia wasn't listening. "I want to pet it." The snake's rattle started buzzing, and Jenna was frozen, crying silently, holding Nadia as still as she could while Nadia squirmed and fought her grip. "Mommy, let go. I want to touch." The zookeeper took another step, and the snake's head rose with its tongue flicking. Then Nadia saw her moment and lunged, her little arms stretching toward the snake, and I watched the whole thing happen in slow motion. The snake struck. Fangs sank into her forearm, and Nadia screamed as blood pooled instantly, and her arms started swelling before my eyes. I grabbed her and ran. The hospital was 11 minutes away, and Nadia kept fading in and out the whole drive. Doctors swarmed her the moment we arrived. Anti-venom, IVS machines beeping everywhere. 3 hours later, the zookeepers walked in with a police officer and said they found him. They led me to an interrogation room window. A man sat at the table in handcuffs with his head down. He lifted his face and I stopped breathing. "My brother Rainer, you're supposed to be in prison." He leaned back. "Got out 14 months ago." "How did you do this?" His smile made my skin crawl. "Got a job at the zoo. Been working there 6 months. Studied your building's pipe system for 3 weeks until I found the entry point to your bathroom. I felt sick. My daughter could die because of you. Why would you do this?" His smile disappeared. "You testified against me. Chose a stranger over blood. You robbed a 78-year-old grandmother at gunpoint. You were guilty." He slammed his cuffed hands on the table. "I needed you to lie. You couldn't. So I wanted you to lose something the way I lost everything." My phone buzzed. Text from Jenna. "She's awake. She's going to be okay." I looked at my brother. "Now you're going to lose everything again." The tornado sirens were screaming, and my math teacher walked to the door, turned the deadbolt, pocketed the key, and told us we weren't getting out of this test. Every other class was filing toward the basement. Patel sat back down, pointed at the clock, and said, 35 minutes, start writing. The only man with the key cared more about his test than our lives. A girl raised her hand. "Sir, the whole school is evacuating right now." He didn't look up. 40 years in this town. That's a thunderstorm. Happens every spring. The wind outside turned into this deep howl that rattled the windows, and debris started smacking the side of the building. A kid in the front row pulled out his phone to call his mom, and Patel walked over, took it off his desk, and dropped it in his drawer. "You can call Mommy after the test." The kid next to me leaned over and whispered, "That's rotation. There's a tornado forming." Patel's head snapped up. "One more word, and you all fail." The rumbling got closer, and you could feel it vibrating up through the floor. The lights cut out. 3 seconds of darkness before emergency red lighting kicked in. The same girl stood up and walked to the door. "I'm leaving. Sit down, or you're expelled." She grabbed the handle. Locked. Patel jingled the key in his pocket. "Nobody leaves until time is called." A crack so loud it shook the walls. A tree slammed into the side of the building, and plaster dust rained from the ceiling. Patel brushed the dust off his desk. 30 minutes left. Keep writing. The kid next to me ripped the fire extinguisher off the wall and swung it through the door window. Glass everywhere. "Go! Everyone out!" Patel screamed about vandalism and expulsion as we climbed through one by one. We hit the basement as the sound above us turned into something I'll never forget, like the building was being torn in half. The tornado ripped the roof off our classroom and half the second floor. The fire department found Patel 25 minutes later, still at his desk, dead, covered in insulation and broken glass, the stack of tests still in front of him. They said the debris would have killed every one of us. You'd think after 40 years in this town he could tell the difference between a tornado and a thunderstorm, but at least he got his test. Right before my mom picked me up from school, a girl grabbed me. "Please, can I hop in the back of your car?" She was crying. "What? Why? Please, my mom's gonna be here any minute. Don't let her take me." I had never seen her before, and everyone was staring. "Please, there's no time. Just let me get in." I didn't know what to do. She was so scared. I couldn't leave her. "Okay, just tell me what's going on when you get in." I opened the back door for her, and she immediately hugged me, saying, "Oh my God, thank you." My mom instantly saw her crying. "Oh my God, what happened?" The girl instantly broke down. "I'm sorry. I just heard my mom on the phone this morning. She was setting up a buyer for me." We were both shocked. "A buyer? Like your mom was gonna sell you?" The girl nodded, still crying. "Yes, to the creepy men who always watch me." My mom looked horrified. She immediately reached for her phone, dialing 911, but the girl shouted, "No, please just drive. They'll see me here." My mom looked at me and without hesitation put the car in drive. We rolled out of the parking lot, but as I looked around, there was nobody else there. "Shouldn't your mom be here by now?" But she stayed quiet. "Don't worry, honey, I'm taking you straight to the police station. But I noticed she wasn't crying anymore. I heard her whisper, oh yeah, I'm gonna need police for sure. You'll see. This was getting really weird now. But then I saw the reflection of the flashing lights. There was a police SUV coming up behind us, then another, and then a third. We were boxed in. Police, get your ass out of the car now. Mom, what's happening? But when I looked at the girl, she wasn't scared. The cops all approached the car with their guns drawn. My mom yelled, officers, what did we do? You're under arrest for kidnapping this young girl. They grabbed my mom, but she said, no, you don't understand. She's in danger. Her mom was trying to sell her, but then an older woman stepped out from behind the cops. The girl ran up and hugged her, yelling, Mom, thank God. I was really confused now. Her mom pointed at us. That's the woman who kidnapped my daughter from school. They were gonna take her, but I yelled, no please, that girl lied to us. She doesn't even go to our school. But her mom already had an excuse. Yes, she does. Look at her backpack. It has the school logo on it. But when I said that, I noticed the cops looking at her weird. He looked suspicious. He said, wait, Historia Middle School? You go there? The girl nodded quickly, but she looked nervous. So you have classes with Marcus Chen? She instantly said, yes, we're really good friends. Then, the cop grabbed the woman and took out his handcuffs. Wait, what did we do? Ma'am, there is no Marcus Chen. Everyone knows that name is fake. They both went to jail, and they never pulled that scam again. After deciding I was going to take my life, I decided to order pizza as my last meal on Earth. But when the pizza arrived, the receipt had a really weird note attached to it. Please enjoy your last meal on us. We're so sorry. I immediately freaked out because I'd never told anyone about my plan. But when I looked closer at the pizza and the receipt, I realized I'd simply gotten someone else's order. I was relieved, but the words last meal still stuck out to me. So I put the address on the receipt into my GPS and drove over with the pizza. If this was actually someone's final meal, they needed to have it. I knocked on the door and a woman in tears answered. I said, your pizza was delivered to my house. I wanted to bring it back. Her eyes lit up and she immediately lunged to hug me. I was taken aback, but then I saw an old man in a bed behind her, hooked up to oxygen tubes and barely breathing. The woman explained through tears he was dying, and that used to take her to this pizza place every Friday, her whole childhood. This meal was his last request on Earth, as he wanted to connect with his daughter one final time. I was heartbroken and gave her the pizza and wished her well. I turned to leave, proud I'd done at least one good thing before taking my life. But then the old man called out to me. I turned around, and he was using all of his strength to motion his arm for me to come in. There's enough pizza for one more. I'm too weak to eat much anyway, he joked. I felt myself tear up, and the woman held the door for me as I walked inside. We shared the pizza, laughing and crying at his final stories. And when I asked him, why did you invite me in? He replied, I've lived long enough to know when someone needs a friend. I held the woman's hand as she said goodbye to her dad forever, and in his death, I found a reason to stay alive. Now every Friday, me and the woman have pizza together to honor him. My mom cupped my face and smiled. You look just like your dad, and I grinned back. Good, I want to be just like him. But a month later, he packed a suitcase and left us for another woman. The betrayal killed us both. Mom stopped eating, and I got migraines that made my nose bleed. After I coughed up blood, I dragged myself to the kitchen to tell Mom I needed a hospital, but I hid behind the doorway when I saw her crushing pills I'd never seen before into my food. She turned around with a creepy smile and yelled, honey, dinner's ready. I walked in a minute later saying, Mom, I don't feel good, so I'm gonna eat in my room. Make sure you eat it all. It'll make you feel better, she said. I dumped it into a bag and stuffed it in my backpack. I started buying food on the way home from school after that, and dumped the pill-infested food into a bag every night. I realized she was the one making me sick when I started feeling better. I didn't know why she did this, so when she left for work one day, I went through every drawer in her room looking for answers until I found a stack of letters, all written to my dad. She wrote that she wanted to hurt him but couldn't, so she was hurting me instead because I had his face. I cried until my eyes were bloodshot. Then I put the letters back and went straight to the kitchen. When she got home, I walked her to the kitchen and said, come on, Mom, I made you food. You gotta start eating again. You're amazing, she said. She finished the whole plate. Within a week, she was throwing up after my dinners. Then the migraines started, and her nose bled through tissues. Her fevers got so bad she couldn't get out of bed, and the whole time I brought her water, adjusted her pillows, and made her plate every single night. When she started coughing up blood, I drove her to the hospital, and she got admitted. That night, I walked into her room, leaned in close, and whispered, you made me sick because I have Dad's face, so I made you sick. And now you get to watch his face leave you all over again. I walked out without looking back. I'm 30, and my family still treats me like a baby, so I put a knife to their throats to prove them wrong. We were at my cousin's wedding, and my aunt showed me the seating chart that had me at the kids' table. I was sat surrounded by 8-year-olds when my aunt walked over with wine in her hand, but gave me a juice box. Babies don't drink alcohol, she laughed. My mom appeared and wiped the imaginary juice off my face with a napkin. They walked away laughing. You see, I'm I'm the youngest of 7 by 10 years, so I've always been the baby no matter what. I was at the table staring at the crayons I'd been given when my uncle walked over with a plastic plate and chicken nuggets cut into pieces. He gave me a plastic fork with the prongs cut off. "Careful with the fork, buddy." He ruffled my hair and walked away. The kids were laughing at me. I had a medical degree and was being told to be careful with a plastic fork. I heard adults laughing behind too and decided to just leave. I went to stand up when suddenly I heard choking. I turned around and Aunt Janet was going purple and grasping her throat. Mom was screaming, "I thought you said you grew out of your shrimp allergy." Janet collapsed and started turning blue. Someone called 911, but they were 10 minutes out. 10 minutes Janet didn't have. There was no EpiPen because she'd stopped carrying it years ago. My uncle panicked and knelt beside her. Everyone was screaming at him to do something, so he started randomly pressing her chest, which only made Janet turn more blue. I had to do something, so I grabbed a nearby steak knife and one of the kids' pens beside me. I knelt beside Janet and pushed my uncle's hands away. He screamed, "What are you doing? You're too young for this." But I didn't even reply and put the knife to Janet's throat. My mom grabbed my hand immediately. "What are you doing with that knife?" And I yelled back louder than I've ever yelled at them. "I know what I'm doing. Do you want Janet to live or no?" The entire room froze, stunned. My uncle butt in. "But you're a baby. You can't know what you're doing." That was the moment I had enough. I just looked at him and shrugged. "Okay, fine. I guess I don't. Keep doing your compressions and kill her." I backed away from Janet and went to stand up. But Mom grabbed my arm, her face pale. Okay, just do what you have to, please." Janet had maybe 3 minutes left. I got the steak knife and cut into her throat. My family watched in horror. They thought I was killing her, and every few seconds someone tapped my arm to ask if I'm sure I know what I'm doing. I opened her throat and inserted the hollow pen cap into the incision, and air started rushing through. Janet's chest rose and slowly her color started returning. My mom hugged me so tight I lost control of the pen cap and had to put it back in the right place. And when the paramedics arrived, one of them recognized me immediately. "Dr. Yen?" My mom's head snapped. "Wait, him? A doctor?" The paramedic looked at her. "Ma'am, he's the youngest neurosurgeon in the country. You should be incredibly proud." My whole family stared at me red and embarrassed and never infantilized me again. My dad smashed my PlayStation 5 and said, "No more video games in this household." So I downloaded an educational app that has games on it, thinking he wouldn't get mad. But to my dad, it still looked exactly like a regular video game, and it pissed him off. I tried explaining, "It's not a game, Dad. I'm learning." But Dad said, "Looks like a game to me. Put it away, or else I'm gonna smash your phone next." I was really sad because the one educational app I downloaded was about the stock market, and it was actually teaching me how to invest. So I got sneaky. I played the app's trivia games with the phone hidden under a book, tapping answers between the pages. I answered 3 in a row, and the screen lit up. "You've earned 1 free stock of Apple Inc. The app rewarded you with actual stocks for getting trivia questions right." So I jumped up from excitement. "Yes!" Dad looked over from the couch. "What was that?" I scrambled. "Just my favorite character in the book just won." Dad's jaw tightened. "Read quieter." But he was suspicious of me now. So the next time when I was on the app, I clicked on the auto invest feature when I heard my dad's footsteps right behind me. I swiped out of the app and acted like I was just turning a page. Dad stopped right in front of me and held out his hand, signaling to hand the phone over. I placed it in his palm. He searched the screen for a long moment, then found nothing. He started handing it back, and I let out a small breath of relief, thinking I was safe. But that's when a notification buzzed in his hand. "Level up. Auto invest made you plus $83 this week." The notification glowed on the lock screen. Dad's eyes moved across it. His eyes narrowed on me. I stood up. "Dad, it's not." Dad slammed the phone down on the tile. The screen shattered. He brought his foot down on what was left until the pieces stopped moving. "And I'm not buying you a new one." But it wasn't over, because the next morning I walked into the house with a brand new iPhone I bought from investing money. Dad stopped mid-sip. "Where did you get that?" I opened the Bloom investing app I've been using and turned the phone toward him. "I paid for it myself. Remember I told you about the learning game?" Dad shook his head. "That's not possible. 15-year-olds can't open stock accounts." I scrolled to the account page. "Bloom lets teens invest through a custodial account. Grandma signed off when I opened it." I scrolled to the balance, and his jaw dropped because he was proved wrong. My bully Richard cornered me in the yard for the 3rd time this week and started making fun of my arm again. "What's wrong with your arm? It looks so weird." Richard squeezed it and laughed. He didn't know it was a realistic prosthetic. I tried to pull away, but he wound up his fist. He swung it and punched my arm as hard as he could, and I heard something shatter, but it wasn't my arm. Richard dropped to the ground screaming, cradling his limp hand. His knuckles were already swelling. My prosthetic arm had broken his hand. I went back to class laughing about it. But an hour later, my principal pulled me out and walked me to his office. Richard's parents were already inside, while Richard sat there with his broken hand in a cast, red-faced and slamming his chair from anger. His mom instantly stood up. "That's him. That's the kid who broke my son's hand." His dad pointed at me. "You are getting expelled, and you'll be paying for every cent of Richard's medical bills." I looked at them both and decided to take off my my prosthetic arm. My arm isn't real. It's made of metal. That's why punching it broke Richard's hand. I quickly reattached it, and Richard's face dropped as this was his first time seeing the prosthetic. But his dad cut in immediately. That's even worse. Your arm is a weapon. A kid walking around school with a metal arm is dangerous to everyone. His mom turned to the principal and said, either expel him or we're calling our lawyer. This metal arm excuse is a disgrace. I was in disbelief while Richard sat there smirking at me. But then the principal held up his hand and asked the mom, "Are you done?" He turned his monitor around and made them watch how Richard attacked me for no reason. Richard physically assaulted a disabled classmate, and you're trying to blame that classmate for the consequences of your son's own stupidity. The dad went to argue, but the principal cut him off. Your son is being suspended. Richard immediately jumped out of his chair screaming, "When I come back, I'm gonna destroy your stupid arm." His mom tried to calm him down, but he ripped free and grabbed a stapler off the principal's desk. He hurled it at my prosthetic, but it bounced off and hit him in the face. He dropped to the floor holding his nose. The principal sighed. You know what? He's expelled. My teacher looked at my drawing, covered her mouth, and ran out of the room screaming. Our assignment was to draw something that makes us happy, so I drew me and my dad fishing at the lake, something we do every Saturday. I picked up my paper to see what she saw. 2 stick figures, a fishing rod, a lake, a building that said Larry's Bait and Tackle, and a fish that I even labeled fish in case there was any confusion. I had no idea what I did wrong. She came back with 2 security guards, still screaming, grabbed my drawing off my desk, and pointed at me like I was dangerous. They walked me out without saying a word and sat me down in Principal Carter's office. He had my drawing under a desk lamp like he was examining a ransom note. He looked up. Explain this. I told him it's me and my dad fishing at the lake. He pointed at my stick figure's hand. You're telling me this is a fishing rod when I'm looking at a weapon. I told him there's a line coming off it with a fish on the end, and I literally wrote the word fish next to it. Mrs. Keller leaned in. It looks like he's aiming at the building. I told her it's Larry's Bait and Tackle where we buy worms, and he's facing the water because that's where fish live and that's how fishing works. I didn't understand how every adult in the room was looking at a fish and seeing a threat. Principal Carter picked up his phone and called my dad. Mr. Davis, your son drew an image that appears to depict a school shooting. We need you here immediately. I sat there staring at my drawing, wondering how I ended up here. My dad showed up still in his work shirt with dirt on his hands and stopped in the doorway. Where is he? What did he draw? Principal Carter slid the drawing across the desk and my dad picked it up, stared at it, and laughed. Not a chuckle, a full laugh. This is from last Saturday. He pulled out his phone, turned it around, and the photo was right there. Me standing in front of Larry's Bait and Tackle holding my fishing rod. Same building, same rod, same everything. He looked at the principal. Is everyone in this room slow? My son drew a fish, labeled it fish, drew a fishing rod, drew a bait shop, and you looked at that and saw a school shooting. Nobody said anything. You pulled my son out of class and called me at work because not one adult in this building stopped and said, hey, maybe that's a fishing rod. Mrs. Keller stared at the floor, and Principal Carter had nothing. My dad put the drawing in his pocket. We're done here. Let's go. Next art class, I drew Mrs. Keller and labeled it Donkey in case there was any confusion. My dad flung my bedroom door open screaming, Mom's in the kitchen crying because of what we found in your search history. Get up, now. I sat up with my heart pounding before I was fully awake. Dad set my laptop on the desk and pulled up the browser history. Page after page of searches I had never made. Adult websites, forums about hacking into bank accounts, dark web marketplaces bookmarked and revisited dozens of times. This isn't mine. I didn't search for any of this. Then he opened a hidden folder filled with hundreds of inappropriate photos and showed me the same searches pulled from my phone. Every timestamp matched when I'd been home alone. This isn't mine. I didn't do any of this. You're telling us someone hacked both your laptop and your phone? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Mom appeared in the doorway crying. We already called a counselor. You have an appointment in the morning. The counselor recommended a troubled teen camp, and 2 days later, my parents forced me to go. Dad handed over the folder of printed screenshots and explained everything. I tried to defend myself, but my voice kept cracking. I'm being framed. I never searched for any of that. My younger brother Chris started crying quietly, and my mom comforted him. The counselor asked him, "Are you afraid of your brother?" He nodded without looking at me. Then she asked to see the laptop. She clicked for several minutes while everyone sat in silence. Then she stopped. There's a program running here that shouldn't be. It lets someone control this computer from a different device. She looked up at my parents. Someone in your house has been controlling this computer remotely. Chris went completely still. The counselor looked directly at him. Chris, do you know anything about this? His face crumbled. You deleted my Minecraft world and didn't even care. You just said sorry and walked away like it was nothing, but I spent hours building it. Dad stood up slowly and looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before. It sounds like your little brother is the one who needs this camp instead. Our teacher slammed a stack of papers on his desk and looked at every one of us. 30 years I've been doing this. Not once has every student failed my test until now. He was red in the face, pacing like a caged animal. He handed my test back. 4 out of 25. I looked at the first answer. It was the same one I'd written on my flashcards the night night before. This was our midterm, half our final grade. He looked at the class and said, "Every single one of you is going to summer school. I'm calling all of your parents tonight." Kids started panicking. He picked up the phone like he was about to start dialing. I raised my hand. "Sir, are you sure you graded this properly?" He slammed the phone down. "Are you calling me incompetent?" He snatched the answer key off his desk and held it up to the class. "Does this look wrong to you?" Someone from the back yelled, "Yeah, it says Spanish quiz." He looked at the paper in his hand, then at us, then back at it. The color drained from his face. He put the key down and slid it under a folder. "I'm still disappointed in all of you. The whole class lost it." He pointed at me. "Sit down. That's detention for getting up without permission." I was still in my seat. He sat down without a word and pulled out the real answer key. For 20 minutes, the only sound was his pen scratching across paper while the entire class watched in silence. When he finished, we all passed. I got a 94. He never apologized. He just stared at his desk until the bell rang. On the way out, I leaned over and whispered, "30 years, sir. You might want to get your eyes checked." My wife texted me a photo of my son's empty plate with the caption, "He ate all his broccoli without complaining," and I felt my whole body go cold. My son has never eaten a vegetable. We have tried bribery, begging, and blending them into smoothies. He picked microscopic pieces of spinach out of a chocolate smoothie, gagged like he'd been poisoned, and didn't trust me for a week. I called her immediately, and she cheerfully told me our son was taking a bath, but my son has not taken a bath since he was 4 years old. I knew something was going wrong. I ran out of the office and was doing 60 before I even made it out of the parking garage. I called 911, and the dispatcher didn't believe me until I told her about the hunger strike he staged because my wife put a single pea on his plate as a joke. "We're sending units," she said. I was still 5 minutes out. I called my retired cop neighbor and asked him to watch the house. He told me there was a truck in the driveway that he didn't recognize, and every blind in the house was closed. My wife never closes those blinds because our son likes to watch for my car. I pulled onto our street and slammed on the brakes when I saw 3 police cars and an ambulance. The officers had their weapons pointed at my front door. I jumped out of my car and one tackled me into the ground before I made it 10 feet. "There's a man inside with a knife. We are handling this." Then I heard my son crying and the sound of glass shattering. The officers rushed the door, screaming. A crash. Then an officer came out carrying my son. 2 more were dragging a man in handcuffs with blood streaming down his face. My wife stumbled out behind them. The man had broken in through the back door. He held a knife to her throat and made her text me something normal so I wouldn't come home early from work. "How did you think of the broccoli?" She looked at me with mascara running down her face. 4 years of fighting him every night. I knew you would know. I looked down at my son clinging to my leg. "Daddy, I didn't really eat the broccoli. I promise." I was banging on the vending machine to try and get my dollar back when suddenly the late bell rang, so I left it and headed to class. But by the time I sat down, our teacher was already taking attendance. So I pulled out my phone under my desk and texted my little brother Timmy, "Go get my dollar from the vending machine by the bathrooms." "Fine." She started the lesson and I put my phone away. A few minutes later, we heard a loud bang from down the hall. The speakers crackled and our principal's voice came through shaking. "Return to your classrooms and lock your doors. This is not a drill." Our teacher immediately jumped up and pulled the blinds shut. She then locked the door and shoved her desk against it. "Backpacks down. Get to that wall. Let's go. Let's go." A girl in the front row started crying. "Oh my God, there's a shooter." I grabbed my phone and texted Timmy, "Get to your class now." Delivered. Sirens started layering outside one after another until you could feel them vibrating through the floor. A kid whispered, "They're right outside," and someone shushed him so hard the room went dead silent. Our teacher sat at her laptop refreshing the page over and over. Nobody talked. I looked at my phone. Still delivered. 10 minutes passed. Then the speakers crackled again. "All clear. All students please exit the building in an orderly fashion." Kids started grabbing their bags. Our teacher touched my shoulder. "Jack, stay here." A police officer was waiting at the door. He walked me down an empty hallway and into a small room at the end. My mom was sitting inside. She saw me and broke down. "Baby, it's Timmy. Where is he? Is he okay?" She couldn't answer. My dad knelt in front of me. "He didn't make it, buddy." "Was he shot? Did the shooter get to him?" My dad shook his head. "There was no shooter, Jack. Timmy was trying to get something out of a vending machine. He was rocking it back and forth and it fell on top of him." I stared at him. "That was the bang?" Nobody answered. I broke free and ran. Kids were pouring out of the building laughing and hugging each other, and I pushed through all of them. I ran down the hallway. Around the corner, there was the vending machine on its side. Next to it was one shoe and Timmy's phone. My brother has dwarfism and is only 3'8". Whenever he's anywhere in public, kids will constantly stare at him and very loudly ask why he's so short. He always ignores it, but when we were at Disneyland, a kid saw him and instantly yelled, "Mom, did that man shrink in the wash?" Everyone was shocked, but his mom didn't care. She just said, "No honey, he didn't listen when his mom told him to finish his vegetables. You don't want to look like that, do you?" I could tell he was mad, but tried to ignore it. But later, we saw him again. He was screaming, and his mom couldn't get him to stop. But then, she saw saw my brother again and clearly got an idea. She instantly grabbed her son and said, "Look, Hunter, it's one of Santa's elves. He must be watching you to make sure you're on the nice list this year. You better behave." I felt my fists clench. I could not believe this woman. I was about to say something to her, but just before I did, my brother stopped me. He looked at the kid and said, "Actually, it's okay, Hunter. I already put you on the nice list. And you know what? Santa actually told me you're gonna be getting a PS5 this Christmas." Hunter started jumping in excitement. Hunter's mom was pissed. I was flying a plane when a woman screamed from the cabin, "Oh my God, I need to speak to the captain right now." The flight attendant walked into the cockpit rolling her eyes. "That's the 17th time she's pressed the button. She insists on talking to you about an urgent safety concern." I had my co-pilot take over and walked back. She stood up and pointed at me in front of the whole cabin. "You're flying too high." My ears popped, and that only happens when you exceed legal altitude limits. "Ma'am, ears pop from normal pressure changes." She pulled out her phone and showed me a compass app. "This proves we're at 50,000 feet. That's a compass. You're lying to cover up your reckless flying. I demand you descend to 1,000 feet. That would put us through buildings. That's propaganda from big aviation to justify expensive fuel charges." She went back to her seat, but 5 minutes later, the flight attendant was back. The woman had written a formal complaint on napkins and gotten 3 other passengers to sign it by telling them we were in danger. One of the guys who signed it walked up to me. "Is it true we're flying illegally high?" I showed him the altitude on my tablet. That's exactly what someone flying too high would say. 20 minutes later, she hit the call button again. She had a tape measure pressed against the window. "Based on my calculations, we're at 70,000 feet. That's basically space. How are you measuring through a window?" Special vision. Years of yoga. She stood up and announced she was making a citizen's arrest on me for reckless endangerment and walked toward the cockpit holding plastic zip ties she'd brought from home. The air marshal stepped in and she pointed at him. "You're in on it. You're all in the pocket of Big Cloud." She turned around and went straight for the emergency exit to let in ground level air because the high altitude was making everyone stupid. A flight attendant tackled her before she reached the handle. We made an emergency landing in Dallas. As they walked her off, she demanded a drug test for me, specifically for altitude drugs. The cop asked what those were. "If you don't know, you're not qualified to arrest me." Her formal complaint is the last thing I'll ever frame. The pilot's refusal to fly lower proves he's hiding something, probably a second secret altitude. I got banned from an all-you-can-eat buffet, so I made sure the owner never forgot my face. I spent the whole day before starving myself on purpose. So when I walked into that buffet, I loaded my first plate so high, the server stopped and watched me carry it to my table. I could see the steam rising off the ribs as I sat down. I took my first bite and savored every second of it. That was just the start. Second plate, I went back for lasagna, mashed potatoes, and a pile of garlic bread. By my third plate, the servers started slowing down every time they walked past my table. One of them stopped and just stared at me like I was eating her groceries. By my fifth plate, I caught a tiny Asian man peeking out at me from behind the soda machine every few seconds. Plate 7. I stacked another round of ribs on my tray like building blocks and grabbed a handful of brownies from the kids section. That was it for him. He marched out from behind the machine with 2 workers behind him. "Stop! Stop eating! You here since 4 o'clock. My cooks are crying." I pointed at the sign on the wall. "It says all you can eat." He told me to get out. I stood up, walked right past him, and started making plate 8. He pulled out his phone and called the cops. I sat back down and kept eating. I was mid-bite with sauce dripping down my chin when 2 officers walked through the front door. Every head in the restaurant turned. The officers looked confused. What exactly did he do? The manager threw his hands in the air. "This man eats 7 plate. 7! I call you 10 minutes ago, and he go back for more." One of the officers took off his hat and rubbed his whole face with his hand. "Sir, could you just go, please?" They walked me out. I still had food on my plate. The manager followed us to the door. "You banned. Forever. I put your picture on the wall so nobody forget you face." So I got revenge. The next week I sat down at my kitchen table and designed a flyer. Free lobster tail night. First 100 guests eat free. I printed 200 copies and spent a whole afternoon sliding them under windshields all over town. That Friday night, I bought a box of ribs from the place across the street and sat on the hood of my car in his parking lot. By 6, the lot was full. By 7, people were lined up out the door waving flyers in the air demanding their free lobster. The manager came outside sweating through his shirt. "I don't have lobster. This a buffet. What I look like Gordon Ramsay." A woman in the front started banging on the window. A man in the back yelled they weren't leaving until they got their lobster. Someone picked up a pile of dog poop off the ground and launched it right at his face. The manager was spinning in circles, screaming, and that's when he saw me. I held up a rib and took a bite. Delicious. My last meal on death row saved my life. I was convicted of killing my girlfriend Sloane. She had a severe shellfish allergy that everyone knew about. We were at dinner and she went to the bathroom. When she came back, she ate her pasta and died at our table 20 minutes later. Someone had put shrimp in it. The prosecution said I did it while she wasn't looking. Angry boyfriend, insurance beneficiary, opportunity. My prints were on her plate from the appetizers we'd shared. I told them I didn't do it. I told them over and over. Nobody believed me, and the jury convicted me. 8 years on death row. 8 years of appeals. 8 years of hoping someone would believe me. Thursday morning, my lawyer called. The governor denied clemency. I'm sorry. I tried everything. I hung up and stared at the ceiling. Execution was scheduled for Friday at 6 p.m. When the guard handed me my last meal request form, I thought about it for an hour. I'd always imagined what lobster tasted like. Sweet, buttery, rich. I grew up in Topeka. Dad worked construction. Mom cleaned houses. We ate hamburger helper and canned vegetables. Lobster was something rich people ate on TV. I'd never had it, or any shellfish in my life. If I had one meal left on Earth, I wanted the thing I'd spent 28 years wondering about. Thursday night, I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about Sloane. Not about that night, but about before. Her laugh, her smile, how I thought we'd get married. Friday morning, the chaplain stopped by. Would you like to pray? No, thank you. Noon came and kitchen smells started drifting down. Butter melting, garlic, something savory that made my mouth water. I hadn't eaten since Wednesday. Wanted to be hungry for this. 2 p.m. and I started counting minutes. 3 p.m. and a guard brought clean clothes for the execution. Gray shirt, gray pants. You'll change at 5:30. 3 hours left to live. 4 p.m. The guard appeared with a covered tray and set it on my table. He lifted the cover. The lobster was bigger than I'd imagined. Bright red with 2 massive claws. Melted butter beside it. Garlic bread steaming. 2 hours, Hayes. Make it count. I picked up the nutcracker and cracked open the first claw. Took my first bite. It was everything I'd hoped for. Sweet, tender, melting in my mouth. Butter dripped down my chin, and I didn't care. This was worth waiting 28 years for. Then my throat started to close. Not slowly, fast, like someone was choking me from the inside. I tried to swallow and couldn't. Tried to breathe and nothing came. My vision went dark around the edges. I grabbed for the cell bars, but my hands wouldn't work. I hit the floor hard. Keys, running footsteps. Someone rolled me over. A sharp jab in my thigh. EpiPen, sirens. I passed out. When I woke up, there was a tube down my throat and a doctor standing over me. She pulled it out and I coughed violently. Mr. Hayes, you just went into anaphylactic shock. You're severely allergic to shellfish. Have you ever eaten it before? I shook my head. That's why there's no allergy in your file. You've never been exposed until now. She paused. You were convicted of putting shrimp in your girlfriend's food, but if you're this allergic, you would have gone into shock the moment you touched it. You would have collapsed at that restaurant just like you collapsed tonight. Then she said the words I'd waited 8 years to hear. The fact that you didn't means you never touched the shrimp. Mr. Hayes, you couldn't have done it. I called the warden. They filed an emergency stay at 5:58. I looked at the clock. 6:03 p.m. My execution was scheduled for 6. I was supposed to be dead 3 minutes ago. They released me 3 months later. I never tried lobster again, but I'll never forget the taste. Sweet and buttery, exactly like freedom. She slid me a $20 bill during lunch and whispered, I need you to be my boyfriend, for exactly 4 hours. I nearly choked on my sandwich. You see, Lisa was the most popular girl in 9th grade, and I was the kid who got embarrassed during PE warm-ups. But $20 was $20. She explained that her ex-boyfriend Bart was bringing his new girlfriend to the school carnival that afternoon, and she needed to look completely over it and thriving. The plan was simple. Hold hands, share cotton candy, win her a stuffed animal, and make it look natural. What she didn't mention was that Bart was about 6 feet tall and seemed like the kind of guy who'd been around a bit longer than the rest of us. Lisa even coached me on what to say. Compliment my hair every 10 minutes, she instructed. And if Bart gets too close, put your arm around me like you're protecting me. She made me practice walking with confident swagger in the empty hallway behind the gym. She also gave me a crash course in boyfriend basics. Call me babe, but not too much, she said, counting on her fingers. Laugh at my jokes, even if they're terrible. And whatever you do, don't let go of my hand first. The whole thing felt like studying for the world's weirdest test. The carnival started fine. We walked around holding hands while Lisa laughed way too loudly at everything I said. Oh my gosh, you're so funny, she'd shriek when I pointed out that the ring toss was rigged. I had no idea what I was doing, but I knew I had to keep this act going. I kept trying to remember her rules, dutifully complimenting her hair every few minutes and calling her babe in what I hoped was a natural way. The other kids were definitely buying it. I heard someone whisper, when did Lisa start dating him? At the duck pond game. I tried to win her a prize, but kept missing. Lisa squeezed my hand and whispered, Bart's watching from the Ferris wheel. That's when I somehow managed to knock down 3 ducks in a row and won her a giant stuffed bear. She hugged it and squealed, my boyfriend is so talented. We shared cotton candy next, and Lisa made sure to feed me pieces while giggling. You're getting it all over your face, she said, wiping my cheek with her thumb. I was starting to think maybe this whole fake boyfriend thing wasn't so bad after all. Then we rode the tilt-a-whirl together, and Lisa screamed and grabbed onto my arm the whole time. When we got off, she was still holding on, and for a second, I forgot she was paying me. That was amazing, she breathed, looking up at me with those sparkling eyes. Then Bart showed up. He took one look at us and marched over, with his new girlfriend trailing behind. Lisa, what's this supposed to be? He demanded. Before she could answer, I panicked and did the stupidest thing possible. I quickly kissed her on the cheek like we were in some cheesy movie. The crowd of 7th graders around around us went silent. Bart's girlfriend gasped. Even the carnival music seemed to stop. When we broke apart, Lisa stared at me with wide eyes. Then she kissed me back with a big smile. "This is my new boyfriend," she announced to Bart, "and he's amazing." Bart looked like he was ready to explode. But what could he do? Start a fight at the school carnival over his ex-girlfriend? We spent the rest of the afternoon actually having fun. Lisa won me a goldfish at the ring toss, and I bought her elephant ears with powdered sugar. By the time her mom picked us up, I'd almost forgotten it was all fake. Almost. The next Monday, Lisa walked past me in the hallway like nothing had happened. When I tried to wave, she looked right through me. I even said, "Hey Lisa," but she just kept walking like I was invisible. But hey, $20 is $20, and I still have that goldfish. I let a room full of grown men playing Pokemon make fun of my 9-year-old daughter. She walked into the card shop holding my hand and her little pink deck box. The owner looked at her and laughed. "There's a Pokemon tournament today. She can't be older than 9. These guys would eat her alive." But my daughter shrugged and said, "I won't cry, Daddy." I squeezed her shoulder. "I know you won't." He shook his head, took our entry fee, and slapped a name tag on the counter. "Your funeral." Her first opponent looked at me instead of her. "Dude, seriously? You really brought her here to waste everyone's time?" He looked down at her. "Do you even know how this game works? Or did your daddy just buy you a fairy deck because you like the pretty pink Pokemon?" She started shuffling her cards without answering. He told his friend, "I'll go easy on her so she doesn't cry." Back in 5. She beat him in 4 turns. Her second opponent complained loud enough for the whole store to hear that he had to waste a round playing against a literal infant. This is a real tournament for people who actually know how to play, not daycare. My daughter said, "I know how to play," in a voice so small he had to lean in to hear her. He snorted, "Sure you do, sweetheart. Let's just get this over with so I can play someone who doesn't need a booster seat." She beat him so fast he demanded a judge watch the next game because there was no way a child could beat him fairly. When she beat him again even faster with the judge standing right there, he threw his cards down and stormed out. For the final round, she faced a guy who had been glaring at us all night. He cracked his knuckles across the table. "Sorry, kid. Playtime's over. Those guys let you win because they felt bad." He glanced at her name tag, and his whole body went still. "Top 10 in the country?" My daughter looked up at him. "Are you ready to play now, mister?" His hands were shaking so bad he dropped his cards twice. People abandoned their own games to watch a 9-year-old in pink and a grown man's winning streak. She looked up at me after the last game. "Daddy, that was way easier than the kids at regionals." I picked up her prize money and her little pink deck box, and we walked out hand in hand. She didn't cry. They almost did. My friend pulled up in his dad's new sports car. "Come on, man. Let's see how fast it can go." I was nervous, but I got in. Within minutes, he was speeding down the road going 80. I saw the sign pass us. Speed limit, 45. "Whoa, slow down, man. What if there's a cop?" He pressed the gas harder, but then the car lit up red and blue. There was a cop behind us. He instantly started sweating. "Oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?" Another cop was in front of us. "Pull over right now." He slammed on the brakes and they boxed us in. He started panicking. "Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my scholarship. We're gonna go to jail." I knew we had to do something quick. We were going so fast, we'd for sure get thrown in jail. That's when I got an idea. I grabbed my flip phone and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I took a deep breath. "Hello? I just saw someone walk into the bank with a shotgun. Please get here quick." I hung up and saw the cops walking towards our car. They already had their handcuffs out, hands on their weapons, and looked furious. But then, their radio turned on. Both of them froze. He grabbed it and said, "What?" They looked at each other and instantly ran back to their cars. He stopped at our window and yelled, "Slow down next time." We were both panting, drenched in sweat, and I immediately broke my phone in half and threw it into a lake. My uncle pulled me aside. "I got you a cape that can make you fly." It was my 6th birthday party, and I tore the box open to try it out straight away. You just need to go high enough for it to work. So when no one was looking, I let him lift me onto a stack of bricks. Jump, but nothing happened, and I wasn't stopping until I went high enough to fly. Next, he boosted me onto the garden shed roof. "Try again." I jumped and hit the grass hard. "Why isn't this working?" "You're not high enough yet. Come on, I know a spot." I followed him down the road, and we didn't stop until we reached a bridge over the highway. He sat me on the railing and climbed up next to me. My legs were dangling over the cars below. "This is the jump that changes everything." On the count of 3, I looked down at the cars and smiled. "I can't wait to fly." The cape caught the wind and lifted behind me. 1, 2, I squeezed his hand. 3, I felt myself drop and the cape ripped up over my face. But right before my body hit the cars, someone grabbed my arm and pulled me up. I looked up and 2 officers had my uncle pinned to the ground. My mom grabbed me so tight I couldn't breathe. "Mom, what's going on?" Uncle was teaching me how to fly. She was holding the wrapping paper from the gift earlier. There was a note on the inside. The words, "I'm not meant for this life. Goodbye." My uncle looked at me from the ground and said, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to take you with me." I saw my older brother trying to open a water bottle for his crush. crush. His arms were shaking and his crush laughed to his best friend. "Garrett's so weak, I should have asked you for help instead." I felt bad for him, so that night I put on One Punch Man to cheer him up. By the end of the episode, his eyes were sparkling. If Saitama can go from weak to invincible, so can I. I just need to train like him. Garrett started the next morning, doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run, and within 2 months, his arms had definition, and his chest filled out his shirts. His crush started watching him do pull-ups at the gym, and she'd ask about his anime workout. He'd flex and quote Saitama, "I'm just a guy who's a hero for fun." We all cheered him on, but then I found Garrett punching concrete walls. "I'm removing my limiters," he'd explain, wrapping them in bloody gauze. He passed out mid-squat in the garage a week later. I begged him to take rest days, but he just dropped into another set. Saitama never rested. When he hit 220 pounds, he started walking up to strangers asking them to test his power level, but all of them hit the ground before Garrett even broke a sweat. He'd walk away disappointed every time looking for someone bigger, so when Garrett spotted a cop built like a freight train on the shoulder of the road, he pulled over foaming at the mouth saying, "This is my moment," and was out of the car before I could grab him. The cop drew his weapon when Garrett raised his fists at him. "Drop your hands, get on the ground," Garrett screamed. "One punch is all I need," and charged towards him. The first shot hit his thigh, but he kept going. The second tore through his shoulder, and the third punched into his spine as he fell. I was already screaming and running toward him as Garrett laid on the ground with blood pooling fast. I'm supposed to be invincible, just like Saitama. Garrett is paralyzed from the chest down now, and his massive arms shake every time he tries to open a water bottle. When I was 8, my dad got called into school because I'd been bullying other kids again, and the principal wanted to expel me, but my dad put his hand up and said to give him 1 week. My dad came home and asked why I was bullying kids, and when I replied because they have a happy family unlike me, so they deserve it, my dad gave me a teddy bear and gave me one rule. The next week I was at my mom's house, and just like dad asked, put the teddy bear on the top shelf. Then, I proceeded to put down the teddy bear by one shelf. Each time my family made me unhappy. Mom's boyfriend called me useless all week, and she didn't defend once, so by Friday, I'd put the teddy bear all the way to the floor. My dad came to pick me up and saw the teddy bear. He asked me what the teddy did to deserve getting put down. I said, "Deserve? He didn't do anything to deserve it?" That's when he asked me, "So, now, what about the kids? Do they deserve it?" I realized what he meant, and went back to school and never bullied again. Just because things are tough doesn't mean you get to take it out on someone innocent. I was home alone when I heard my doorknob rattling. I'm blind, but I immediately recognized the voices on the other side of the door. Peter and Devin, the 2 older kids who threw the rocks at my face that blinded me. They forced the door open, and I sprinted to the counter for my phone. I slid my hands across every surface, but before I could locate it, I heard them in the living room. I ran upstairs quietly as I could and crawled under a bed, my heart pounding because how was a blind kid supposed to defend himself against 2 attackers? Then I smelled something I couldn't quite name yet, but it was strong. They were downstairs calling my name and saying they have my phone so they know I can't call for help. That's when I heard them splashing liquid everywhere. That same smell hit again, but now I recognized it. Gasoline. Why were they pouring gasoline? And before I could even think, Peter and Devin started going up the stairs. "This is what you get for telling Stacy!" Peter yelled. "She won't go out with me now because of you!" Devin called out that when they found me, they would carve out my eyes out since I didn't use them anyway, and started flicking a lighter saying this comes after. A door down the hall from me opened and slammed shut seconds later, then another one closer. They were checking every room, and I heard Peter say, "2 rooms left, come out to play." I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before they found me, and did God knows what. That's when my hands felt a radio beside me, and I realized I was in my parents' room. I did the only thing I could think of, and slid out from under the bed, crawling to my dad's nightstand and pulling the drawer open. My dad worked on marine rescue boats and kept his head torch there. It let him see for miles underwater, and was way too dangerous to look at directly. I started slamming my hands looking for it, and that's when the door handle turned. I found the head torch right at that moment, and faced the sound. Peter and Devin were in the doorway smiling with a knife. They lunged at me, but I turned the head torch on at the max setting. The light hit their eyes directly with the full force of an afternoon sun from 5 feet away. Their retinas burned through on impact, fully blinding them on the spot. They dropped to the floor and screamed in pain. A man climbed onto our school bus with a knife, and the first thing he heard was a slow clap from the back row. Confused, he screamed at our driver, Mrs. Worley, to keep driving and not stop for anyone. A kid leaned forward. "Nice ski mask. Did you cut the holes out yourself or did your mommy help you?" The whole bus laughed. He waved the knife around. "Shut up and no one gets hurt. Your hand is shaking so hard I can't tell if that's a threat or a dance move." He stepped toward the kid who said it, and 20 voices started talking at once. "Oh, he's walking now. Everybody watch out." He spun around trying to find who said what, but insults were coming from every direction. Bro seriously hijacked a bus with no plan, gun, no getaway car, and a Walmart knife. This is the saddest crime I've ever seen. We wouldn't let him finish a single sentence. Are you robbing us for money? All I have is an EBT card and a bus pass. He pointed his knife at Mrs. Worley, and the whole bus went silent. A kid stood up. You can threaten us all you want, but if you point that thing at Mrs. Worley again, we're gonna have a real different conversation. He laughed nervously and asked what a bunch of kids were going to do about it. A girl said, "We're on the bus to the school for troubled teens. Half of us are here for assault, and the other half won't say why." Mrs. Worley looked at him over her shoulder. "Honey, I've watched these kids make grown men cry over smaller things than pointing a knife at me." He lowered the knife. "Smart choice. She brings us donuts on Fridays. We protect what matters." His face twisted, and he shoved toward the kid with the knife raised. Mrs. Worley pulled over, stood up, and stepped between them. "That's enough now." He grabbed her arm and shoved her into the dashboard. For half a second, the bus was completely silent. Then a kid came over the seats like something feral, and 3 others were right behind him. The guy didn't have time to turn around before someone hit him in the back of the knees and he went down. The knife skittered under the seats, and kids were on top of him before he could reach for it. Someone had him in a headlock while someone else pinned his arms. A girl sat on his legs and went through his pockets just to add insult to injury. Mrs. Worley pressed the emergency button. "I need police at my location. Tell them there's no rush. The situation is handled." The guy was crying. "Please get off me. I can't breathe." A kid leaned close to his face. "You should have thought about that before you touched Mrs. Worley." When the cops showed up, they found him tied to a seat with shoelaces and snot running down his face. "I tried to collect my sick daughter from daycare when a woman stopped me." "What are you doing? You guys were the ones that called me saying she had a burning fever." Through the window, Hazel was curled up, clutching her stomach. "Daddy!" The director yanked the blinds shut and pointed to her binder. "Only the primary guardian can pick up during a medical emergency. Her mom is the primary. You're the secondary. Please just give her to me. We're divorced. I have weekday custody, and her mom is 2 states away." She closed the binder. "No exceptions. The rules protect our license." I pulled out my phone and called Hazel's mom. Once, twice, 3 times. Voicemail. Through the crack in the door, Hazel was barely moving. A red rash was spreading down her neck. She has a weak immune system, and the last time she had a fever, she almost died. Please just let me take her to the hospital. "No, protocol is protocol." I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. "My 4-year-old has a high fever, and they won't let her own father take her to a doctor. They told me they were 10 minutes away, but that wasn't good enough." I looked past the angry woman and saw it. A red fire alarm. I knew all I had to do was pull it. I quickly distracted her by asking, "So what would happen if a staff member didn't follow the protocol?" And as she looked down at her binder, I ran past her and yanked down as hard as I could. The alarm exploded through the hallway. As staff rushed the kids out, I grabbed Hazel and rushed straight to the ER. When the doctor finally looked at Hazel, he put his hand on my shoulder. "You did a good thing bringing her in today. She has scarlet fever. 2 more hours and her organs would have shut down." As they treated her, I drove back to the daycare and the officers had already left. The director looked up with a smile. "Oh, Mr. Fisher, will Hazel be returning next week?" I slammed the hospital papers on her desk. "You were so busy protecting yourself from imaginary lawsuits that you got a real one for child endangerment." She smiled nervously. "How about instead we give you a discount? The rest of the yearly tuition is on us." I got ready to walk out. "How about instead you trust that a father knows when his daughter needs help?" I was sleeping when my roommate screamed, "Oh my God!" I immediately jumped up and ran down the hall, and when I got to his room, What's wrong?" He was looking into his pants. "There's something wrong with it." "What? Wrong with what?" But as he kept grabbing his pants, I realized what it was. He took another look in his boxers and instantly started to lose balance. "I think I'm dying. Please help me." He almost passed out, and I had to hold him up. "Just get me to a doctor, please." I threw his arm over my shoulder, carrying him out to my car. I knew this was bad. We burst into the emergency room, and he was screaming in pain. The nurse asked him his pain level, and he yelled, 10. She knew this was serious. She gave him an ice pack, and as everyone in the waiting room saw where he put it, they gasped. The doctors immediately ran out and took him back. "Please, doc, you have to save it." He put on his gloves and told my roommate to drop his pants, but as soon as he saw, he looked terrified. "Oh no, this is not good. This is not good at all." My roommate started to hyperventilate. "What do you mean not good? Please tell me you can fix it." But the doctor shook his head. "I'm afraid it has progressed too far. We're going to have to amputate." My roommate's eyes went wide. "Amputate? Are you kidding me?" He instantly pulled up his pants, limping towards the door. "We're leaving right now." He ran outside, and when he saw the Chinese clinic across the street, he pointed. "There, they'll be able to help me." We ran over, and as he burst in, writhing in pain, the Chinese nurses immediately brought him back. Dr. Huang came in, asking him what happened. My roommate dropped his pants, saying, "Please, the other doctor told me it's irreversible. He said amputation," but Dr. Huang took one look and didn't look worried at all. He immediately knew what to do. Ah, stupid American doctor. doctor. Always just want amputate to make more money. My roommate instantly relaxed. Oh, thank you. He reached out and hugged Dr. Huang. We don't need to amputate it? Dr. Huang nodded. Yes, no need amputate. Just wait 2 weeks. Fall off by itself. I was sitting on the beach when I saw someone drowning. I waved my arms at the lifeguards, but they were too busy flirting with girls in bikinis. I dove into the water and swam towards her and saw her skin was turning gray. I grabbed her and she was freezing cold, completely unconscious. Help! Someone help! I dragged her to the shore, panicking, but everyone just stared at me. I knew I had to do it myself. I started chest compressions, blowing into her mouth, yelling, "Wake up! Please don't die on me!" I kept pressing on her chest, praying it would work, but she still wasn't moving. I leaned back, tears in my eyes, knowing I let her die. But she coughed. She sat up and started gasping for air, coughing the water out of her lungs. She was shocked and looked around. Everyone cheered, but when she stood up, she slapped me. "Did you touch my chest?" I was confused. "Ma'am, you were drowning." She slapped me again. "I didn't give you consent, you pig." She stormed away, and I stood there in disbelief. But when I got home, I saw a letter waiting for me. Lawsuit. I could not believe this was real. We actually went to court, and she said, "Please, Your Honor." He pulled me out of the water, grabbed my boobs, kissed me, and I didn't consent to any of it. I stood there silent, having no idea what to say. The judge looked confused. "You didn't want him to?" "Yes, he had no right. He's exactly why women are scared to walk alone at night." The judge rubbed his nose. "Would you have rather drowned?" She went silent and said, no. Why would I want that?" The case was immediately thrown out. My girlfriend was famous on Instagram, but as soon as she accidentally posted the front of our house, men started showing up and stalking her. We had to move multiple times, but somehow they kept coming. And when we were out for dinner one night, I found out why. I saw her posting and she tagged the location. I tried to stop her, but she said, "Stop overreacting. Nobody's gonna come. You'll see." I was furious, but as we were walking back that night, I heard something rustling in one of the bushes. I could have sworn someone was in there, but she told me I was paranoid. I thought I was going crazy and told her she had to stop or I was leaving her. She yelled at me, saying I wasn't supporting her, that I was insecure. I was so mad I just walked out. But the second I started my car, I saw him, a very tall man halfway through our window. I froze, but as I jumped out, she screamed. I burst through the door and saw her. On the ground, he was pulling her clothes. She started screaming for help, and without thinking, I grabbed the mug off our table. I had to do something, so I smashed it against his head as hard as I could. I called the cops, and my case was ruled as self-defense. My son finally beat the old man in chess, and it was the worst mistake of his life. My son sat down to play for the first time, and the old man laughed. "Are you ready, kid?" 10 moves later it was over. My son stared dumbfounded, but the old man was already resetting the pieces. This time, halfway through, the man stopped my son's hand as he was about to move his knight. "Not there. Look at the board." He pointed at the queen. I saw it click, and his eyes lit up. From that day on, my son said, "I'm going to beat him. Just watch." And we came to the park every day to play. One day, it was pouring rain, but the man was still there with an umbrella propped over the board. That was the day my son took his bishop for the first time. The man laughed. "You're getting dangerous, kid." But then one afternoon, the man wasn't talking. He was staring at the empty bench beside him. My wife used to sit here and watch me play. She was all I had. My son got up, walked around and hugged him. Then he sat back down and pushed his pawn forward. The next day, the man handed my son a chess book. Inside the cover was written, "For Daniel, can't wait to teach you." My son looked up. "Who's Daniel?" The man's eyes dropped. "My son. He passed before I got to teach him, but now I get to teach you." He opened to chapter 1 and pointed at a diagram. "This is how you open against a queen's gambit." Over time, the games kept getting closer. My son was now seeing 3-4 moves ahead, and one day after a close loss, the man smiled at my son for a long time. "I think you're finally about to beat me." Then the day finally came. 6 months after he first sat down, my son moved his queen slowly across the board. Checkmate. He jumped up and pumped his fist, turning to me with the biggest smile I'd ever seen. Then he turned back to the old man. "Good game." He reached out his hand, but the man didn't move. He was just sitting upright, leaning back against the chair, staring with these wide eyes. My son's smile dropped. I walked over and tapped the man's shoulder. He slumped over the table, and I realized he was dead. He'd held on just long enough to see my son win. Mom stormed into the kitchen and slapped my cereal bowl so hard milk splashed all over me, screaming, "Stop stealing our food, you little thief." I stared in shock as she said, "From now on, you buy your own groceries or you don't eat." I wiped the milk off my face and promised her she'd never have to worry about me again. Then I drove to the grocery store and scanned every item at checkout with the same employee discount I'd been using to fill our fridge for the last 2 years. I kept the receipt, wrote my name on every single item, and told my parents good luck doing their own shopping. My mom laughed. "What, like it's hard?" On their first grocery run, my parents tossed Perrier, truffle oil, and Tide Pods into the cart without checking a single price tag. But when they saw the $400 total, their smiles dropped. "This store is robbing us," Dad yelled when we got home. But the old receipts in my drawer had the same same exact prices. By the end of the month, they spent $2,500 on groceries. Then Thanksgiving came, and my parents covered the table with a $40 frozen turkey, a $30 fruit tray, and bottles of Perrier at every seat. Soon guests started pouring in, and they took their seats at the dinner table. When my aunt marveled at all the food, Mom proudly listed off every price and bragged about how much money she saved. My aunt spit out her drink. "You paid $40 for a turkey?" My uncle said, "You know whole watermelons are $5, right?" Then the whole table started talking over each other about coupons and sales my parents didn't know existed. My mom started crying. "How were we supposed to know? Nobody told us." My aunt looked confused. "Why didn't you just ask your son? He saved me hundreds of dollars." My uncle nodded. "He's the one who told me about senior discount Tuesdays." My mom wiped her eyes and said, "He never once offered to help us." I instantly pulled out my phone and showed the whole table over $15,000 in grocery receipts, all paid for with my money and employee discount. Everyone stared at my parents in disgust, and one by one, the whole family grabbed their things and left. My dad waited until the last car pulled out of the driveway before he said, "Just go back to doing the shopping." "Sure, but groceries aren't free. That'll be $200. Mom's face went red. "You're our son. You don't get to charge us." I put my hands behind my head and leaned back smiling. I thought I was a thief. Wouldn't want to make you accomplices. I got home from my 18th birthday party, and my mom was throwing out trash bags filled with my clothes. "You are disowned. I don't even have a car. Not my problem anymore. Get your junk off my property by 5 or I'm calling the cops." She slammed the window shut. My whole life she never bought me new clothes, never packed my lunch, never showed up to a single game. And now this. I called my best friend Bellamy, and he pulled up in his mom's truck 5 minutes later. I tossed the bags in the back. I wished I was adopted. My mom had to give up a baby when she was 18. She'll get it. As soon as we arrived, Bellamy's mom wrapped both arms around me. "You are always welcome here for as long as you need." I just don't understand why she'd do this. She pulled back and held my face. "I'm a cop, so I can do some digging on your mom for you if you want." I nodded. Every night after dinner, Sia and I went through my mom's college transcripts and medical records but found nothing. Weeks of dead ends. Until one afternoon when Sia walked into my room with her hands trembling. "Are you okay, Mama Sia?" Tears were already rolling down her cheeks. "I found out why your mother did what she did." "How bad?" She grabbed both my hands. "That depends on whether you'll ever trust me again. Your mother adopted you when you were 4 days old." I pressed my back into the chair. "There's more." Her voice broke. "I found your birth mother." "Who?" She looked me dead in the eyes. "Me. I was 18 when I got pregnant with twins. I couldn't take care of you both. Twins." I turned around. Bellamy was standing in the doorway. My best friend, my brother, my twin. Sia held my face the same way she did that first night on the porch. "Welcome home." Me and my friends played real life among us, and things got crazy. We were all planning our friend's birthday when our idiot friend, Smooth Brain Bradley, started tweaking out. "I don't think this is a good idea. What if someone takes it too far?" We comforted him. "Don't worry. If it's too much, we'll stop the game. I'm not worried about you." When the day came, we were all dressed up when Smooth Brain Bradley started pacing. "I don't think we should do this. Something is bound to go wrong." We made the mistake of ignoring him and just started the game. I started running around doing my tasks when I walked into a dark room. I turned the lights back on. My friend was lying on the ground. A hole in his thigh was pouring with blood. "What the hell happened?" I screamed while putting my shirt on the wound. Someone called an ambulance and we rushed to the hospital. And as soon as the nurses said our friend would be okay, I turned to the group. "How did this happen?" Suddenly, Smooth Brain Bradley jumped out of his seat. "Hey, I told you guys this wasn't a good idea. What did you think would happen?" We all gasped in unison. "Were you the imposter?" He nodded while staring at the floor. "Did you think we wanted the imposter to use a knife?" He nodded again. Our injured friend laughed. "Don't worry, I won't press charges. You may be a little slow, but you're a good dude." I whispered to a dead calculator during an exam and accidentally became a school legend. Calculator 23 died 10 minutes into my AP Calculus exam. Black screen. Nothing. This test was 40% of our grade, and I was staring at a dead machine, so in desperation, I leaned over and whispered, "Come on, buddy, wake up. We gotta do some derivatives together." The screen flickered and came back to life. The girl next to me watched the whole thing. How did you do that?" "I just talked to it." By lunch, she'd told half the school I could fix calculators by talking to them. The next week, someone handed me calculator 14, which had been dead for months. I figured I'd play along, so I whispered, "Activate mathematical functions." It turned on. Now I had witnesses. Freshmen started finding me in the hallway, holding dead calculators like offerings. A month later, the principal called me into her office, and I thought I was done. "I have no idea what you're doing to these devices, but our IT budget has never been lower. So whatever magic you're performing, I need you to keep it up." "It's not magic though. I think they just need to be. Don't explain it. Mystery is better for morale." I walked out of that office with permission to run a tech repair business. I had no idea how to explain. Senior year, I was sitting at my desk when a kid from the computer lab ran in out of breath. 20 computers just crashed with everyone's final presentations on them, and the teacher is about to cancel everything. "We need you right now." I walked in, and the whole room went quiet. 20 frozen screens and 40 kids staring at me. I walked to the front, took a deep breath, and spoke in the most confident voice I had. Network systems, acknowledge presence, execute mass recovery protocol. Nothing. 5 seconds of dead silence, and I could feel every eye in the room. Then one by one, the screen started flickering back to life. Every single computer came back online with all the projects saved. The room erupted. They retired calculator 23 at the end of the year. Put it in the trophy case with a plaque that read, "First patient of the calculator whisperer." My school banned water bottles to keep us safe, but it almost killed one of us. I was mid-sip when my teacher snatched the water bottle from my hand and tossed it into a garbage bag saying, "New policy," then moved down the rows and took every single bottle in the room. Half the class started yelling, but then the intercom crackled and the principal's voice cut through. "All water bottles are banned because 3 seniors were caught sneaking vodka into school. If you need water, use the water fountains." Next period, I ran to the nearest fountain and had to wait behind a line of 30 kids. When I finally got to the front, all that came out was a trickle of brown, warm water. I went to drink from the bathroom sinks instead, but other students had the same idea. Athletes who ran 5 miles in cross-country practice drank their own sweat. In just a week, the nurse's office was filled with dehydrated students complaining about headaches. Our parents called the school to complain, but the principal sent out an email saying, "Sometimes safety requires sacrifice." I had enough when a heat wave started that Tuesday, making the hallways feel like a sauna. I knew the confiscated water bottles were sitting in a storage closet, so I grabbed mine and hid it in my locker. I'd secretly drink water throughout the day while everyone else waited in line for brown water. Friday's gym class was when everything went to hell because coach made us run laps outside in the middle of the heat wave. We'd been going for 15 minutes when Chris went from jogging to face first on the floor. Everyone started screaming. Coach ran over, his face going white when he realized Chris was unconscious and burning up. He yelled for water, but the water fountains were inside the school and no one had their water bottles. That's when I remembered my water bottle was in my backpack. I grabbed it and dumped it over Chris's head, carefully giving him small sips when he started to come around. I stayed there rationing my water between cooling him down and keeping him hydrated. The paramedics arrived 12 minutes later and they said Chris's temperature was 104.8, dangerously close to the point where organs start shutting down. They told me I had saved him because he could have gone into kidney failure or worse. Chris's parents' lawyer was at the school the next morning, along with 3 news vans and angry parents. The principal tried to do damage control by promising to lift the ban, but it was too late. He got fired the next day. The new principal installed water fountains his first week. Then the intercom crackled and his voice cut through. "Water bottles are welcome back. Make sure you're drinking enough water." Chris returned to school a month later, and he carries 2 water bottles everywhere he goes. The officers found half a pound of coke in my bathroom and put handcuffs on me immediately. I didn't want to be arrested, so at the last second I screamed, "Wait, this isn't mine. There's a problem with my toilet." They looked at me like I was crazy and went to usher me out, but I insisted the coke they found was because of a plumbing problem. I explained every time I flushed my toilet, random bags of coke would somehow stream back up through the bowl. I always simply stored it because I didn't know what to do with it. They shook their heads angrily and kept walking me, but I begged them to believe me. This is why I never told anyone. I was too afraid people would think I'm crazy, just like right now. I pleaded to just let me show them one time. They exchanged looks, then said, "Fine, but make it quick." They took off the cuffs and stood there tapping one foot. I grabbed the half pound of coke and said, "Now watch," then dumped the bag into the toilet. I told them to look closely at what happens and proceeded to flush. The cops stared intently as the bag swirled around and went down. A couple of seconds passed and the cop looked at the empty bowl, losing his patience. He raised his head. "So, where's the coke?" I looked at him dead in the eyes and replied, "What coke?" They arrested me on the spot, but because my bathroom has no cameras, during trial, I simply denied everything and walked free. My general went to eat his breakfast bagel, but a huge circle of sunlight was hitting his face and he just couldn't see. He could have simply moved to another table, but he just sat down and didn't feel like getting up. So he picked up his radio and called the captain. "Hey, our patrol needs to be shifted 15 degrees south. It's urgent." Then he put the radio down and just sat there, squinting at the sun. I had no idea what he was doing until a minute later, I felt the floor beneath me tilt. The whole ship, thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of crew members, all slowly started turning in the middle of the ocean. That's when I saw the circle of sunlight blinding him slide off his face and onto the wall behind him. This man had just redirected an entire military warship to avoid standing up. He looked at me, gave me a grin, and took a bite of his bagel. I knocked out the smallest, weakest kid in school. While I was bench pressing, he cracked my ribs with a 5-pound dumbbell and smiled. That was Chester. He was 4'11", 85 pounds, and was the worst bully I ever met. His 2 brothers were 6'6", 300 pounds of pure muscle. Nobody touched Chester because they were terrified of his big brothers. I told the teacher, but he never believed that Chester had the strength to actually hurt anyone. I walked around with 2 cracked ribs for 3 months and couldn't laugh without wincing. A week later, my history teacher stepped out. Chester whispered into my ear, "Have you ever felt a tiger's claw?" Then he stabbed a pencil an inch deep into my back. I bled out onto the floor and everyone gasped. I needed 7 stitches. My teacher asked the class if anyone saw it. Every single student looked away. Chester smiled again. He was loving this power. PE baseball. Chester slammed a metal bat across my knee. I limped for a month. I still feel it when it rains. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anyone. I knew I had to handle this myself. So I started kickboxing. 5 days a week for 6 months straight. I sparred with semi-pros. Got beaten up badly at first. Then slowly started landing shots and earned their respect. I stored every one of Chester's hits in the back of my mind. I had a college scholarship and couldn't afford to risk losing it. So I waited for the last day of school. I walked up to him and said, "Hey Chester, have you ever felt a tiger's claw?" He looked confused. Before he could say a word, I threw everything. Punches, kicks, elbows, and laid him out on the concrete, unconscious, bleeding out of his smug face. A crowd gathered and went completely silent. Then his two brothers pushed through the crowd and got in my face. "Try that shit on us. Go ahead, try it." I looked up at both of them and said, "You might kill me, but I'll take one of you with me to the grave. I swear it." They went quiet, glanced at each other, then walked away. For as big as they were, they had never actually been tested. Chester had 17 broken bones and ate through a straw for 4 months. No charges were pressed because even his own parents knew he had it coming. When I think about that day, I still get the warm and fuzzies. A little girl called 911 and whispered, "Can I order a large pizza, please?" Dispatch told me it was probably a prank because they get these calls every week, but said her voice shook when she gave them her address. Kids don't whisper like that unless they're hiding from someone, so I immediately drove to her house. I knocked, and a man opened the door with a big fake smile. "Oh, hey officer, what brings you here?" I told him we got a call from this address, and he laughed, telling me his daughter was just playing pretend on the phone, but I noticed the sweat running down his forehead. I told him I wanted to check on her, and his smile disappeared. "Do you have a warrant? Because you can't just barge into my house without one." I'd seen enough guilty men to know what one looked like, so there was no way I was leaving without that little girl. While he kept going about his rights, a little girl peeked around the corner behind him. She had messy hair and large eye bags. She looked straight at me and mouthed, "Help me." I pushed past him and crouched down to her. "Hey sweetie, can you show me where the kitchen is?" The man grabbed my shoulder and told me I was scaring her, but when I stood up and rested my hand on my taser, his grip instantly loosened. The little girl quickly grabbed my hand and pulled me down the hallway. Her sleeves rode up, and I saw dark purple marks wrapped around both her wrists. My heart instantly pounded because I knew exactly what this meant. The little girl whispered to me, "My mom's in the bedroom. She's hurt bad. He won't let us leave." I grabbed my radio and called for backup. The man heard me and came charging down the hallway. He reached for the girl, but I slammed him against the wall and held him there. He kept swinging and screaming, but I didn't let go until I heard sirens outside. They cuffed him, and I kicked the bedroom door open. His wife was curled up on the floor with a black eye and purple marks down her arms. Her daughter ran past me and collapsed into her. Her mom held her tight and looked up at me. "How did you find us?" Before I could answer, her daughter said, "The lady on Dad's TV ordered a pizza when she was in trouble and the police came, so I did the same thing." My school said a prayer for a girl who faked every injury she ever had. This girl came to school with a different cast every other week. She'd hold her arm out in the hallway and cry until someone signed it. I signed one that morning right before the whole school got called to the gym for an assembly. Halfway through, her mom walked in. She went straight to the director and whispered something in his ear. He picked up the microphone and called the girl down. Her mom leaned in and whispered something, and the girl let out a scream so loud it echoed off the walls. She yelled, "Oh my God," and started sobbing before she even made it to the door. She collapsed halfway there and just kept crying on the ground until her mom dragged her outside. 10 minutes later, she walked back into class with her eyes swollen shut and sat down without saying a word. She put her head on her desk and sobbed through the rest of the day. Nobody said anything. Teachers didn't even ask her to pick her head up. That night, her friends texted her and she only wrote back, "Why couldn't it have been me?" By Monday, a kid in my class said her dad and little sister got into a car accident and neither of them survived. The school held a prayer for her and passed around a card for everyone to sign. Her desk sat empty for over a week. When she finally showed up, her friend asked about her dad. She scrunched her face. "What about my dad?" My mom told me she couldn't pick me up because my sister broke her pinky and she had to take her to the hospital. Nobody knew what to say. The whole meltdown was because she had to walk home. And on the walk home, she tripped on her shoelaces and scraped her knee. That was why she missed over a week. My bully's friend pointed at my lunch tray and said, "Bet you won't throw that out." Jack laughed. "I'm not scared of anything." He grabbed it and tossed the whole thing in the garbage. It was a free lunch the school gave poor kids, and it was my only meal of the day. I stood up to face him, but he shoved me back down. "Your mom mops my dad's floors. You hit me and she's out of a job by tomorrow." I tried to ignore him. Thursday in English class, I was doing the same thing when our teacher stepped out. Jack grabbed my binder off my desk and pulled out the photo of my mom at her citizenship ceremony. "Is this your mom? She's so Asian. He started doing a fake accent. I so happy to be American. I clean toilet real good now. The class went dead quiet. Jack pulled out his phone and opened his dad's restaurant camera app. He turned the screen toward the class. My mom was on her hands and knees wiping the floor while some guy stood over her screaming about his bill. She can't even stand up for herself, just like you. My eyes dropped to the teacher's desk. A little red button sat tucked under the edge with a label that read, "Emergency." You know what, Jack? You're right. You're not scared of anything. He crossed his arms. Obviously. I leaned back in my chair. There's a little red button under the teacher's desk. Press it. Unless all that big talk is just your dad's money. Jack's neck went red. Don't talk about my family. He shoved my desk and stormed to the front of the room. Before pressing it, he stood over the button and looked back at the class. Then he did it. The intercom cracked open. "Lockdown. This is not a drill." The door flew open and officers rushed in. They put Jack on the ground while he mumbled something about being forced to press it, but no one was listening to him anymore. He was expelled, and as punishment, Jack's dad made him work at the restaurant all summer. I walked past the window and saw him mopping the floors. My grandma got a barbecue grill for her birthday and smiled, because cooking for her family meant the world to her. But sadly, her barbecue didn't taste good at all. We never said anything because it made her so happy, until one day, her neighbor tried her ribs. He was a food snob and made a disgusted face, then posted in the neighborhood Facebook group, calling grandma's ribs disgusting dog food. She sat on the couch and looked at me with tears in her eyes. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should stop cooking. I wanted to console her, but before I could, I saw the neighbor had made another post. He was challenging our grandma to a barbecue cook-off, simply to show his ribs were much better than hers. He was trying to humiliate her. My grandma shook her head saying no, but I said, cooking is your dream, and we shouldn't let dirtbags get in the way of our dreams. She looked at me and said, fine, but if I lose, I'm selling the grill. I knew I couldn't let that happen, so the next week, I secretly traveled to barbecue cooking classes each day, learning as much as possible. The night before, the neighbor posted again, all about how he couldn't wait to destroy grandma. I looked up and saw her carefully prepping her ingredients with shaking hands. After she went to bed, I wrote out instructions for the perfect ribs and stuck them to her bowls. This was her only chance. But the next day, the cook-off started, and I instantly noticed her instructions weren't there. I looked around and saw the papers crumbled in the neighbor's pocket. I went pale, realizing he'd stolen them to make sure he could fully embarrass her. I looked at grandma, at her hands trembling with every step, and knew she had lost. The ribs were done, and it was time to taste. I tried his first, and unfortunately, they were really good. He grinned at me, saying, don't get sick when you try hers next. I looked over at grandma's hopeful face, and my heart shattered. I bit into her ribs, not expecting much, but somehow they were actually incredible, even better than his. The smile instantly drained from his face as he grabbed grandma's ribs. Holy crap, these are actually so good. I stared at grandma wondering how she pulled this off, but she just winked at me. I saw what you were doing, and thought, if he's trying so hard for me, I should try for myself too. I hugged her, then took a picture of our neighbor devouring grandma's ribs like a starving animal, and clicked post on the Facebook group. I woke up to the sound of something banging, and when I sat up, I saw one of the guards hitting my cell. He was in his 70s, and when I looked closer, he started clenching his chest and was struggling to breathe. All of the inmates loved him. He wasn't like any of the other guards. He would always sneak us extra food, and during holidays, he would buy us books and movies to watch. He started gasping for air, and by the time I realized what was happening, he was now on the floor having a heart attack. I instantly started calling for help, but none of the other guards were nearby. The entire block started waking up, freaking out, doing anything we could to get someone's attention. Help! We need help! But by then, he had stopped breathing, and we knew we had to act fast. He was close enough to my cell, and I knew I had no other choice. I did something strictly against the rules, and grabbed his key card. I let myself out, and as soon as we could, someone did CPR. We all stood around, praying it would work. We took off our shirts and grabbed pillows for him to lay down. But as the inmate slammed on his chest, trying to bring him back to life, we thought he had to be gone. I saw some of the toughest guys I've ever seen tearing up. He was everyone's favorite officer, and we were all emotional. One of the biggest inmates knelt down next to him, hitting his chest in anger. Please, wake up. And just as he slammed his fist into his chest, he shot up. He was breathing, gasping for air, and none of us could believe it. The medical team rushed in, and by some miracle, he survived. And since we saved his life, we all got our sentences reduced. I was at work when my daughter texted, Dad, we have a student teacher, and she doesn't believe peanut allergies exist. Dad, she's pouring peanut dust all over my desk. Please help, I'm in room 88. She's taking our phones. I sprinted to my car and floored it. My mind was racing with everything her allergist told me. She only had 6 minutes before her organs shut down. The school was 4 minutes away. I called 911 doing 90. My daughter's teacher locked the door and is feeding her peanuts. She could die. The operator cleared her throat. Sir, is the teacher threatening her with a weapon? She's poisoning her. I'll dispatch a unit, but this sounds like a medical call. Let me transfer you to... I hung up and kept my eyes on the road, counting the seconds I had left to save her. And and when I finally got to the school, I screeched into the parking lot and ran past the front desk. "Sir, you need to sign in." I ignored her until I found room 88. When I heard kids screaming on the other side, I pounded as hard as I could. "Open this door, now!" The student teacher's voice came through. "We're in the middle of a lesson. These children need to learn that allergies are all in your head." But underneath the screaming, I could hear my daughter. "Dad, please, I can't." 6 minutes had already passed. I tried throwing my shoulder into the door until red poured, and it gave the receptionist enough time to catch up. "Sir, you are destroying school property. My daughter is dying on the other side of this door, and you're worried about a door?" She didn't move. So I ripped the fire extinguisher off the wall, and teachers stood in the hallway watching as I swung until it broke off. I kicked the door open, and on the floor I saw my daughter. The student teacher was standing over her, still holding that bag of peanuts. See? Classic psychosomatic response. I dropped to my knees and jammed an EpiPen into her thigh. "Ophelia, Ophelia." Her eyes were open, but they weren't looking at anything. When the paramedics finally arrived, they pulled me off her. "She's not breathing." One of them ripped her shirt and pressed 2 pads to her chest. "Clear." Her body jumped. "Flatline." The paramedic looked at the other one and slowly shook his head. "One more time." "Clear." Her finger twitched against the floor. She sucked in a breath so sharp the whole room heard it. And as officers grabbed the student teacher from behind, Ophelia grabbed my shirt with both fists and whispered, "Dad, you came." She didn't let go. My neighbor demanded the death penalty for my 5-year-old. So I'm sitting in a packed courtroom watching my son Perry drool on himself in the defendant's chair, exactly like I told him to do. My next door neighbor, Mr. Wickford, is suing us for what his lawyer keeps calling premeditated genocide. This all started 3 weeks ago when I was teaching Perry to ride his tricycle. I'd finally let go, and he was doing it on his own. He turned back with this huge grin. "Daddy, I'm doing it." That's when he veered off the sidewalk and went straight through Wickford's front yard. The tricycle hit a rock, and Perry went flying face first into Wickford's lawn. Wickford came bursting out screaming about his precious babies being murdered. While I was checking if Perry was okay, Wickford was on his knees examining his plants like a crime scene investigator, placing little evidence markers he'd apparently had ready for just such an occasion. Within an hour, he'd called the police, who tried really hard not to laugh when he demanded they arrest Perry for mass slaughter. When they declined, he called a lawyer. Next thing I knew, my 5-year-old was the defendant in a $50,000 lawsuit demanding the death penalty. In court, Wickford took the stand with real tears streaming down his face. That boy took innocent lives without provocation. Those were my babies. I raised them from seed. His wife was fanning herself with a tissue like she might faint. His lawyer kept throwing around words like callous disregard for life and sociopathic tendencies about a kindergartner. When it was our turn, our public defender put Wickford's photos on the courtroom screen and clicked through them slowly. "Mr. Wickford, can you point out exactly which plants were killed?" "Right there. My babies. They're all dead." She zoomed in. "Sir, this is grass. Regular Kentucky bluegrass." She clicked to the next photo. "And this is where the alleged genocide took place." Perry's crash landing was completely surrounded by perfectly intact daffodils, tulips, and rose bushes. Wickford's face went red. "But the grass is dead." The judge looked at Perry, who was still drooling on himself and screaming about ice cream, banged his gavel, and said, "Case dismissed. I'd suggest investing in a keep off the grass sign." A homeless man kept shoplifting in my store, and I regret stopping him. A girl got dragged around the corner in my store and screamed from behind the shelf. I instantly ran over and saw a dirty man wrestling her for a water bottle. I lunged to help her, but he ripped free and sprinted out before I could. I helped her up, but the next day the man came back and did the same thing. He ripped a sandwich from a kid's hands and ran out. I knew something was seriously wrong with this guy, so the next time when he walked in, I watched him closely. He walked around for a few minutes, and when he thought no one was looking, ran towards an old lady and grabbed a hot dog out of her hand. But I was waiting and yanked him by the shirt. "You're not doing this again." He tried to pull away, but I held on to him and pulled out my phone to call police. He shook his head as he saw me dial, tears filling his eyes, but I just dialed anyway. Police arrived and immediately cuffed him, and he didn't say a word to anyone the entire time. They walked him out, and he made eye contact with me while crying. I thought the problem was solved, until a few days later, I smelt something rotting in an abandoned alleyway. I followed the smell, and when I turned the corner, I saw a dog chained up. I sprinted over and kneeled down. There was a cardboard sign, "I am mute. Teenagers tied up my dog and beat me up. Please give us food or water to keep him alive." The dog wasn't breathing, and when I looked up, I saw the water bottle and the sandwich wrapper the homeless man stole. I realized this was his dog, and he'd only been stealing so his dog could live. But now, thanks to me, his dog was gone. A man in an expensive suit put his can of soda on the counter, but when I told him the price was $1, he pulled out 20 cents and said, "That's all I have." Usually I'd let people away with it, but he had his arms crossed and literally threw the money at my chest, so I wasn't going to. I replied the price was $1, and he went red in the face. "Listen, you're a corner store slave. I'm a lawyer. If I say 20 cents is all I have, then you take the 20 cents, bow your head, and say thank you, sir." I told him that his attitude was making him look more like ma'am than a sir right now, and he completely lost it. He slammed his fist on the counter and said, "Just for that, I'm going to get something else too." He turned around and started picking out a bag of chips, and while he wasn't looking, I quickly grabbed his soda can from the counter, then shook it as fast as I could and put it back down. He turned around with a bag of chips, and I told him, "You can't take those without paying. My store is struggling right now." But he just laughed at me. "Should have thought about your struggling store before not letting me have my drink." He grabbed the soda can off the counter and said, "It tastes even better when it's basically free." He smirked and opened the can, and immediately the soda exploded in his face. It covered his hair, his expensive lawyer suit, and ran down his legs and into his shoes. I gave him back his 20 cents and smiled. "Keep the change." Both my daughters were screaming from opposite ends of a burning house, and I could only reach one. The fire came through the kitchen and took the staircase before I could get up it. Kate was in the front bedroom, and Lisa was in the back, but their windows were on opposite sides of the house. I could hear Lisa screaming my name, but I ran for Kate. She was 4 and was closer to where the fire started, and I'd taught Lisa what to do in a fire. Cover your face with something wet. I climbed the oak tree outside Kate's window and kicked the glass in. The smoke hit me so hard I couldn't see. I dropped to her floor and crawled toward the sound of her coughing until my hand found her leg. I put my face against her chest, and she was barely breathing. I grabbed her and climbed down one-armed, slipped near the bottom, and hit the ground with her on top of me. I laid her on the grass, but when I stood up, the fire had spread to Lisa's side of the house, and I couldn't hear her screaming anymore. My legs almost gave out. I knew I had to get to the other side, but the garage was already on fire and the ladder was in there. I just stood there. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the heat hitting my face from 20 feet away, and I knew every second I was standing here was a second she was burning. That's when I saw the back fence. I ripped a plank off and stacked it on the trash can under her window. I knew it wouldn't hold me, but I didn't have anything else. I started climbing, and the whole thing bent under my weight with every step. I grabbed the window frame to pull myself up, and glass sliced both my palms open, but it didn't matter because whatever I was feeling, she was feeling 10 times worse in there. The entire floor was on fire, and the smoke was so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet in. My chest caved. I screamed her name. Nothing. I screamed again. Nothing. My hands were shaking. I knew she'd been in there too long. That's when I heard a small voice from somewhere in the smoke. "Daddy, I can't reach you." I could barely see her pressed into the far corner with wet sheets around her face. I held the frame with one hand and reached in with the other, but she was too far. "Lisa, run to me right now." "Daddy, I'm scared." "I know, baby, but you can do it." She dropped the sheets and looked at me. She ran. I watched her disappear into the flames. I thought it was over, and then she was in my arms. I was cooking fish outside my dead grandfather's cabin when a sheriff threw me face first into the dirt. I hit the ground hard with a knee in my back while a deputy screamed about a murder. I was 60 hours into the challenge, and the cabin was almost mine. Grandpa's will was simple. Last one to survive 72 hours alone in this cabin got the property and $600,000. 3 cousins had already quit, so it was just me and my cousin Ollie. They wanted the money, but I wanted the cabin because it was the only place that ever felt like home to me. And I was winning until somebody called the cops and told them I killed someone. Now I was pinned to the ground watching deputies kick open the cabin door while the sheriff searched the property. He stopped when he saw blood on the porch. It was from the trout I'd gutted that morning, but he was already following the trail inside. He came back out holding my knife with the blade still red. Then he found the pile of guts by the creek that looked a lot worse than fish. I tried to scream that it wasn't what it looked like, but the deputy shoved my face into the dirt and told me to shut up. The sheriff called for backup, then walked over and cuffed my hands behind my back. He pulled me to my feet and started walking me toward his car when a Prius came up the dirt road and the estate lawyer stepped out holding his phone. "Stop. That call was fake." He hit play, and a panicked voice came through the speaker. The sheriff listened, looked at the fish guts, and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Who is that?" I knew that whiny voice anywhere. "That's my cousin Ollie," I screamed. Mr. Brannigan put the phone away and pulled out the deed. "Since he broke the rules, the cabin is yours." The sheriff took off my cuffs and got back in his car to go arrest my cousin for filing a false report. I signed my name on my grandfather's porch, sat down, and finished cooking my fish. Then I drove to the county jail and ate it in the visiting room, while Ollie watched through the glass. "Grandpa was right," I told him. "The fish up here really do taste better." During my barbecue, my wife asked me, "Why is that strange man cradling our baby?" The bearded man made goofy sounds at our baby, as if he belonged there. We walked over, and I asked him to put her down. He said, "Nah, I don't think so." I told him to put her down right now. He shook his head, smiled, and said, "Today is going to end really badly for both of you, and there is nothing you can do about it." We were speechless. My friends formed a semicircle, shocked. He looked at my wife and said, "Does the name Jack 69 mean anything to you?" It took her a second, then it clicked. 2 years ago, someone called pretending to be the IRS. My wife figured out the scam fast, tracked the number through my uncle's FBI contacts, contacts and reported him. He got arrested, 6 months in prison. His father had to spend $40,000 in life savings to bail him out. He glared at us and said, "I want the 40,000, wired, right now, or things are going to get extremely violent." He raised our baby above his head, as if he was going to slam her down. Our baby started crying, pure fear in her eyes. I told him, "Take it easy, I have the cash inside." I went inside with my wife and told her the plan. I take out his legs. She grabs our baby. I stuffed a suitcase with toilet paper and carried it out. My friends were waiting for the signal to pounce. I signaled to my wife. She lunged for the baby and rescued her. I threw my entire body like a bowling ball into his knees, heard the crunch on impact. He swung at me and I headbutted his fist by accident and snapped his wrist. Bone popped out. I straddled him and genuinely said out loud, "I don't think I've ever been this excited about anything in my life." He looked up at me and my friends closing in and said, "Please, I have a heart condition and I'm fragile. Not as fragile as my baby, you piece of shit." We beat him as close to the edge as we could without crossing it. Bones snapped. Teeth flew out. Blood pooled. I called the cops and told them the truth. The lead officer glanced down at the bloodied up scumbag, thought about it, looked at me, winked, and made the paperwork disappear. "There's this girl at school I really like, Dad. I need your help because you always pull baddies." I stared at my son. "What's a baddie?" "She's just a pretty girl, Dad. Please." I sat him down at the table. "Okay, tomorrow in class, just smile at her. If she smiles back, we're in business." He wrote down every word I said, and I just hoped my son's heart wouldn't get broken. And the next day, he came home grinning ear to ear. "Dad, you're the best. She smiled at me today. With teeth." I high-fived him. "Good sign. Now tomorrow, ask her for a small favor. Borrow a pencil, anything. It'll make her notice you even more." After school, he ran through the front door. I asked to borrow a pencil and she gave me 2 and winked at me. I leaned back in my chair. "She likes you. Ask her to the dance." He practiced what he'd say in the mirror that night and left for school the next morning looking like a kid on a mission. And that afternoon, I got a call from an unknown number. "Good morning. This is your son's teacher. I just wanted to let you know that your son asked me to the dance today. It was very sweet but highly inappropriate." I got home and found him face down crying on his bed. "I never should have trusted you. You got my heart broken." I sat on the edge of his bed. "Son, it's not my fault you never told me you were into cougars." My son threw his book bag in the trash after school and said, "I'm not going back to school ever." I knelt down beside him. "Why not, son?" "Because class takes too long to finish. It's boring." I knew his teachers had planned a surprise pizza party for the next day, so I said the best lie I could think of. "I have a time portal. I can speed up or slow down any day I want. Make tomorrow fast." I pressed my fingers to his temples and told him it was done. "Forever?" I nodded. When he came home the next day, he sprinted through the door and grabbed my arm. "It worked. Today was so fast and we ate pizza. Can you do the portal every day?" I held up both hands like a scale. "If I make one day short, another day has to be long. It has to be balanced." A few weeks later, he came home and dropped his backpack by the door. He walked over and grabbed my arm. "Can you make tomorrow short again?" I asked what happened. He shook his head. "Please, just short." When he came home that afternoon, he let out a long breath. It worked. That night, I was tucking him in. "Dad, what if one day I need the portal and you're not there? We'll make it work. Forever." He fell asleep with his fingers on his temples. The girl who triggered my PTSD for 4 years is now homeless. I'm from a war-torn country. At 10 years old, I'd wake up to explosions and gunfire. I lost friends, neighbors, even my middle school crush. One night, people were screaming, "Save me," through the chaos, and my dad picked me up and told me to close my eyes. I asked about my mom and sister, and he whispered that they were still sleeping. I didn't understand then that they didn't survive. We fled to America, hoping for peace, but the trauma followed. My school community tried their best. Loud sounds triggered me, especially fireworks. One moment I'd hear a pop, and the next I'd be curled into a ball on the floor. Then Angela transferred in. She decided I was faking it and said I was too young to have PTSD, so she started testing me. She'd clap right behind me in the hallway, and once I dropped to the floor, trembling while people laughed. In assemblies, she'd crack her knuckles behind me just to watch me crawl under the bleachers. In chemistry, she'd accidentally drop heavy books next to my desk, leaving my hands too shaky to write. One time, she followed me home, and when I was halfway down the street, she screamed the same pitch as the cries from that night. I sprinted home, fumbling with my keys, and locked myself in the bathroom trying to breathe. Her worst trick was an app that played gunfire. She'd hide her phone in her backpack and time the shots to go off when I walked by. I'd hit the floor in terror while she looked concerned like everyone else. Teachers never caught her. She was too smart about it. I thought it was all behind me after graduation. 4 years passed. I had therapy, better coping skills, fewer flashbacks. Then I saw her at a cafe. She was working behind the counter and still had that smirk. I tried to be polite and ordered a matcha latte. She asked if I wanted anything else but didn't ask my name. That was the first red flag. As I waited, I heard it. "Save me! Save me! I have an order for save me! A matcha latte for save me!" My vision blurred. Suddenly I was 10 again, surrounded by smoke and screams. I collapsed right there in the cafe. Someone called 911 911, and paramedics kept me under observation for 3 hours until my heart rate stabilized. 3 hours of sterile walls and memories I thought I'd buried. But when they let me go, I didn't feel afraid. I felt rage. The next morning, I returned to the cafe. The manager, Carol, had already pulled up the security footage. "I'm so sorry," she began, but I cut her off. "Just watch." Together we saw Angela take my order, grin at the camera, write something on my cup, and wait until the cafe was full before yelling. We watched my body crumple like paper. "She's fired," Carol said. "I want to be there," I replied. Angela walked in for her shift, like nothing happened. When she saw me in the office with Carol, her smirk disappeared. "What's this about?" Carol didn't blink. "You're terminated. Yesterday's behavior was targeted harassment. Security will escort you out." Angela tried suing me afterward and said I ruined her career. The footage went viral, and she hasn't been able to get hired anywhere since. Last I heard, she's living on the street. She can scream, "Save me," all she wants. I'll watch her sink before I ever help her. I thought one of my daughters was pregnant, but the truth was even crazier. I stared blindly at the positive pregnancy test in my 4 daughters' bathroom. I snagged the test and marched out to the living room where my daughters were chatting. Red in the face, I screamed, "Which one of you is pregnant?" Betty, my oldest daughter, screeched. "What?" Amy, the second oldest, yelled. "Who's pregnant?" Freya, the third oldest, muttered in disbelief. "What the frick?" Tina, the baby, said. "This is better than live TV." "Who is pregnant?" I demand in fear. Tina answers. "Don't look at me. I've barely gotten to first base. Remind me to have a talk with you about snakes and plums," I said to Tina, realizing she needed to have puberty and laying with another talk. "What was that?" I questioned Amy as she mouthed the words. I couldn't help but suspect that Amy was pregnant. "I like girls, Dad," Amy shouts. "So girls kiss better than guys?" Tina asked, confused. "At least with you, Amy, I don't have to worry about underage pregnancy," I say to Amy, ignoring Tina's question. "Dad!" Amy shouts in embarrassment. "I haven't done the tango yet, Dad," Betty said almost proudly, which I already knew. "Do you have anything to say for yourself, young lady?" Freya, I questioned. "I'm not dumb, Dad," Freya countered. "I am on the shot. My boyfriend or ex-boyfriends all wear willy wrappers, and I'm constantly making sure I don't get pregnant," Freya states factually. "You are grounded till you move out," I told her. "What? Dad, that's not fair. Plus, I am being smart about it, unlike someone in this household," Freya defends herself. "Yet, I suspect you the most," I explained. Amy reiterates Tina's earlier words. "This is definitely way better than live TV," Tina states. "I know. Just tell me the dang truth," I plead in frustration. "I am, but you're not seeing it," Freya snapped right back. "I didn't raise my daughters to be liars," I told Freya in disappointment. "You don't think I know that, Dad? I am telling you the dang truth," Freya pleads. "Prove it then," I say. "How?" Freya stutters out nervously. "Take a pregnancy test," I state. "Do we even have a pregnancy test?" Freya asks. "I will go buy one. Yes or no?" I say in a fake calm. "Fine, go buy the test," Freya says. I could hear my 3 daughters placing bets on if Freya's pregnancy test would come up positive or negative when I came back home. "You have to wait 7 minutes," Freya states matter-of-factly. "I have done this with your mother a handful of times," I snark with a slight bite in my tone. "I am too young to be a grandfather," I thought pitifully. "Will any of you help me with the groceries?" my wife and mother to our daughters called out. Before I suddenly remembered the pregnancy test and looked, then my wife saw it. Guess you found my positive pregnancy test," I gasped at my wife as it clicked. My wife was pregnant. Then I looked at the pregnancy test on the counter. That was technically Freya's. "You're both pregnant?" Freya faints. Miranda gasps, and I stand in the middle of the kitchen. Tina, Amy, and Betty, as one states, definitely better than live TV, and all I can smell is popcorn. My son Dex is autistic. He's also the best 11-year-old with a pair of nunchucks you'll ever meet. 4 hours a day, every day, rain or sunshine, drilling combinations in the backyard until his palms bleed like a mini Bruce Lee. Everyone had opinions. That's not healthy. He's autistic. He could snap. You're enabling dangerous behavior, but I never listened. My kid found something that made his brain quiet, something that made him feel powerful in a world that constantly made him feel small. Then came Iris, autistic too, same class. They found each other when Iris panicked over a math problem, and Dex explained it using nunchuck logic. That day they traded snacks because certain textures were wrong to both of them. 2 weeks in, Dex called Iris his girlfriend. At 11, that looked like holding hands at recess and sharing a table at lunch, until a 14-year-old named Andy decided Iris belonged to him. It started with words. He'd block her path between classes. "Why are you wasting yourself on that twitchy freak?" Iris told Dex. Dex told me. I told the school. The principal said he'd monitor the situation. Soon, Andy was following Iris home, waving from across the street, blowing kisses, making disgusting gestures. Dex walked with her every day. Andy kept his distance when Dex was around, but Dex couldn't be around all the time. 3 weeks later, Iris stayed late for a group project. Dex had a dentist appointment. She walked home alone. Andy was waiting. He caught her behind an alleyway and slammed her against the brick wall, told her she was going to be his girlfriend whether she liked it or not. She said no, so he broke her nose. When Dex found her, she was sitting on the curb, blood on her shirt, eyes swollen, shaking so hard she couldn't speak. He sat next to her. "I'm going to fight him for you, but he's bigger than you." Dex hugged her. "He's not as big as a dinosaur, and I'd fight a dinosaur for you." Iris's parents filed a report, showed the principal photos of her face, medical records from the ER. Andy got 3 days suspension. From that day forward, Dex trained differently. 6 hours a day, strikes, blocks, counters. He started carrying his nunchucks everywhere. I asked him why. Because he's coming, and when he does, I'll be ready. When Andy returned, he started threatening Dex, texted photos of our house, sent messages about what he'd do to Iris. Then he got a gun, his older brother's pistol, brought it to school, showed it to Iris in the bathroom, pressed it against her cheek, and told her the only reason she was still alive was because he wasn't done with her yet. She was too scared to tell teachers, but she told Dex. That night, Dex didn't sleep, just sat in his room, nunchucks in his lap. Saturday afternoon, Dex and Iris were playing video games. My wife and I needed groceries. Quick trip, 15 minutes. Don't answer the door for anyone. We rounded the corner. Our back door window shattered. Andy was inside the house. Iris, come out, come out. Dex grabbed her arm, shoved her toward his bedroom. Closet, lock it. Don't open until I say. Dex, go. She ran. He heard the lock click. Dex walked to the corner of the living room, reached behind the couch, pulled out his nunchucks. Andy's voice floated through the house. Sing-song. I know you're here, Iris. He rounded the corner and saw Dex. Andy raised the gun. Move, freak. But Dex was already swinging. His nunchucks caught Andy's wrist before he could react. Bone cracked. The gun clattered under the radiator. Andy grabbed his wrist, screaming. Second strike. Ribs. Andy folded over. He tried to lunge. Third strike across the knee. He dropped face first into hardwood. He crawled toward the gun. Dex stepped on his broken hand, pressed until he screamed. The closet door clicked open. Iris stepped out, saw Andy, saw Dex. She walked over while Andy writhed in pain, looked down at him. This is why girls in your grade don't want to go out with you. Andy got bullied so bad for getting beat up by an 11-year-old that he transferred schools. I opened my front door to find my son's girlfriend standing there with her right eye swollen shut and dried blood on her lip. Hi, Dad. She smiled weakly, then instantly collapsed in my arms. Maya, what happened? He choked me this time, she sobbed. I thought I was going to die. I carried her to the couch with my hands shaking uncontrollably. How long? I asked. 17 months. It was just pushing at first, then slapping. She touched her throat. I'm sorry. I know he's your son. I shouldn't have come. I put my hand on her shoulder. Maya, I put my own father in prison for doing this to my mother. I won't hesitate to do the same to my son. I set up the guest room for her and locked the door behind her. Then I sat in my living room staring at my reflection in the black TV screen, seeing my father's face. I called my son. Come over for dinner. We need to talk about your future. He walked in, smiling, and hugged me. I noticed his knuckles had healing scrapes and instantly felt vomit rise in my throat. During dinner, I asked about work and friends, and he answered every question with a smile on his face. Then I asked, how's Maya? I haven't seen her around lately. He choked on his food and took a long drink before saying, she's been distant. Work stress probably. We're taking some space. I nodded slowly and put my fork down. That's interesting because she told me you've been beating her, terrorizing the girl who loves you. His face went white, then red. She's lying. She's crazy. Dad, I swear. Stand up. What? I pushed the table aside. You want to hit someone? Try hitting someone who can fight back. I swung and caught him across the jaw. This is for Maya. Hit. For every time she begged you to stop. Hit. Blood ran from his nose and his eyes were swelling just like Maya's. I grabbed his collar. How does it feel? Stop, please. Did you stop when she said stop? Dad, I'm not your father anymore. I spent 25 years raising you to be different from my father, but you're just like him. You're dead to me. I pulled out my phone and called 911. My son's been hurting his girlfriend. When the officers arrived, they cuffed my son and he limped out my front door. Then I brought them to Maya in the guest room where they asked her, would you like to press charges? Maya nodded. I have 17 months of photos, videos, and texts. The officer looked at me. Your son's not coming home. Good, I said without hesitation. But some nights I still catch my reflection in that black TV screen and see my father. I lost a son, but I saved a life. I just don't know if I did it the right way. The second Ms. Jackson opened the door, our whole class went silent. She was everyone's favorite teacher, but when we saw her that day, her hair was completely gone. Nobody said a word, and she started teaching like nothing happened. She handed out snacks to all the kids who couldn't afford food and offered to stay after class every day. But now everyone stared at her like she was a stranger. Soon, kids started making jokes about her. They said she was balder than Mr. Clean, and I even saw someone post a picture on an anonymous Instagram account saying she looked like a cancer patient. Another boy even spread a rumor that she was transitioning. I wanted to punch him in the face, but knew it wasn't worth it. Ms. Jackson started to look really upset and came to class every day exhausted. But despite all the teasing, she kept treating everyone with kindness, even those she knew made fun of her. I tried asking her what was going on, but she said, no, please don't get involved. I don't want them to make fun of you too. She kept smiling, but I felt horrible for her. We were in the middle of class when someone yelled, what did you say, Caillou? The other bullies started laughing, but they all froze. Ms. Jackson just broke down crying. They were silent and felt horrible now. She wiped her tears and told everyone that her husband passed away last night. He had cancer, and she shaved her head to support him. The guy stood up. Ms. Jackson, I'm sorry, but she said, it's okay. You can all be dismissed. This is my last day teaching. Everyone felt terrible. My mom walked through the door carrying an entire box of donuts from Krispy Kreme, and I immediately started drooling. I couldn't resist the heavenly smell and reached for one, but just before I could, she slapped slapped my hand away. No, you have to wait until tomorrow. I wanted them so bad, and when I tried to sleep that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't get my mind off those donuts and knew I wasn't gonna be able to wait, so I snuck out of bed to nibble on one. I crept as slowly as I possibly could to the kitchen, knowing if my mom caught me, I'd for sure get grounded. I made it to the kitchen, and when I opened that box, I was in heaven. I knew I could only have a small nibble, and it took everything not to bite into it. But then, the light turned on. My mom was walking in, and I slammed that box shut. I hid in the closet just before she could see me, and I saw her looking around like she was suspicious. Hello? She looked around before walking out to the bathroom. I ran back to bed and thought I was in the clear, but my mom shook me awake. Did you eat the donuts? I immediately shook my head. No, Mom, I swear. She grabbed me and marched me out to the box. I thought I just nibbled, but the entire donut was almost gone. I knew I was dead. Admit it was you. Mom, I didn't do it. I was in my room all night. She looked at me, but out of nowhere, her eyes went wide. She said, "Oh my God, we have mice." Then, she took the entire box and dropped them all into the garbage. I could literally feel my heart shatter as they hit the bottom. I just went into my room and cried. During lunch, all the students saw "Confess Jamie Lynx" spray painted on the lockers. Jamie Lynx stepped forward with tears in her eyes, and that's when we all got a text. It read, "Jamie Lynx is hiding something and has until Monday 3 p.m. to confess. Otherwise, her family will pay the price." I looked over at her, and she was breaking down by the lockers. Someone behind me whispered, "Hasn't she been through enough? She already lost her best friend this year." Jamie wiped her face and went straight to the teachers, but they told her there was nothing they could do. 2 days later, the anonymous number sent a photo of Jamie in the shower with the caption, "She's not so innocent." She broke down and said, "I don't even know what I'm supposed to confess to." She looked at every single person in the room one by one, like she was begging them to believe her. But when someone asked her about her friend, she went quiet and changed the subject. The anonymous number responded immediately, "Liar, confess, or people get hurt." Everyone stopped sitting with her after that, and she was always alone. One day I saw her slip a folded piece of paper under the principal's door. It said, "Please investigate me so you see I'm innocent." But the school still refused to get involved. Friday at 9 p.m. the account posted, "I'm done waiting. On Monday, I'm bringing weapons to school. Many will die unless Jamie confesses." Attached was a detailed map of our school with specific locations marked. By Saturday, the school board announced emergency closure until further notice. Police traced the account over the weekend but couldn't find who was behind it. Monday at 2:55 p.m., the account went live. Thousands of people were watching. Jamie was sitting in her living room, begging whoever was behind it to stop. "I didn't do anything. Please just leave me alone." At exactly 3 p.m., the account started posting screenshots, text messages between Jamie and her friend from the months before she died. Jamie calling her names. Jamie telling her, "Everyone would be better off if you disappeared." The last screenshot was her friend's final message to Jamie, "You win." Then the account posted one final message. She knew she caused her death the whole time, and disappeared. Police later confirmed the weapons threat from the anonymous account was a bluff, and schools reopened. But Jamie never came back. Turns out her family had moved away. Then a month later, one of her old friends posted a black screen with the words, "Fly High Jamie," and the date. She was 16. I was walking home from the corner store when 2 cops tackled me face first into the concrete. They dragged me to the station and sat me in an interrogation room with a 2-way mirror. I'm a black man who was 3 blocks from a crime scene, and that was enough for them. A detective walked in, dropped a photo of a dead woman on the table, and told me I was their primary suspect. I told him I didn't do anything. He leaned back in his chair, then helped me understand what happened to her because right now we don't know much. "We found her this morning 3 blocks from where we picked you up." I told him I was at the corner store buying milk. He smiled. "A guy like you out at that hour? Jury's not gonna love that." He didn't write down my alibi. He leaned forward. "Here's what we do know. She was found in the alley behind the laundromat, keys still in her right hand. The back door was propped open with a brick, and that's how he got in behind her." I didn't say anything. He kept going. "Whoever did this knew she closed up alone on Thursdays, knew the cameras on that block have been broken since June." He sat back and folded his arms. "Honestly, a young black man 3 blocks from the scene with no real alibi? I've seen cases with less go all the way." He wasn't building a case. He was telling me it didn't matter what I said because he already knew how this would look to a jury. I looked at him. 5 minutes ago, he told me they didn't know much. Now he'd described the exact alley, the exact door, her schedule, which hand her keys were in, and that the cameras had been broken for months. I looked at the 2-way mirror behind him, then back at him. "You told me you don't know much. That's not a detective. That's a witness." A knock came from behind the mirror, then another. The detective stood up. "This interview is over." But the door was already opening. 2 officers walked in, grabbed him by the arms, and sat him down in the same chair I'd been sitting in. They cuffed him at the same table where he'd tried to pin a murder on me. I stood up, walked out of that station at 3 in the morning, and nobody stopped me because he was the one who killed her. I left my wife because she wanted me to be healthier. When we got married, we did everything together. I entered barbecue competitions, had my own rubs, and spent years perfecting my brisket. My wife was right there with me, prepping meats, taste testing marinades, and talking about getting a bigger smoker someday. But she joined a Pilates class and met a woman named Lisa who talked about gut health and toxins like she had a PhD. Within weeks, my wife told me she was going vegetarian. I supported her, but I wasn't changing my diet. She said that was fine. If I made a steak, she'd shake her head and say, "Do you know what that's doing to your arteries?" If I grilled outside, she'd light candles in the house and complain about the smell. At the grocery store, I picked up chicken, and she reached into the cart and put it back. I laughed. "You don't need this." She wasn't joking. I grabbed the chicken anyway, and she didn't talk to me the rest of the trip. One night, she woke me up at 2 in the morning because she'd watched a video of a cow crying before it was slaughtered. She told me she didn't know if she could sleep next to someone who supported that. I had friends over for a barbecue and had the smoker going when Lisa walked over to my ribs. "It's like watching someone burn flesh," my wife nodded. "I honestly don't know how you can still eat this stuff." She used to help me prep those ribs. One day I came home and she was sitting in the kitchen with Lisa. "If you really loved me, you'd stop eating meat." I told her she could make her own choices, but she couldn't force me to change mine. She smiled. "I already helped you." I walked outside. The smoker was gone. The grill was gone. Just dead grass where it all used to sit. I grabbed my keys and walked out. My new smoker is even bigger than the last one. I got a letter in the mail addressed to my son. "Dear Nelson, I'm ending my life because of you, and I want you to know it." My eyes widened as I read, learning what my son did to this kid, what he said to him, and the exact forest this kid planned to take his own life at 10 a.m. today. It was 9:57. I got in my car and drove, sprinting through the forest. But when I got there, it was 10:15, and he was already hanging and lifeless. I threw up on the spot. I pulled out my phone and sent his mom a message to come here right now. I didn't tell her why. Then I drove home. I walked into my son's room where he was still sleeping and dragged him out of bed saying we're going for a drive. He asked me where, and I just gripped the wheel and clenched my jaw. "Why have you been bullying Ryan?" My son leaned back. "Is that really what this is about?" He chuckled. "He's weird, Dad. And besides, I'm just joking anyway." I didn't respond. When we arrived at the forest, he seemed confused. "Dad, why are we here?" But I just led him through the woods without a word. We reached Ryan, who was still hanging, and my son covered his mouth. That's Ryan. I never knew he'd actually do it." He went to run to Ryan, but I put my hand out. "He's dead. But you were just joking, right?" I said flatly. My son was about to cry, and that's when we heard it. A deep, animalistic wail coming from somewhere in the forest. Next thing we knew, Ryan's mom was sprinting towards her son, sobbing and trying to chew through the rope to get him down. "Ryan! Ryan, please stay with me!" she wailed. My son was sobbing and went to turn his head away, and that's when I did something I'll never forget. I grabbed his jaw and turned him back around, forcing him to look. "You're not turning away," I said. "But Dad, I can't watch." "No," I pointed to Ryan's mom behind us. "You told him to end his life, so now you're going to watch it. Since that's clearly what you wanted, these are your consequences, so you're looking at them." I forced him to watch for the entire 2 hours Ryan's mom was out there, never once letting him turn his head. He never just joked with another kid again. I finally brought a girl home for the first time in months when my roommate walked out of his room, looked her up and down, and said, "Just so you know, he still sleeps with a nightlight." She left the room laughing. Nate threw his arm around me and said, "Just keeping it real, bro," then grabbed my leftover pizza from the fridge and went back to his room. He made sure to always keep it real. He would eat my labeled food and leave a bag of gas station chips on the counter, like that made us even. He'd blast music at 2 in the morning on nights I had early shifts, and when I asked him to turn it down, he'd say, "It's a Friday, live a little." It was Tuesday. Then one night I came home, and the girl from that night was sitting on my couch. She was dating Nate. Mia was there every night after that, using my groceries, leaving dishes in the sink, and scattering her clothes everywhere. One evening I walked in and caught them slicing open Amazon boxes with my $60 kitchen knives. Nate didn't even look up. He just laughed and told her he pays half the rent, does most of the cleaning, and his job pays for all the nice stuff. He's my golden goose. Why would I ever leave him? I walked out, found a studio across town that same week, and told Nate I was moving out. His eyes popped out. "You can't just leave. I can't afford this place alone." I packed my things and said, "Just keeping it real, bro." I carried my boxes into my quiet studio, hugged the only girl who never laughed at me, my Sabrina Carpenter body pillow, clicked on my nightlight, and slept better than I had in years. None of us looked anything like our dad, and every dinner he'd be the first one to joke about it. He'd hold up a baby picture and say, "Somebody check the mailman." We'd all laugh. He'd laugh the loudest. So when my youngest sister found a DNA kit on sale, we thought it'd be the funniest thing we ever did. Even Dad said go for it. The results came back, and out of 4 kids, only my youngest sister was biologically his. We took another test, just to be sure. Same results. We went to our mom, and before we could finish, she broke down. Our real father was her ex who died years ago. She begged us not to tell Dad. This was a man who worked doubles at a factory, so we'd never go hungry. He'd come home and fall asleep at the dinner table, still in his work clothes, just so he could be in the same room as us. We kept quiet, but family dinners went from loud to silent. My siblings stopped showing up one by one until it was just me and Dad sitting across from each other. He'd still talk about us like we were the best thing that ever happened to him. One night, he stopped mid-sentence and looked at me. Did I do something wrong? I couldn't hold it anymore. Dad, there's something you need to know about the DNA test. He put his fork down. He looked at me for a long time. Then he said, I took one when you were born. The room went still. Your mom doesn't know I know. I've known your whole lives. He looked at me the same way he always has. It changes nothing. He picked up his fork and kept eating. My best friend grabbed my controller. Dude, you have to come to this party tomorrow. There's this girl going called Isabella, and I need you to wingman me. Isabella King. He nodded. Bro, that's the girl I've had a crush on since kindergarten. I know she used to have an awkward phase, but she's never gonna go for you now. I only want you there so you can make me look good. I looked down at my SpongeBob hoodie and sighed. Thanks, bro. You're the best. But deep down, I was secretly hoping he was wrong. The next night, I showed up in my only clean clothes, and Garfield smirked. You're dressed perfectly for the job. Before disappearing into the crowd. So I opened up my settings app to pretend to look busy, and that's when a guy staggered over to me. Hey bro, wanna try this? It was my first social interaction with someone who wasn't Garfield. He was holding a green drink, and I couldn't help myself. Oh look, it's a kelp shake. Bro, is that a SpongeBob reference? He called his friends over, and I was ready for them to laugh at me. Yo, this guy just called your drink a kelp shake. And suddenly, they started patting my back. For once, people were laughing with me, not at me. What else you got? So I taught them the first step of my favorite dance. First, go like this, spin around, stop. Suddenly, 5 people were doing the Bring It Around Town bubble dance from SpongeBob. I didn't even notice Isabella joining the circle until the crowd completely broke up and it was just us. That was so fun, but before I could respond, Garfield grabbed my arm and dragged me into the hallway. She asked me if you're single. You were supposed to be invisible. You're ruining everything. I pulled my arm free and walked out the door, and that's when I heard it. Hey, wait up. Isabella caught up to me on the sidewalk. You know, I used to have a SpongeBob phone case I took everywhere. Then I had a glow up, and suddenly everyone only wanted the cool version of me. There was even some guy at that party named Garfield who wanted to talk to me because of my glow up. She looked at me. You're the first person who made me want to bring the real one back. That night she came over, and we watched SpongeBob on my couch. She was wearing my hoodie. A kid accused me of stealing his phone. He was holding mine when he said it. There was this kid in my class who wouldn't shut up about his brand new iPhone. He'd hold it up at lunch and slide it across desks, making sure that everyone saw it. I had the same one but never bragged about it, just used it quietly like a normal person. One morning he reached into his pocket and froze. The phone was gone. He started panicking, tore through his jacket, ripped through his bag, checked every pocket twice, and still couldn't find it. Then he looked straight at me and saw my phone on my desk. Before I could even react, he snatched my phone off my desk, shoved it in his pocket, and yelled, "He stole my phone." Every head in class turned toward us. The teacher didn't even bother looking or asking questions. She just pointed at the door. "Office, both of you, now." So there I was, sitting across from the principal, stunned, while this kid stood up and put on a whole show. He pointed at me and acted out how I supposedly grabbed it when he wasn't looking. Then he leaned on the principal's desk and his voice started shaking. He's always been jealous of me. He was acting weird all morning. I watched him take it. I sat there in disbelief. His performance was so good that if I wasn't the one being accused, I would almost believe him. Finally, the principal leaned back in his chair. "Take out the phone." The kid reached into his pocket and pulled it out like it was going to prove everything. He held the phone up to his face. The screen flashed, "Face not recognized." He started typing in the passcode. Wrong. His hand started shaking. And then from inside his own backpack, a ringtone went off. The principal just looked at him. He got suspended for trying to frame me. And every time he pulled out his phone after that, someone in class would whisper, "Quickly hide your phone. The thief is back." I got caught trying to escape North Korea. 3 officers barged into our home and tackled my wife to the ground. 2 officers cuffed her and dragged her outside in her underwear, while the 3rd pressed his gun against my temple as a warning not to interfere. They tied her to a wooden stake in the town square and said she'd been found guilty of watching South Korean TV and her punishment was death. I offered my life instead, but nothing I said was enough. They shot my wife dead at 7 in the morning, in full view of anyone passing by, still in the clothes she'd slept in. Our 2-year-old daughter was screaming "Mama" in my arms. 3 days later, a guard I'd worked with in the coal mine pulled me into an alley and told me I had 48 hours. My name was on a list. Me and my daughter would be sent to a labor camp because of what my wife did. He looked me in the eyes eyes and said, "Take your daughter and run." I grabbed Hana in the middle of the night and wrapped her in 2 coats and walked to the train station. In North Korea, you need government permission just to travel to the next town. I had no tickets or documents, so I snuck onto the cargo door and hid in the bathroom stall with Hana pressed against my chest with a belt. The first checkpoint came 20 minutes in. I heard boots in the hallway and guards checking tickets. They rattled the bathroom handle and Hana started whimpering, so I climbed out the window onto the side of the moving train with Hana strapped to my chest with my belt and my feet dangling over the tracks. The guard looked inside and moved on. For 2 days, I played this game: bathroom, window, hanging off the metal beam on the side, even climbing onto the roof when I had to. I finally reached the border town, but after 2 days of no food and water, Hana had a fever and was barely conscious. I found the Yalu River at dawn, 30 feet of water, the only thing separating us and China. If we could cross it, we'd be free. But there was a tower with a spotlight and an armed guard watching the river at all times. I crawled into the tall grass by the river and waited for the guard shift to change. I planned to walk across the river in the few minutes between the shift change. I laid still in freezing December grass for 6 hours while Hana cried and screamed. Then I heard footsteps in the grass. An armed guard was walking in my direction. He didn't see us yet, but Hana kept crying. His ears perked up and he looked down towards me. I slipped my head as far down under the grass, but the footsteps got closer. Next thing I knew, the grass beside me parted with a rifle and I was face to face with the barrel of his gun. The guard looked straight at me, then down at Hana, tiny and sick, crying in my arms. He stared at her for a long time, then back up to me. The rifle was inches away from my face. "Shift change happens in 10 minutes. This is your chance. Next guard won't be so nice." He stood up and walked away. I counted exactly 10 minutes and moved toward the water. I waded in with Hana on my shoulders. The current was so strong I couldn't swim, so I walked. A third of the way across the salty water hit Hana's face and she screamed. The spotlight hit us. "Stop! Turn back or I will shoot!" A different guard yelled from the tower. I froze. Turning back meant labor camp. Keep going meant getting shot. The guard fired and the bullet hit the water 2 feet from me. But then I remembered. The river was international territory. China considered it an act of war if someone was unalived in it. The guard could threaten me, but that's it. I kept walking. The guard screamed, but his rifle never fired. I reached the Chinese shore and collapsed. I was sitting in a group therapy meeting with 5 strangers when a projector lit up the wall in front of us. "Open the closet to your right." We walked towards it, and inside saw 6 wrapped boxes with each of our names written on them. I looked around and realized the people here weren't actually strangers. They were all people from a party that I went to 10 years ago, where a girl named Maya Torres had tragically died. Whoever had organized this meeting had clearly gathered us on purpose. We took the boxes and opened them at our desks. One person had Maya's scarf. Another had a sample of a fingerprint, with someone even having a vial of what we assumed was her blood. But my box had an envelope. We all gathered around to open it, and when we did, our jaws dropped. The envelope had 6 photos. All photos were time-stamped from this morning, blood-stained, and showed different people in dimly lit rooms. All were tied up and heavily bruised. "That's my wife," someone said. "That's my parents." I looked at the photos and saw my daughter, but there was something else in the envelope. A small note that said, "Maya Torres killer is one of you 6. You have 10 minutes to confess, or you'll never see anyone in these photos again." Just as we read the note, the projector lit up the wall again, this time a 10-minute timer appearing and counting down. We went into panic immediately. We tried to call police, but the room had no signal. We started grilling each other about that night. But then Maya's ex-boyfriend, Chris, refused to say a thing. He said we all know Maya's death was an accident, and whoever organized this was bluffing, because if this was real, police would have arrested them. We all looked at him. We'd been suspecting him for years, but never had any proof. Police had even looked into him when Maya died, but then cleared him. 7 minutes were left, and we'd moved on to inspecting the items in the boxes to try piece it together. With 4 minutes to go, the violence started. Some punched Chris and pinned him to the ground, convinced it was him. With 2 minutes left, the wall lit up again, this time with 6 videos playing at once. The people from the photos were begging for their lives. And then with 60 seconds left, we heard a voice. "I did it!" Chris was curled in the corner. He said he pushed Maya into a river off a dock because she caught him cheating and was going to expose his affair. Just like that, the timer stopped and the door opened. Chris's mom walked in. She was sobbing. She told us that none of what we saw was real. All our loved ones were safe, and all the photos and videos were AI. She explained through tears the only reason she did this was because for years everyone blamed Chris for Maya's death, but she never believed them, losing family and friendships defending her son's name. She wanted to prove he was innocent and engineered a situation where a guilty person would confess. She expected him to stay silent, but he didn't. In trying to prove her son was innocent, she proved he was guilty. I manipulated my dad into doing exactly what I wanted. On my dad's 50th birthday, he decorated the entire living living room to look like him and my mom's wedding day. Your mom's been distant recently, so I want to surprise her with a proposal. Her smile is the only birthday present I need. When my mom finally walked in, she marched straight past my dad, who had his arms open for a hug and started eating like a raccoon. "Mom, did you even get Dad anything?" She laughed. "Get him anything for what?" I looked over, and my dad was broken. I followed him out towards the hallway. "How long are you gonna keep pretending this is okay?" He just stared at the floor with a dish towel over his shoulder. "Your mother's not a bad person. She just shows love differently." I knew I had to do something to show my dad he can do better. So I left the house and knocked on my neighbor Vanessa's door. Some guy walked out buttoning his shirt, and she leaned against the door frame, still fixing her hair. "Who was that?" She smiled. "Just some guy that likes me." I knew she was perfect for my plan, so I asked, "Do you want to come over for dinner next week? As my girlfriend?" "Sure, I guess." As she slammed the door in my face, I smiled brighter than ever. When Vanessa came over a week later, she marched straight to the dinner table and started eating. My mom sat beside her and started eating too. My dad looked stunned. We sat down with them, and I grabbed Vanessa's hand. "I think I'm starting to fall in love with you." She didn't look up. "Thanks, I guess." My dad was even angrier than me. "My son just told you he loves you, and you can't even put your fork down." "Relax, Dad. She just shows love differently." I looked back to Vanessa and slid a box across the table. "I got you something, my love. Can I open it later? I'm eating." I forced myself to tear up, and my dad stood up. "I've had enough of you. Get out." After seeing how similar Vanessa was to my mom, my dad finally filed for divorce from my mom. And a year later, on my dad's 51st birthday, his new girlfriend threw him a surprise party. I asked my daughter to send a photo of the man following her. When I saw who it was, I dropped everything and drove straight to her. It was 11 p.m., and I was still at the office when my 15-year-old daughter texted me, "Dad, someone's been following me since 3 train stops ago. He has a knife. I'm scared." My heart dropped into my stomach. She sent me a pin drop of her location, and I was ready to call the police. I responded saying, "Try to send me a photo of who it is so I can describe him to the police officers." She sent it. I recognized him instantly. He was my psycho ex-wife's son. Me and my psycho ex-wife broke up years ago. Now her son was following my daughter through the city at 11 p.m. with a knife, and I had no idea why. Then she sent another text. "I think he saw me take the photo, Dad. He's getting closer." I called the police while I sprinted to my car. They promised they'd be there soon. My daughter wasn't responding to me anymore. When I finally made it over the Brooklyn Bridge to Manhattan, I found my daughter sitting on the steps right outside of a Barnes & Noble's, sitting beside my stepson. I beeped my car horn, and she waved, smiling. She looked completely fine, no injuries. I parked as fast as I could and ran up to them. "What the hell is going on?" My daughter stood up and interrupted me. "Dad, relax. It's okay. He just needed to find us." I sat down on the steps and looked at my ex-wife's son. He wouldn't make eye contact with me. He was way too skinny, wearing a jacket even though it was summer. His hands were trembling. "Why were you following her? And why the F did you have a knife?" I asked, unable to hide my anger. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Because I didn't know how else to find you. The knife was just to keep myself safe because I hate the city. I'm sorry for scaring you, sir." He was so fragile that my guard immediately dropped. He turned to my daughter like he was looking for her approval to continue talking, and she nodded silently. He spoke. "My mom is crazy," he started, and I laughed because I knew he was right. But then he continued, "She hits me all the time, with whatever she can find. I've tried to get help, but she hits herself too, and she threatens to tell people that the injuries were from me, so I can't tell anyone." There were tears streaming down his face, and my daughter gave him a hug. He spoke. "I knew I had to find you. You're the only adult that knows who my mom really is, and you're the only adult who's ever been nice to me." I just sat there looking at this kid. Long story short, we filed adoption papers, and that's how my stepson became my actual son. My best friend had been hiding something from me since the day we met. We met on a Friday after school when I saw him carrying a stack of books. A group of guys were walking past him, and one of them tripped him. He hit the dirt, and his books went everywhere. Another one stepped on his glasses, and they all laughed. I almost kept walking, but something made me stop. I put down my bag and helped him pick everything up. His glasses were cracked, and his hands were shaking, but he looked up at me and sort of smiled. His name was Kyle. I asked him why he was carrying so many books. He just shrugged. I was heading to a party that night, and I don't know why, but I invited him. Kyle actually showed up. We started talking, and he was a lot cooler than I expected. That Monday, I caught him at his locker, and after some small talk, we started hanging out every day. By junior year, we were inseparable. By senior year, he was a completely different person, confident, funny, and girls loved him. One afternoon, I went over to his house, and his mom opened the door. Before I could even say hi, she pulled me into a hug. She held on for a long time, and when she let go, her eyes were red. "Thank you for being his friend. You have no idea what it means to me." I told her it was nothing. She shook her head. "No, it's everything." Graduation day. Kyle had the highest grades in our class, so he had to give a speech. He was shaking backstage. I told him he'd be great. He walked up to the podium and looked out at the crowd. He didn't give his speech. He told our entire grade about that Friday, how he was carrying every book from his locker because he'd planned to take his own life that night. He didn't didn't want his mom to have to come clean out his locker after he was gone. He said a kid he'd never spoken to stopped and helped him pick up his books and invited him to a party. He looked at me. He saved my life that day, and he didn't even know. My wife called. There's a man in our house with a knife. I left my work meeting. Where are you right now? In the bedroom closet. I heard him come in through the back door. Her voice kept breaking. Please come home. The police didn't answer my call. I was extremely worried and ran straight to my car. The second I hit the highway, I called 911, not knowing if they would pick up, but they picked up instantly. I thought it was weird because my wife said they didn't answer her call, but I ignored the thought and just focused on giving them our address. I was 2 minutes away when my phone buzzed with a text from her. Please hurry. I pulled into our driveway and took the gun out of the glove compartment. When I looked through the window, I expected to see a man with a knife, but instead, there were party streamers everywhere, large cake on the table. I had no idea what was going on, and I needed to know if my wife was okay. The back door was cracked open, so I crept inside. Get away from her! 20 people turned toward me. Pink and blue balloons filled the ceiling. My wife's dad was standing over a 3-tier cake with the knife in his hand. A banner above him read, Daddy to be. My wife stepped out from behind him holding an ultrasound. Surprise! I'm finally pregnant! Suddenly, officers poured through the front door with their weapons drawn. Drop the knife! My wife put her hands in the air. Wait, this was a prank. I just wanted to surprise my husband that we were finally pregnant after 2 years of trying. I did it this way because I wanted it to be memorable. My wife's dad was laughing. She told you not to call them. I grabbed the knife and went to cut the cake. Well, now there really is a man in our house with a knife. I cracked open my first can of the 100 energy drinks and clicked record on my camera, ready to break the Guinness World Record for no sleep of 11 days and 25 minutes. I had insomnia and figured it would be easy. The first 24 hours flew by and I posted how simple this was. But then 3 days in, I started seeing shadows, hearing voices, and my girlfriend's face suddenly distorted into creepy shapes. 6 days in, I had to buy more energy drinks and could feel stabbing pains in my heart. 192 hours in, I had to call a doctor friend on standby because there were only 2 ways this challenge was ending. Me at the finish line or me at the morgue. 9 days in, I lived on the floor, hiding from the skinwalkers around me who wanted to peel off my skin. Day 11, I was hooked up to an electroshock machine so I'd stay awake. When the challenge was over, a doctor told me I'd permanently damaged my brain, reducing my IQ by 25 points. And when I emailed Guinness World Records, I got a reply saying they find my attempt admirable. But if I'd looked through their website, I would have seen they no longer recognize new attempts as official, as they don't want to encourage people destroying their health. At dinner, my wife demanded we swap partners, so I agreed. My wife dropped it at dinner at Cassie and Paul's house. Cassie was her maid of honor. We're swapping partners every Thursday. It's already decided. Then she whispered, last Tuesday, in our bed. She told me if I said no, she'd file tomorrow and take the house. I built that house. I looked at Cassie. She wasn't crying. She was completely still. I said fine. My wife smiled. Cassie didn't. I brought Cassie white roses on our first swap because nobody ever bought her flowers. Over dinner, she told me Paul hadn't touched her in months. When I got home, my wife was waiting for me. She told me about the hotel Paul booked, the things he whispered to her, how he picked her up and pinned her against the wall. She said Paul makes her feel like a woman again, and that she forgot what it was like to be with a real man. She kept going, watching my face the entire time, like she was trying to find the one that would break me. I picked up my phone and texted Cassie, "Thank you for a lovely evening." My wife saw my screen and threw her wine glass at the wall. On her way out the next swap, my wife said Paul actually knows how to keep things exciting. Cassie broke down in my car that night saying she'd known something was wrong for a year. My wife kept pushing. She walked in wearing a necklace Paul bought her and told me Thursdays aren't enough anymore. At her parents' house, her mom smelled cologne on my wife before she even sat down. I told them we're swapping partners, and it was my wife's idea. She started asking what Cassie and I did, and I told her we talked. She went quiet. Cassie's birthday came and Paul didn't show. I told her she deserved someone who remembered. Cassie held on to me, and across the room my wife watched. She didn't go to Paul's that night. My wife is pacing the kitchen saying she's ending this today. I slide my phone across the table. Screenshots. Texts between her and Paul going back 4 months. Messages where she called me boring and laughed at Paul calling Cassie pathetic. I tell her Cassie sent them the first swap. I tell her Cassie waited for her to say something, and she never did. My wife grabs her phone and dials Cassie. Nothing. Tries Paul. Voicemail. She runs to the window, and Paul's driveway is empty. I tell her Cassie showed him everything last night. She starts pulling at her hair, saying she'll go to Cassie's house right now. I tell her Cassie changed her locks yesterday. My wife grabs the counter, telling me I can't do this to her. I set the divorce papers on the table. You told me it was already decided. So is this. My daughter was waving at a grown man across the daycare parking lot, and he was smiling back at her. But the second he noticed me, he pulled his jacket over his face and cut through the side exit. I crouched down and asked who that was, and she put her finger to her lips. That's my secret buddy. I asked my wife about it at home, and she said, she's 4. She probably waved at a stranger and made up a story. I don't care. Something is wrong with that man. I'm going to the police. She snatched my car keys out of my hand. And say what? That our 4-year-old has an imaginary friend? You're embarrassing yourself. I dropped it. But when I was getting my daughter ready for bed, a handful of candy fell out of her jacket pocket. I sat on the edge of her bed and asked where she got it. She held up her pinky. Promise you won't tell anyone. I wrapped my pinky around hers. My secret buddy gives them to me when you're not around. Where does he give you candy? Here, when he comes to help mommy. I gripped the edge of her mattress. What does mommy need help with? He gives me candies and I count to 5,000 while he helps mommy fix her squeaky bed. I thanked her for telling me the truth and kissed her goodnight. I hope she's ready to grow up without a mom. I was in the principal's office when he said, "We know you set off a stink bomb in the boys' bathroom. It's been 2 hours. Just stop denying it." I was more impressed than anything else. But how? I blocked all the known security cameras and did it completely alone. I didn't even tell anyone about it. The principal smirked and said, "We have our ways," before handing me a detention card. So I made a beeline right back to the boys' bathroom because I had to figure out their method. I quickly scribbled a gang sign on a sticky note and waved it around the bathroom to see if they'd catch me. Except this time, I made quadruple sure to only leave when the coast was clear. But somehow the next day, I still landed back in the principal's office. "We caught you again." I leaned in. "How?" He shrugged. "Let's just say, all of the teachers are on alert, one of the perks of the job." But I wasn't giving up that easily. So when he wasn't looking, I turned on the anonymous calling feature and called his phone. His phone rang, but he refused to leave until I said, "I heard Kimberly's mom was going to call you today. Something about a lawyer." He glared at me before leaving. As soon as he walked out, I went behind his desk and saw it. His computer screen was still on, and I saw a grid of live camera feeds on the screen. As I looked closer, I almost vomited from shock. Turns out his perks of the job included cameras angled inside the students' toilet bowls. I heard him coming back, so I jumped behind the desk and just nodded until he was finally done talking. I called the police as soon as I was outside, and the next smoke bomb he saw was in prison. My roommate stole my food for 6 months, so I finally cooked him the meal he deserved. I dropped another ghost pepper into the bowl and kept mixing. Sticky notes, labels, group texts, and a combination lock on a Tupperware had all done nothing. Every time I caught him, he shrugged through a mouthful of my food and said the same thing. "Bro, it's just food." Tonight, I rolled the meatballs and slid them onto the bottom shelf with the usual sticky note. I left the recipe card on the counter and went to my room to wait. 20 minutes later, right on cue, the fridge opened down the hall. The microwave kicked on a few seconds after. By the time it beeped, my bedroom wall was vibrating with the sound of him chewing. He yelled through the wall, "Bro, why have you been hiding these from me?" The front door opened before I could answer. His girlfriend dropped her keys on the counter and asked what smelled so good. He shouted back, "Babe, you have to try these meatballs my roommate randomly made." She picked one up, smelled it, and asked why they looked so red. He laughed. "Bro, it's just food." The next sound was a wet bite followed by a long, suspicious pause. Both bathroom doors slammed at the exact same second. She started first. A long "eh" came through the guest bathroom door like a fire alarm. He banged on his door, screaming, "You poisoned me! I'm calling poison control!" I went and got the recipe card off the counter where I'd left it. I read it through his door over her screams, one ingredient at a time. 2 pounds of ground beef, 1 yellow onion, 16 ghost peppers. Her howling stopped. Her voice came from the other bathroom, raw and wet. 16! Who put 16 ghost peppers in a meatball? Who is your roommate? I can't feel my tongue. Is this legal? Call an ambulance. Call my mom. I told her through the door. Nobody told you to eat it. The sticky note said, "Do not eat. Way too spicy." My new stepdad wore his army uniform to Thanksgiving. I called the cops before dessert. When I walked in, Kenny was sitting at the head of the table in full army dress. My aunt grabbed my arm. "He's a war hero." Kenny stood up and shook my hand. "Good to finally meet you, son." My uncle handed him a beer. "Tell Brandon about Kandahar. He just got back from his 3rd tour. He'd love to hear this." Kenny settled back with a humble smile. "We were outside Kandahar when the ambush hit. My buddy went down, so I ran through enemy fire and dragged him back. That's how I earned this." He tapped the medal on his chest. My aunt had tears in her eyes. I cut into my turkey and looked at his ribbons. They were in the wrong order, and the badge above them was upside down. I got the Purple Heart when an explosion threw me 15 feet, shot shrapnel into my left leg. I woke up 3 days later in a field hospital, barely able to walk. I looked under the table. He was bouncing that same leg just fine. I set down my fork. "Where were you stationed?" "Fort Jackson." "What was your job?" "Infantry, 11 Bravo." "Fort Jackson doesn't train infantry." "What unit?" 3rd Battalion, 75th Regiment. Mom beamed. "He was a ranger. Isn't that incredible?" I nodded. "Where'd you do ranger school?" Kenny took a long drink. "Fort Benning. Toughest 8 weeks of my life. That base hasn't been called Benning in years." I pulled out my phone under the table and searched his name in the Stolen Valor database. He'd been reported in 3 states for faking military service. I waited until Mom brought out the pie and everyone had a slice. "Kenny, your badge is upside down, and those ribbons can't be together. You learned that on day 1 of basic." He froze. "Fort Jackson Jackson trains clerks and cooks. Infantry goes to Fort Moore, and that base hasn't been called Benning in years. I turned my phone around and showed the table. You've been reported in 3 states for stolen valor. Mom grabbed my phone and her hands trembled as she read. Kenny looked around the table. I just wanted people to respect me. Mom stood up so hard her chair fell over. You wore that uniform to our wedding. My uncle grabbed Kenny's shoulder. Were you ever even in the military? Kenny stared at the floor. No, I walked around the table. Take it off. You didn't earn it. I picked up my phone and called the cops before dessert. A grocery store fired me, so I stole from them. Years ago, my mom couldn't afford to feed us without the school lunches, and she made just enough to not qualify for food stamps. I was a teenager, just trying to make sure we had food on the table, so I got a summer job at a grocery store. That lasted about 2 weeks when the manager pulled me aside. We had never actually spoken before. He looked at me and said, "I just don't like your personality. You're done." I started crying right there and told him my mom was counting on that paycheck for groceries this week. He said I was being dramatic and walked away. When I got home, I emptied my pockets and found the roll of markdown stickers I'd been using that day. They were the ones the store used to mark down anything close to expiring. I sat there staring at them. The next morning, I copied the barcodes onto sticky paper and drove to a completely different location. I walked up to the meat section, grabbed a pack of salmon fillets, stuck a label on it, and took it to the self-checkout. I scanned it with shaking hands. $2. It worked. Once I knew it worked, I started hitting different stores, keeping the trip small and always paying cash. Racks of ribs for $2, big veggie trays for $1, expensive cheese for 99 cents. I hit about a dozen stores that summer. Our fridge started filling up for the first time since school let out. I never got caught, not once. My mom eventually asked where all the grocery money was coming from. I told her I got an academic scholarship. I watched my girlfriend send her entire paycheck across town to help raise her little cousin and decided she was the kind of person I needed to marry. But she'd told me previously she'd only say yes if I truly proved I was worthy of her love. I looked at her phone the following night and in her notes saw a photo of a beautiful emerald ring with the words, "Maybe one day," written beside it. I opened a secret savings account without telling her. I picked up extra shifts, delivered food on weekends, and sold anything I didn't need, even skipping lunches at work because she deserved the world. Finally, I had just enough. I texted her that morning. "I have a surprise for you tonight. Be ready." She sent back a heart. I grabbed my jacket, looked at the photos of her and her cousin by the staircase, and headed out. I cut through her old neighborhood toward the little jewelry store she'd pointed out once on a walk. But on my way there, I saw a teenage girl on the side of the road. She was alone and bleeding profusely. Nobody was stopping to help her. I ran to her and called an ambulance. At the hospital, doctors said she needed emergency surgery right now to save her life. But without a parent present or insurance, they needed a deposit before they could start the operation. The amount was almost exactly what I'd saved. I looked down at my phone. My girlfriend's love heart was still on the screen. I looked back at the little girl, who was almost unconscious now. I took out my wallet and paid every dollar. I walked home empty-handed, nothing to show for the months of work I'd put in. My girlfriend was in the kitchen in her favorite dress, smiling and waiting for her surprise. I couldn't hold it in. I broke down and told her everything: the emerald ring, the little girl, the money. But before I could finish, she dropped beside me. She held my face and kissed me, and while crying said she would marry me. I didn't understand. Then I looked behind her at the family photo by the staircase, and there she was, the teenage girl from earlier, standing right next to my girlfriend as a child. I just saved her life. My girlfriend smiled and said even though she never got her ring, she certainly got her answer. My dad walked into my room on my 18th birthday and slid a book across my desk. He looked me right in the eyes and said, "It's time you pay your dues." Instead of wishing me a happy birthday, he was demanding I owe him $280,000 for raising me. He didn't even let me speak before sliding a pen on top. I picked up the book and opened it. The first page had a charge for the hospital the day I was born. I looked up at him. He crossed his arms and nodded at the pen. I kept flipping, and everything was listed from the baby formula to the winter coat he bought me when I was 6. My dad tapped the desk. "Just sign it." I turned to the last page and my hands stopped. He'd added today's birthday dinner to the total. The cake my mom baked that morning was listed at $14. I looked up at him and realized that in his eyes, I was just a human ATM. I closed the book and tore it in half. "Do you even love me?" He lunged across the desk and grabbed me by the shirt. "Give me my money." I pulled his hands off me and stepped back. He shoved the torn pages in my face. "If you don't give me what you owe, you are no longer part of this family." "Then I'm not." I walked out of the house with nothing. He followed me to the driveway screaming. I got in my car and drove away. I had nothing, so I worked 3 jobs just to afford a room. And it wasn't until 5 years later, when I was sitting in an office working on my business, that I saw my dad again. I looked out my office window to see him in the parking lot on his hands and knees in a suit picking pennies off the pavement. He couldn't get a single one from me, so he spent his time collecting them off the ground. I grew up in a poor village in Africa controlled by white settlers. I never understood why they beat us and made us work for them. But when my mother explained it, I remember thinking she had to be wrong, because why would someone believe they were better than me just because of my skin? So instead of just hating the settlers like everyone else, I became obsessed with one question: why? I spent years looking for an answer but never found it, and eventually realized who better to ask than a racist himself. I walked to the house of the man who controlled our village and asked to come in. My mother begged me not to because she was convinced he'd hurt me, but when I knocked on his door, he opened it, and when I told him why I was here, he was impressed at my bravery and let me in. We sat down, and I asked him why he was racist, and he explained white people were superior, and I didn't argue. I just kept asking why, trying to dig deeper, and with each why, I noticed his answers got shorter. He made a call and brought some of other high-ranking village leaders over, and when I talked to them, I realized these men had been taught to see us as less than before they'd ever had a real conversation with us. For years, I visited and simply talked to them. I disagreed with their views, but never put them down. And a few years later, the man called a public meeting apologizing to our village and announced we'd govern ourselves from now on. My wife called me screaming and crying. I just found her like this, and I instantly knew what she meant. Our daughter was struggling badly with mental health, and I knew I needed to get home immediately. I drove to the airport while she was in the ambulance, but as soon as I asked them to put me on the next flight out, they told me I'd have to wait until tomorrow. Everything was booked, and I genuinely had a panic attack. I begged them, saying my daughter might not be alive tomorrow. Everyone was staring, and I was about to completely lose it, but then someone grabbed my shoulder. A guy I had never seen before told me heard what I said and asked what happened. I was confused, but told him my daughter had just attempted to take her life, but I was stuck here. He told me to wait there, and about 10 minutes later, he came back. He just said, "Come with me." I had no other option, so I followed him. But when we went through the VIP section, I had no idea what was going on. But then I saw him crying. He told me his daughter lost her life while he was away, and every day he wished he could have made it in time. We walked outside, and he told me to get on. We flew straight to the hospital, and I got there just in time before she passed. My history teacher gave me an A for an empty shoebox. Mr. Bennett pointed at the board. "Pick a historical period and build me a time capsule. At least 5 period-accurate items." One group made papyrus scrolls, another brought fake Roman coins, and someone hand-painted a whole medieval shield. I picked the 90s. The night before it was due, I sat at my desk with nothing. No items, no supplies, and no time to get any. I snuck into my mom's closet and found a dusty box labeled High School Memories, dumped everything out, and kept the shoebox. Next morning, I walked into class carrying just that. When Mr. Bennett called my name, I carried the shoebox to the front and set it down. He lifted the lid, looked inside, and his face dropped. "Where's your time capsule?" "Right here," I said, pointing at the box. He leaned in like he missed something. "Is this a joke?" I held up 5 fingers. "This box contains 5 period-accurate items. Nothing, nada, zilch, zero, and absolutely nothing. Because in the 90s, procrastination was invented and perfected by teenagers who left everything to the last minute." Mr. Bennett stared at me so long my hands started shaking. He burst out laughing, slapped his desk, and wiped his eyes. "That's the most accurate 90s representation I've ever seen. I should know. I was the king of procrastination back then." He scribbled an A on my sheet with a note that said, "Historical accuracy and creative problem solving." An inmate was face down in his cell, clawing the walls like a caged animal. This was the worst case I'd seen as a prison doctor. I knelt beside him and he grabbed my arm so hard his knuckles went white. "I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please. I can't breathe." The cell was 6 feet wide and 8 feet long. No windows, just concrete, a metal bed, and a toilet. Curtis had 7 days in solitary confinement for getting into a fight, and I could already tell he wasn't going to make it. I gave him something to calm his body down and sat with him on the floor until his breathing slowed. The next morning, I stood in front of the warden. "That man has claustrophobia bad enough to kill him in a room like that. You need to get him out. He'll survive, Doc." 2 nights later, I was back on that floor. Curtis was curled against the wall, rocking, whispering the same thing over and over. "Get me out, get me out, get me out." I sedated him and waited until his eyes closed. When I came back the next afternoon, his face had caved in. Cheekbones sharper, skin gray, hands still raw from the walls. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me close. "I'd rather die than spend another night in here." I went straight to the warden's office and he didn't even look up from his desk. The next morning, my radio crackled. "Doc, I need you in solitary right now. I think he's dead." My chest went cold. I grabbed my kit and ran. Curtis was flat on his back, eyes half open, not moving. The guard was kneeling beside him with shaking hands. I checked him 3 times, Doc. "There's nothing." I dropped to my knees and pressed 2 fingers into his neck. Nothing. I put my ear against his chest. Nothing. But his skin was still warm, and when I pulled his eyelid back, his eye squeezed against my light. Dead eyes don't do that. I pressed my ear to his chest again and held my breath until I heard it. A heartbeat so faint it was barely there. "He's not dead." I rolled him over and found the needle mark on his thigh. "He's drugged." We rushed him to the medical wing, and I spent spent the next hour doing everything I knew to get his heart beating right. His heart stopped twice before it finally held. When his eyes opened, he looked around the room, looked at the window, and grinned. It worked. "You almost died, you idiot." He tried to keep smiling, but his voice cracked. "Nah, man, I knew what I was doing. I just needed to get out of that box. I couldn't breathe in there, Doc." His eyes filled up. "I couldn't. My wife and I do family puzzles with our son every Friday. He's 6 and was just told he has autism, so he really struggles with feeling good about himself. That's why my wife and I have been keeping a dirty secret from him. Every time we start a new puzzle, one of us loses a piece when he's not looking. Then when we're done the puzzle, that one piece is still missing. My wife puts on this big dramatic performance. Oh no, we lost a piece. And every time our son jumps up, "Don't worry, I'll find it." He searches the whole house, and when he finally finds it exactly where we hid it, he comes sprinting. He pushes it into place and my wife scoops him up and tells him he saved the puzzle. The look on his face is why we do it. He smiles like he matters, like he's capable of something nobody else could do. But then last week, something different happened. Our son was looking at us with this mischievous grin the whole time we were putting the puzzle together. We got to the end, and this time, there were 2 pieces missing. My wife looked at me. I looked at her. We'd only hidden one. Our son jumped up and found the first piece in minutes. Then he walked over to us and handed us the second piece. He looked up at us and said, "You never get to find the last piece. I wanted you to be the hero this time." I carried my 12-year-old sister to the bathroom at 3 a.m. because chemo made her too weak to stand, while my parents laughed downstairs at a movie. She had Hodgkin's lymphoma. When she was first diagnosed, my parents made this big speech about fighting it together as a family. They promised they'd never miss a treatment, and for the first month, they kept that promise. Dad skipped client meetings, and Mom took paid time off. Nora held their hands and said she had the best parents ever. But then Dad started showing up late, and Mom would leave the sessions for work emergencies. Soon I was skipping class to sit next to Nora, while poison dripped into her veins, holding the basin when she threw up, and lying that Mom and Dad were on their way. By month 3, I was managing all her medications alone. I'd been training for a track scholarship since freshman year, and was so close, but I quit the team to have enough time for Nora. One night Nora woke up crying in pain after developing an infection because chemo had destroyed her immune system. I ran in to wake our parents up, but their bed was empty. I checked my phone and saw a text from them 2 hours ago. "Staying at a hotel tonight. Seeing Nora like this hurts us too much. Love, Mom." I drove Nora to the ER myself, calling them the entire way. They never answered. At the hospital, doctors told me the infection was actually a rapidly spreading tumor. Nora needed immediate removal surgery to save her life, and 14 days of hospital stay following the surgery to monitor the outcome. When I finally got hold of my parents, they promised to take shifts watching her. But on day 2, Mom called me to say her company doctor said the hospital was too stressful to visit, and Dad just simply didn't show, not even acknowledging it. I stayed beside Nora for all 14 days alone. 1 year later, when her final scan came back clear and she was officially in remission, my parents showed up in pink Team Nora t-shirts. They filmed a Facebook video in the hospital about never giving up, and when we drove home, there was a surprise party with all their friends talking about how brave and strong my parents were. That night, I found Nora crying. They're acting like they were there, but they weren't. You were. I filed for official guardianship at 18 and got full custody, and that's when 3 years later, my parents called me. "Dad had pancreatic cancer. We need you," he cried. "Family has to be there for each other." I told them I'd be there and drove to the hospital. I held their hand. Then when the nurse called Dad's name, I simply stood up. Now you know how Nora felt. Then I turned around and walked out, leaving them alone and never returning another call. I put a stopwatch on the table and looked at every teacher in the building. "You have 3 minutes to own up to it, or every single one of you is fired." That morning, I found a bag of white powder in the break room cabinet right next to the sugar. My hands were shaking when I pulled it out. I locked every teacher in a room and slammed my hands on the desk. 10 seconds in, Mrs. Petrie raised her hand. I lied on my time cards twice. I didn't want anyone to know I was late. "That's not what I'm looking for." Mr. Donaldson started sweating. "I've been having an affair with Mrs. Walters after school in the astronomy room. We like the fake stars on the ceiling." He looked at the floor. "Please don't tell my wife, or my kids, or my grandkids." 2 minutes. Mrs. Hart burst into tears. "My real name is Nancy. I was in prison for shoplifting, and I have a Doritos problem I've been hiding for years. We'll deal with that later, Nancy." Mr. Glass stood up and ripped his shirt open. 3 nipples. Everyone stared. Sorry. Everyone was being so honest, I just needed to free myself. I had nothing. Mrs. Betty Williams, 85 years old and still teaching, folded her hands on the table. "I slept with 62 students between 1982 and 2008 right after graduation. Exclusively nerds. They never got any love." The room went dead silent. Donaldson looked at Betty. "At least mine was with a coworker." Betty didn't even look at him. I stared at her for a long time. "We'll talk about that later." 1 minute. Mr. Appleton stood up shaking. "I egged your house and slapped bologna on your car at 5 in the morning because you didn't give me a bigger Christmas bonus." Another teacher raised her hand. "I toilet papered his house because you gave Teacher of the Year to Betty." She looked at Betty, who's apparently a legend now, I guess. guess. I rubbed my face with both hands. I never even told them what I found. I pulled the bag out of my pocket and held it up. Who does this belong to? Betty leaned forward and squinted. Oh, that's where that went. I turned to her slowly. She dipped her finger in, tasted it, and smiled. Baking soda. I have never felt dumber in my entire life. 1 week later, Betty was arrested for swimming naked in a public fountain at 2 in the morning. High out of her mind. Baking soda my cheeks. I walked into my bedroom and saw my girlfriend on top of my best friend, and her undergarment was off one shoulder. His boxers were halfway down, and he looked at me and pointed and laughed. I ran out of the room, and they followed me out while still laughing. It was just a prank to cheer you up after your dad's funeral. I kept walking, and my girlfriend screamed while she waved her phone in my face. I grabbed it and watched the video she was forcing me to watch. It showed her and my best friend setting up the prank scene while laughing to prove it was a joke. My best friend put his hand on my shoulder and said, "See bro, we didn't do anything." I looked at him and just nodded and smiled back, because they'd been pranking me for months, and I was about to make sure they joined my father in his grave. The next morning, I drove to the funeral home and bought 2 caskets. I then bought a shovel, a tarp, duct tape, and zip ties. At 2 a.m., I drove to my girlfriend's house, where I knew my best friend would be too. I sneaked into her garage and dropped off the supplies and organized everything to look like a crime scene. And as soon as I was done and back in the car, I called the police and left an anonymous tip about suspicious circumstances in a garage and gave their names and the address. I watched from a distance as police showed up, opened the garage, and arrested them both. I took photos of them both as a souvenir, and I couldn't stop laughing. Unfortunately, it was both proven that they were innocent of committing any crime, but it was still worth it, because they both blamed each other for what happened, and they never spoke again. My coworker Brian walked into the break room laughing at his phone. "Just found my daughter's Finsta. Kids think we're so stupid." I froze. Her what? Fake Instagram, where they post the real stuff. My daughter is 17, straight A's, always home by curfew, but that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I made a fake account and searched for her nickname. There it was, a private account, thousands of followers. The profile picture was of her giving the middle finger. The bio said something about posting her real life. I clicked the request to follow button. What was I about to find? She accepted it an hour later. The first posts seemed harmless. Group photos, peace signs. Then I kept scrolling. I see posts of screenshots from a dating app, rating shirtless guys out of 10. The caption read, "This one's a 6, but has a boat, so maybe an 8. My daughter, who told me boys were gross." In another post, she posted her Halloween costume. It was black lingerie with cat ears. Caption, "Can't wait for the frat party at State." The same weekend, she told me she was trick-or-treating with her friend's little sister and wore the same cat ears with bad makeup when she left the door. Then things got darker. Posts from parties I didn't know existed. Her eyes glazed red. Different guys holding her in every photo. A video of her and her friends in a car. Smoke everywhere. Eyes red. My daughter, who made me quit cigarettes because she was worried about my health. The most recent post was from 2 hours ago. A mirror selfie, clearly drunk. "Alex throws the best parties." She told me she was sleeping over at Patty's house, and I knew Alex. He lived 5 houses down. I grabbed my keys and headed out the door. I never drove so fast in my life. Alex's house was lit up like a stadium. I didn't knock. I pushed through the front, and kids scrambled out of my way. "Someone's dad is here." I found her in the living room, standing on the coffee table, red cup raised high. She was wearing the cat ear outfit from Halloween. She was mid-spin when our eyes met. The cup fell. I held up my phone, her Finsta glowing. 8,000 followers know my daughter better than I do. As I dragged her out, she looked at me and said, "Mom follows my Finsta." I heard someone screaming and looked up to see a man telling a young girl to get out. She was holding a blanket and obviously wasn't in the cafe to buy anything. It was freezing outside and just wanted to stay warm, but he didn't care. I watched as she walked out and just sat down shivering. Everybody just ignored her. She looked broken, and I knew I couldn't watch. I quickly finished my food and went to ask her if she was okay, but I noticed she wasn't just holding a blanket. I gasped, because inside it was a baby. I sat with her, and she looked broken, but when I told her I'd buy her some food so she could go inside, her eyes just lit up like a Christmas tree. I told her to get whatever she wanted, and she couldn't stop thanking me. And when we walked inside, I told that worker to go shove it. She was a paying customer. She literally inhaled the croissant I bought her while she told me her story. She was only 15 and was completely homeless. She accidentally got pregnant and was so afraid her parents would disown her. She stole $5,000 and ran away. I knew there was no way her baby would survive the winter and begged her to let me call home. No, they'll never let me back there, but I kept begging her. Then she finally typed in the number. I called it and heard her mom say, "Hello?" I told her who I was and what I was doing. She thought I was pranking her, but I handed her the phone. She said, "Hi, Mom," and as I watched her face, I saw a tear rolling down her cheek. Her mom was crying so loud I could hear it, and that night, I spent 3 hours driving her home. Her family took her and their new grandson in without hesitation. My girlfriend girlfriend coughed on my immunocompromised baby brother as a prank. Susan sneezed and asked for tissues because she was sick with the flu, and I instantly jumped up and got mad at her because I'd told her a million times that being sick around my brother could potentially kill him. I told her to go home right now, and she was angry, but reluctantly agreed. However, on her way out, she quickly dipped into the kitchen to grab her keys. Yet when I turned the corner, she was leaning over my brother's crib with a sick smile. She'd pulled pranks on me our entire relationship, but this was a line she never crossed. My jaw dropped, but before I could react, she bent down and did 3 aggressive coughs right in his face. She started laughing, but my brother's breathing instantly changed. He began turning purple, and his monitors spiked out of control. Susan was hysterical. "It's just a prank. He'll be fine." But then my mom came running in and saw what happened. She walked over and raised her hand and slapped Susan while she was still laughing. Susan hit the floor face first, but I didn't care. My brother's chest was caving with every breath, and his monitor showed he had 5 minutes of oxygen left. I dialed 911, but then I heard Susan behind me. She was wheezing and turning blue, repeating, "I can't breathe." I dropped to my knees, confused by how this was possible, and looked at my brother and my girlfriend, both going blue. I dialed 911 again, and 2 ambulances showed up. I rushed into the hospital and saw Susan hooked on tubes and monitors around her. The doctors gave me her x-rays and reports. She didn't just have a cold, she had pneumonia, meaning her lungs were already weak, and the impact from the fall completely crushed them. So by coughing on my brother, she'd put herself into a potentially permanent coma. I walked into her room and wrote her a note. "If you wake up, just know we're done." Then my mom walked in and added to the note, "Also, we're suing you for medical bills. You're lucky he's alive." My friends used to call me the ugly friend. Now they call me a legend. In high school, I was so ugly that my friends would physically push me to the front whenever a girl tried to take a group photo so that I'd make the rest of them look better. So when there was a pool party in senior year, they practically forced me to come. We were sitting by the pool when the hottest girl in school walked by. Josh immediately starts the usual competition. $50 to whoever gets her number. Trent ups it. 100 if you get her to go out with you. Brad looks at me and laughs. "Yo, you should get into the deep end of the pool and try to stay under the water so she doesn't see you." They spend the next hour trying to get her attention, doing cannonballs near her, flexing by the pool edge, finding excuses to walk past her. Finally, Trent gets brave enough to walk up to her. He says something, she laughs politely, and walks straight toward us. Before anyone can say anything, she lights up. "Baby!" She practically squeals, wraps her arms around me, and gives me the biggest kiss on the cheek. "I didn't know you were coming tonight. Why didn't you text me?" The entire group goes silent. Babe, these are the friends I told you about," I say quietly. She laughs. "Wait, these are the guys who call you the ugly friend?" She touches me. "I'm literally at his house every night. He's the only guy at Blake's party who didn't try betting money to see who could kiss me." Then she walks away, leaving my friends in complete silence. 6 months? Josh finally whispers. That night, I got 15 apology texts. I warned a restaurant their kitchen was about to explode, and they laughed at me. "Get out of here, freeloader." The manager waved me off. "If you can't afford our food, just say that." The kitchen staff behind him started laughing. I was there on a date. I was sitting with my girlfriend waiting for our table when I heard a hissing sound coming from the kitchen. I'm a fire inspector, so I know what a gas leak sounds like. I walked straight to the kitchen to warn them, and they laughed in my face. I didn't leave. I pulled my inspector badge out of my wallet and held it up. He barely glanced at it. Anyone can buy those online these days. The hissing got louder. I could smell gas mixing in with the cooking. He shook his head. "We've been open 15 years, pal. You think we don't know our own kitchen?" I told him to just call the fire department, and they'd back me up. He stepped closer. "Look around. You see how packed we are. I'm not shutting this down because you hear a noise." I looked past him into the kitchen. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand and walked out the front door. I called 911 from the parking lot, and we sat in my car across the street watching the restaurant through the windshield. 10 minutes later, the entire kitchen window blew out. Glass everywhere. Orange flames shot up through the roof, and thick black smoke poured out of the building. Fire trucks came screaming down the street. People were running out the front door. 20 minutes later, the manager found me in the parking lot. His face was covered in soot, and his hands were shaking. He looked at me. "I'm an idiot. You tried to tell me, and I didn't listen." I asked him how long he'd known something was wrong with that fryer. He looked at the ground. "Months. We kept meaning to get it serviced. The restaurant was closed for 3 months. When they reopened, they had my business card framed by the front door. I took my girlfriend back there last month to finish the date we never got. The manager saw us walk in and sat us before anyone else. When the check came, the waitress smiled and said it was already taken care of. My boss fired me because he didn't want a guy in a wheelchair pitching to clients. So 3 years later, I made him sit across my desk and beg me for a job. Richard called me into his office on a Monday and shut the door. "Look, you're the best marketer we have." He couldn't keep eye contact. "But the Northfield guys are old school. They golf. They want a guy who walks into the room, shakes hands, looks the part. It's not about you. It's about optics." I asked him if he was firing me. He said he was restructuring the role. I rolled out of his office, packed my desk, and left before lunch. By Wednesday, I had a business license. I worked out of my kitchen with my laptop on the counter because it was the only surface I could reach from my chair. For 6 months, I took whatever scraps I could get. Then one morning, I got an email from Northfield asking if we could take a meeting. Richard had pitched them my old decks, and they wanted to know who actually made them. I rolled into their boardroom that Friday, and their CEO stood up and walked around the table to shake my hand. He said, "I've been wanting to meet the guy doing the work." Their head of strategy pulled a chair out of the way, so I could pull right up to the table. They signed before lunch. Not one of them mentioned the chair. By year 2, I had 40 clients and a downtown office with ramps to every floor. Richard's firm lost 3 more accounts to me that spring. Adweek put me on the cover in July. Richard's board removed him in August. He spent a year applying to every agency in the city, and nobody called him back. His resume came through my inbox in December. My assistant walked him in, and he lowered himself into the chair across from me. He told me he'd been following my work. He said he could bring leadership, experience, a new perspective. I let him get through all of it. "Richard, you're the best marketer I've seen on paper in months." I watched him almost smile. "But my clients are new school. They stream. They want someone who rolls into the room with a fresh perspective. They wouldn't get an old school guy like you. It's not about you. It's about optics." He went completely still. I rolled back from the desk and opened the door for him. I couldn't stop smiling when the librarian laughed at my 4-year-old. My son taught himself to read before he turned 4. He would sit in bed every night sounding out words in his picture books until he didn't need the pictures anymore. I told him about a book called 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and the captain who sailed a submarine to the bottom of the ocean. He wouldn't stop asking about it. So we went to the library and he ran straight to the shelves. He found it, carried it with both hands to the front counter, and set it down like it was treasure. The librarian took one look at the book and started laughing. She reached behind the counter and pulled out a little paper sign. "Advanced books require a reading test." She placed it right in front of my son. Another parent leaned over to me and whispered, "She's been making kids take that test all week. Most of them leave crying." My son looked up at me. I nodded. He looked at the librarian and said, "I'll take it." Her smile dropped. She opened the book to a random page and slid it across the counter. My son picked it up, held it with both hands, and started reading out loud. Every word. The whole library went quiet. She didn't say a word. She just stood there. I reached over the counter, took the book out of her hands, and put it right in my son's. On my way out, I looked back at her and flicked her off. He finished all 528 pages in 2 weeks. My cellmate made brass knuckles from his teeth and used them to fight back. Jerry worked in the kitchen, and during his shifts, inmates would force him to hold their pockets and eat off the floor, telling him to act tough now. You see, despite coming from a gated community, Jerry had gold teeth and gang tattoos, constantly throwing up signs to impress others. He never caused actual trouble, but the fake tough guy act made him the prison's punching bag. But then, an inmate split Jerry's head open for not being quick enough to serve his food, and after getting out of the infirmary, Jerry decided he was done. He pulled out his 4 gold teeth at night by himself, and during his next shift at the kitchen, put them in a small metal container, melting them down over the flame. He brought back the melted gold and carved his knuckle shape into our soap bar, pouring the melted gold into it. He waited until it hardened, then slid the knuckles on and went to his shift at the kitchen. He saw the inmate who split his head open and served his food as slow as possible. The inmate cornered him, but this time Jerry swung first, his gold knuckles connecting against the inmate's jaw, breaking it and knocking out 3 of his teeth. Jerry leaned down and told the inmate, "I really am about that life. I was wrongfully convicted of murder and had accepted I'd never get out." The night it happened, I walked into a bar bathroom and found a man face down with blood pooling around his head. I rushed over to apply pressure, but because he was still alive, he dug his nails into my arms like clinging to life itself. That left me with scratches with his DNA that looked like self-defense wounds. Every lawyer told me to plead guilty. My wife and I spent everything we had, but it changed nothing. Every person I loved walked out of the courtroom the second the gavel came down. The whole room emptied, except for my wife. As they led me away, she made eye contact with me and mouthed, "I'm going to get you out." 3 months in, she visited me for the first time, beaming like she had an idea. "I've taken out a loan for college." I couldn't even fake a smile. But then she continued, "I'm going to get a degree, go to law school, and take on your case myself." I took her hand and told her to forget about me, getting up and walking away. I got a lawyer to send her divorce papers that same week because I loved her too much to watch her throw away her life. But she showed up the following week with the papers ripped apart. I told her she had lost me, but she looked me in the eyes and said, "The day I lose you is the day I stopped fighting, and that day is never coming." She spent the next 4 years eating leftovers and skipping meals just to afford tuition. Every visit, her eye bags got darker. Her friends abandoned her for standing by a murderer. Even doctors told her to just quit, as she developed an Adderall addiction, so she could work doubles and still study before class. I begged her to stop because she was killing herself, but she'd just squeeze my hand and tell me about how what she learned could help. The day she got accepted into law school, she showed up with a homemade cake that said, "I'll believe for both of us, if that's what it takes." It was the first time I truly realized she wasn't going to quit. 3 more years went by. My wife was now homeless, living in a women's shelter because every dollar went straight into her tuition. But eventually, she graduated. We sat in that same visiting room we'd been in for the last 7 years and sobbed. She took my case immediately. Within months, she found what no one else could. In the courtroom, she tore apart 7 years of evidence, using forensics and witnesses to prove it couldn't have been me. The gavel came down, and I was exonerated. She hugged me, and we dropped to our knees, holding each other knowing I was coming home. Now I'm a free man, and every morning I bring her fresh flowers. I make her favorite breakfast and hold her like I'm scared she'll disappear if I let go. I still think about how I sent divorce papers because I thought loving her meant letting go. She sent them back because loving me actually meant holding on. I was driving home at night when the car behind me suddenly lit up red and blue. I was confused. I wasn't speeding, and we were in the middle of nowhere, but he yelled over the speaker, "Pull over right now." I stopped, and he slammed on the brakes right behind me, immediately stepping out. I was sweating. Why was he doing this? But I rolled down the window and noticed his hand was already on his gun. "Where are you going? Home? Did I do something wrong?" He just stared at me, and I could see something was off. "Why are you sweating? Something to hide?" I shook my head. "No. Just trying to get home, officer." "Have you been drinking tonight?" "No, I swear. Just going home." Then, he looked around and slowly reached for his chest. He turned his body cam on, and suddenly, he completely changed. He smiled and said, "Welp, if you were drunk, you sure fooled me." I knew something was wrong. I just stayed silent. He leaned in closer, putting his hand back on his holster. I said, "Welp, if you were drunk, you sure fooled me." He stared into my eyes, but I just kept my mouth shut. He looked annoyed, but just threw my license back and walked away, speeding past me down the road. I was so confused, but when I got home, I looked it up. It turns out when he asked me that, if I had said anything like yes, or even nodded, he would have recorded me legally saying, "Yes, I am drunk, and I am fooling you," and he would have arrested me for doing absolutely nothing. In the middle of a hockey game, I noticed a young woman pressing her phone against the glass screen, not knowing she was going to change both our lives. As I walked past, she banged on the screen and pointed at her phone. It read, "The mole on the back of your neck might be cancer. Please see a doctor." I went to the doctors. They confirmed it was malignant melanoma that needed urgent removal. I underwent surgery where they removed the mole and surrounding areas to ensure all the cancer was gone. The doctors told me if they knew who that girl was, they'd thank her. She was my guardian angel. I issued a statement looking for her. After weeks of waiting, I finally found her. She agreed to meet so I could thank her face to face. She was a medical student, which was why she was able to spot it. I decided to surprise her. I invited her to the next game since she was a big fan, but what she didn't know was that our club would give her $10,000 towards her college tuition. I told my best friend he could order a $5,000 watch off my credit card, and when it arrived, I called the bank to report him. I told them someone just stole $5,000 from my card and demanded they give me my money back. They wanted proof of the fraud first before refunding anything, so I simply pulled my friend's transaction history, happily giving them the watch info as well as his full name and address. 2 days later, the money went back into my account, and this was exactly what I wanted. You see, banks have a "don't pursue justice" policy, meaning as long as the fraud committed is roughly under $5,000, the bank will always just refund your money and accept the loss over prosecuting the criminal. It's up to you to press criminal charges. But because the criminal was my best friend, I never did. And now he walks around with a Rolex he got for free.